think making out groups is fine to redeem ourselves a little bit, but the way we made out groups is not very convincing.
And G2 shot and International redemption stays alive!
Maybe now that we're out of groups, the redemption story is still alive.
Here come the big damage, boys! No, the double kill onto the guard, and Brooks gets out alive!
因为我们曾经跟G2打过2比0赢过他们，所以我觉得我们跟他打的话，应该会在心理上会有一点优势。
There's the charge in, almost kills Mindy in an instant, and then it's straight onto Sven. Pulled back by 957, exhausted down, 7 is there, Sven fights it up, but there's a quarter kill for Connie!
想要拿冠军的话，是所有队伍都要赢的。
결승전을 가면은 EU 팬들한테 되게 자랑스러울 것 같고요.
Hello from Rio, and thank you for joining us once again at the Jeunesse Arena for the 2017 Mid-Season Invitational. Now, earlier today, we saw WE making their way into the arena as they prep to go up against G2 for the EU region, looking for redemption from last year's run, already making it to the bracket stage. We'll see what they can do today. Now, yesterday, the world champions SKT became the first team to qualify for tomorrow's final, and today we find out who will join them on Summoner's Rift. I'm James Dash Patterson. Helping me break down today's games are Sam Kobe Hartman Kinsler, Chris Papa Smithy Smith, and Joshua Jat Leesman. We had a very quick day yesterday, hoping for maybe a little bit more competition today.
These teams play a little bit slower, so we can hope for more than 90 overall minutes of gameplay. Fingers crossed.
At least there was a little variation, like SKT decided to win in different ways in a couple of the games.
Exactly that. They had to show a few strategies. Now, yesterday we saw SK Telecom T1 claim the first spot in tomorrow's final in a commanding 3-0 over the LMS's Flash Wolves. Again, very quick.
Yeah, they showed there was no myth that SKT step up from the group stage to the bracket stage. We know their best of 5 performance based on history. We saw it last year when they had a lackluster time in the group stage at MSI, and this year they were just out for blood against the Flash Wolves.
Yeah, and the biggest doubt was right before this fight in the first game. After this happened, it felt like just one continuous path to victory.
And then in the second game, I think all doubt was definitely washed away by Faker himself, as we saw one of the most absolutely dominating performances in the mid lane that we've ever witnessed.
Yeah, banning LeBlanc in every game in the group stage, only to then be plus 45 CS at 10 minutes against it in the knockout stage, is exactly what we're talking about when we say it's a totally different beast when SKT or even Faker is in an elimination game.
And can you believe that we came into the day yesterday saying that Faker was the weak point of SKT, only to be shut?
I didn't say that.
Who said that?
That's a good point. That's a good point. It's the other analyst who got removed for today's desk. All right. Well, SKT will look to defend their title against the winner of today's semifinal between Team WE and G2 Esports. While G2 qualified for the semis on the tail end of the group stage, WE had the best record in the second round robin.
Yeah, WE really seemed to have stronger early games than many people would have expected. You can see how they had leads in 8 of their 10 games and consistently far ahead in gold. And this was a team that already had good macro decision making, so when they're jumping out to those early leads, they know what to do with it.
And I felt like the scouting report of them being this slower team, them being the Elder Dragon team, a lot of what was seen in the LPL was kind of shattered. We kind of had a lot of these players in a box. This is their style, this is how they will play, even the team style, and then they adapted heavily. And I think the vanguards of style here are the junglers here, and that's not necessarily a comment on what they're wearing, but a comment on how they've been playing at this tournament. You have to look at Trick, the double MVP. He's, of course, someone last year, the double MVP. His play this tournament has come under a lot of scrutiny, and you look at numbers like, for example, in the regular season, 19.4% death participation, very normal. 30%, 29.9 at this tournament. Everyone has seen some of his wanderings into the enemy jungle, some of his deaths, whereas Condi has really profited on their early game drafting and been super clean. And I feel like this battle will be pivotal. We need to see Trick come back to his European form for G2 to actually have a chance in this best of 5.
Yeah, we need to see Trick being much more proactive with G2, whereas Condi has actually been overly active to a fault in some of the games, but still very clearly the leader of that team and much more quality performance than Trick.
Yeah, key there is also working with the team to plan out these early jungle routes. We've seen how important that can be in controlling those routes. The other thing, if you can get pushing lanes, if you can get winning lanes, that helps out junglers a lot. And guess who has the best CS difference in the entire, AD carry category here? It is Mystic. So even though G2, they always look to Sven, they look to Perks. I mean, Mystic has been an absolute all-star for Team WE. And not only in the lane phase where he has dominated, and has over 13 CS difference at 10, but also he's taken the mantle of that primary engage in multiple roles with the Ashe arrows coming through. So very, very good stuff from him all tournament long.
Yeah, and that CSD is coming with some fumbles in the laning phase when they're dying. And Mystic in particular, I feel like is one of the main reasons Team WE is so effective on this patch. They're getting the early lead in the bottom lane, and there's a ton of enablers in the meta right now that can allow him to carry games.
I mean, he was a late game team fighter, and now +5 CSD over Bang, who's number 2 in the AD carry role, lets you know that the dominance in laning phase has been clear for Mystic.
Now we talk about WE kind of showing up to this tournament. The expectation is that they'll perform late game. Well, guess what? They also perform in the early game. Flip side of the rift, G2 had a very rough time through this group stage in terms of mounting early games against their opponents.
Yeah, pretty much the only thing to be happy about if you're G2 right now is the fact that they made it to the knockout stage, because when you look at these gold graphs, they were behind between 20 and 34 minutes. In 9 out of 10 games, they were atrocious in the early game, but they played very well as a team. They still had Sven as a late game carry, but especially against Team WE, the red spots on those drafts, those got out of hand quickly, and they have to play a best of 5 against that team today.
I mean, the insane stat is they have spent 23% of their time ahead in gold. That lets you know they've won 4 matches with only a combined 23% ahead. They've been pulling it late, they've been getting it done and ending games quickly, but it is insane that they've made it this far. To come in 3rd seed with numbers like this is just unprecedented.
And to be fair, yes, they are, embracing the late game and drafting for the late game and playing into that strategy, but still, you have to be very cautious about how much they're giving up early.
Yeah, by no means is that the plan for G2 is like, oh, we're going to fall behind and scale later. No, they want to have more games like that victory against Flash Wolves because they know Sven and Perks have been able to carry when they get gold. It's just a matter of how long do they have to wait for them to get the gold.
I was about to say, they don't necessarily want to have to go late, but if they do go late, they at least have the ability to kind of rely on Sven specifically as late game carry. Also, Perks, his individual performance throughout this tournament has actually been quite good, even in those early game deficits. I'm going to put you guys on record, though. I need hard answers, predictions down the line. Kobe, starting with you. Who's going to meet SKT tomorrow in the finals?
Hard answer. I think it is going to be Team WE. I'm going to go with them 3-1. I just think that across the board, their strengths, they don't really have a weakness that is exploitable by G2, and a lot of the strengths match up really well versus this team. So I think it will be difficult for G2.
Might have to be an echo chamber here because Team W at 3-1 was my prediction as well. I think Perks can be that bridge in at least one game to allow them to get to the late game, which if Trick steps up his performance as well. But it feels like we have to really think about certain things lining up for a single game victory. So that's why I think WE comfortably will take the series.
Now we know the WE themselves, we heard it in that opening video, they're confident based on the 2-0 that they hold over G2 from the group stage and how dominant those were. Are you falling in line with these guys, or are you going to flip the script?
I have the same prediction as these guys with Team WE, except I think it's potentially going to be even more one-sided. I had this as a 3-0 for Team WE. To Kobe's point, looking at the matchup, I feel like the strengths of G2 do not lead to much victory against Team WE unless G2 overperform or Team WE underperform heavily. And based on their upward trajectory throughout the second half of the group stage, going 5-0 in that second round robin, I think they're going to storm their way to the finals.
All right, well, you in a sense kind of answered the question I'm going to go to. I'm going to push you a little bit harder. Since all 3 of you decided to go with WE, what is the way outside of just overperform, underperform? Maybe a specific mechanic. I know you were pointing at the junglers. How does G2 come out ahead in this?
My first instincts would be to go play around Perks a little bit more, because even though they've had all these protect the air D carry comps, I think that Perks as an individual player has really stepped up in all areas of his game from the last time that we've seen him.
Now again, we don't have an EU guy on the desk, but the EU caster's been talking all the time about G2 best of 5 dominance in their region, yet to be tested in best of 5s internationally. Do we have faith in a sense?
They adapt well, incredibly in-game as well as out of game. So if they can find the window in which to get at WE or make them tilt a little bit, that's a huge way of winning. But just specifically about the way they play, playing through Perks, playing through Sven, having Trick be a reliable player, still picking scaling compositions, I'm the main guy to say that it can happen. I just don't think it will happen. So
I hear you there. Papa Smithy, final thoughts here.
I mean, a lot of time for adaptation with the 4 days off, or the 5-day break, I guess they got, but they weren't able to show any adaptation in style during the 10 matches they played. That's why I'm saying one game, if they can get Perks an advantageous matchup, if we can see Trick maybe show a new pick, I think they can pick up a game. But again, the match is a bridge too far.
All right, well, there you have it from the experts on the desk. As we send it to the stage for picks and bans, Condi tells us how a best of 5 is all about starting out on the right foot.
如果要赢下 BO5的话，我觉得最关键就是在第一把吧，因为双方的第一次交战会给之后的几场比赛来带来就是很多的改变。如果能拿下第一场的话，我觉得对我们队伍的信心是很有利。
Hello, everybody, and welcome. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry. Joining me today is Martin DeFiscio Lunga and Isaac Azale Cummings Bentley. I didn't mess up the names today.
You did. You nailed it.
Finally nailed my name. I'm proud of like 3 years.
3.5 years. Anyways, we're going to talk a little bit about Champ Select in a moment. Before we do, let's quickly review the starting lineup, starting on the blue side, because Team WE selected it. They will have 957 in the top lane, Condi in the jungle, Shia in the mid lane, Mystic and Ben, Eddie carry and support, and their coach on stage is Hom.
And on the red side today, it's their opponents, G2 Esports. In the top lane, Expect. In the jungle, Trick. Mid lane, Perks. Bot lane, AD carry, Sven will support Mithy and Coach Youngbuck.
We just heard the analyst desk, all three predicting WE to win this one, 3-1, 3-0. So I think it's very clear that WE are the favorites coming into this game here. But G2 Esports have had now a week to kind of figure out how do we play better in the early game.
And they've never lost a best of series with me and you casting the game.
Very true, but now we have a Zale in here.
I have also never even cast one of their best of series.
See, this could ruin all
so
of
the
it.
streak remains.
Gentlemen, let's see if G2 can actually earn that redemption that we've talked about so much. Picks and bans, we're loading in. What are you guys expecting?
I mean, the desk talked a lot about this jungle matchup, and that is something that I've been focusing on a lot here too. And while it certainly hasn't looked good in this tournament for Trick versus Condi, I do think there is a way in for Trick because he has shown such a higher level in the past. And if he can return to form, perhaps G2 can make this a much more competitive series.
Yeah, again, get him at Graves. Maybe Ivan is being left open. I don't expect WE to leave it open. They like to ban Kennen, they like to ban Ivan, and then the third one is optional. They actually just banned Lee Sin against Trick. That is just crazy.
That to me shows you've not been watching this game games that I've been watching.
Yeah, this should be Karma ban from G2, and then their third ban is, I'm looking at something like Ashe, and then like take Caitlyn in your first rotation and try and get the best 2v2 bot lane possible, because WE will play around Mystic and Ben in the laning phase so much.
Yeah, and I think that Ashe makes a lot of sense because Mystic has performed so well, not only in lane, but in the late game and finding arrows, specifically against G2, taking him out on Kog'Maw multiple times.
Good also see Graves ban now, because with this Lee Sin ban, WE are kind of hinting towards Graves, who's the best jungler left open, and of course a very good pick for Trick in the jungle. And with Lulu Karma ban, then you don't have to first pick Ivan also left open, and WE wants to play the late game style.
This is interesting, and now I'm going to be curious if G2 would try to take Ashe away from Mystic, because the Tahm Kench has traditionally been one of the answers for G2 about these sort of pick compositions, and when you take that safety away from Mithy, they may not feel as comfortable to give that over to Mystic.
That is very true, but with this Iron pick, you actually also allow G2 to play the Nuno without it being punished. Like, Nuno will do fine against Iron. Graves is still the traditional go-to pick in a situation like this, but we know G2 wants to play the more late game thought. This is another one back from Europe, Trevor. This is a flex pick. jungle rumble against Iron is something we saw quite a lot in the EULCS.
Well, G2, maybe they're going to pull out some surprises at MSI, despite having some experience. This is the first time that Ivan has been first picked for Team WE, and of course, denying that Ash from Mystic. It's 5 games played for him, and he's had exceptional performance. I like that takeaway.
Yeah, another thing I do love about the Rumble pick here is, you know, one of the things it can open up for is you bring AP that can flex to the top lane. This does give the possibility of an AD assassin for Perkz, and people have talked about the focus on Perkz and being able to give him something that could perhaps snowball.
I wonder if we're going to see Fizz now from WE. We've seen that as an answer to Rumble quite a few times, because you can still flex it to mid lane in case Rumble is then not a top laner. But WE has valued this Malzahar very highly against G2 specifically. Both games they played Malzahar, and both games Ben did really well.
Yeah, he did do really well in both those games. Plus, he's actually drawing a lot of bans on the champion because it is so much of a comfort pick for him. People are worried about him being able to give this over and how it warps your builds, because almost all your carries are going to essentially need a QSS right off the bat.
It also goes up in value because G2 banned Zyra themselves. That would otherwise have been the answer against this Malzahar.
Lulu also very strong as well. So
also
I mean,
gone.
You know, G2 did kind of set themselves up for that a little bit.
Ooh, so Mythy's digging deep right now to find a pick.
This is something that was actually used a lot in the NALCS as not, I wouldn't say a lane counter, but an answer to Malzahar, even in the kind of stronger days of it. Guys like Smoothie were playing it quite a lot and having some pretty solid success.
Definitely so, but it is still a tricky laning phase for G2 now. We know WE wants to play around that Mystic lane, and also the late game of a Caitlyn Iron comp.
It's
always
already terrifying.
It's already scary.
We saw those gold graphs from the analyst desk. G2 playing in the late game for all of their games, really, when it comes to winning. Phase 2 bans. 957 will be denied his Kled. A lot of the primary tanks are still up and available, but so are many of those carries. So difficult options here for Team W and G2 to answer.
Yeah, again, big picks like Fizz available. Mid lane champions, Syndra, LeBlanc, Orianna, all these massive picks in the mid lane are all available in this draft. Question for G2 is, do you want to blind pick your mid laner, so you have that last pick with the Rumble flex and a potential top laner or potential jungle pick, or do you want to save last pick for Perkz?
I mean, if Graves is still on the board, that's a pretty compelling argument to grab it up because it has been Trick's best performing champion. But that said, you know, there is something to be argued for that flex.
I think now with the Fizz ban, you could do that. You could take that Graves, put the Rumble top. They had to ban the Fizz though to actually have that as a possibility. Obviously then, last pick for Perkz could be huge for G2.
I mean, think of all the mid lane champions still up and available. Syndra's there, Orianna's there. Picks that we've talked a lot about safely blind picking several times in the past.
2 blind picks GA has used a lot. Talia and LeBlanc. Again, both available. The LeBlanc has very few counters in lane that you really can like bully her with. And Talia can push against most things and then try and leave the lane.
Yeah, so Graves is actually going to get taken away from WE, thinking that it could be the same answer. You know, Syndra blind pick in many cases would be very safe here, but Echo is still available, which may make some players nervous because that is traditionally something that's pretty strong. And Olaf is very powerful with the Taric in combination because you can have that kind of delivery system for your stun. You link up with him, you can send him in and and actually do a lot of damage.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways for G2 to start fights right now. Obviously not a late game comp they are running. They're aiming much more for the early to mid game. It's gonna be Olaf jungle, then the Rumble top. That should also be pretty obvious for WE. And then they now know, okay, we have to pick something against Rumble. Well, a tank is a fine choice normally.
And of course, for Expect, let's see how he performs on that carry top laner. G2 leaned on him quite heavily towards the end of the spring split, playing some of those split push threats and gonna have a lot of pressure to live up to some expectations today. Gragas locked in for 957, one of the picks that dismantled G2 during the group stages. Great barrels allowed WE to pick up a win.
And now again, question is Talia, LeBlanc, like as the standard blind picks. Lucian is one he used, of course, against Faker.
I don't think you blind pick Lucian here, though. That would be pretty scary.
I want to see Cassiopeia now for Perkz.
And I mean, this composition as a whole does work very well because you have the Iron to kind of buff up your multiple AD carries. You have some engage with the Gragas. It seems pretty strong, but I do think that there are counter picks available.
I think Cassiopeia, this is another one actually that I've been talked about by some of the mid laners. Victor, simply because, again, your early trading with Q is so effective. I personally like Cassiopeia more against Lucian, also because you're more active and you have a composition that wants to fight early on.
And Cassiopeia does give you a bit of some late game insurance there too, because it is such a strong hyper carry in the late game, but it's going to be Victor.
All right, safe choice from Perks. Not exactly the champion you get super fed on and just carry the game.
And not exactly the champion select maybe we were anticipating for game one. You know, Ivern first pick, the bans, super support focused by G2, sending a very big signal saying ban at 957, you're not going to get those picks.
Oh, again, there's so many new picks here from G2 coming into this game. We talked about they had like multiple days to prepare. Quite a few options, you know, for this mid lane pick in the end for Perks. He went with the Victor also to add more wave clear to the team and maybe a bit more late game fighting. WE, a lot of physical damage because it's 280 carries that we're looking at to deal that damage.
Yeah, and it is very physical damage heavy, but we also have to remember this is not like, you know, Ivor and Lulu, Karma. There's not a massive amount of shielding from this composition, and there is, in my opinion, enough damage even in the late game for G2 to take out these carries.
Yep.
I also think that with the potential amount of dive between Rumble and Olaf, paired then with Tarek, and you have the Ashe and the Victor in the backline, even in late game team fights, if you're close, I do think that you can potentially take those fights.
Definitely so. I think actually G2 will have a lot of ways to kind of play out both mid and the late game, as you highlighted.
Yeah.
Problem is, again, bot lane 2v2 with a Caitlyn on Mystic, the man with the highest CS difference at MSI. You can't lose that lane and lose that early tower, because then everything falls apart.
Can't lose the lane, can't lose the early game. G2 have been particularly ineffective at avoiding that.
That's why people predict WE to win.
This is also, I have to point out, Xie taking the Ignite is pretty ballsy here. Not going to go heal, not going to go, you know, barrier or anything like that. That's very risky against Olaf and Victor early on.
Go ham or go home, Azael. That's the message Xie is sending. It's Team WE taking on G2 Esports here from the Jeunesse Arena in Rio de Janeiro. Semi-final number 2. The victor advances to the title match tomorrow.
And I'm actually like hilariously excited for this match now. I think that this draft for G2 is actually very promising. I think it plays to some of their strengths, and I think that, you know, having Trick up against Condi on the Ivern, it's less of a mismatch.
They did this against Faker. Game 1 of the tournament here, sorry, game 1 of the group stages. Find Condi and get his flash.
All right, so a little bit of an advantage to G2. Despite getting a kill the last time that play happened, it didn't allow them to win the game. This time round, just a little bit of early pressure onto Condi. Maybe make him think twice about some of those early invades. I want to look at how Condi paths on this Ivern, because Ivern pathing has been a topic of discussion throughout the course of the last 2 weeks of gameplay here.
Sure, definitely true. A lot of it also depends on how the enemy team wants to play against Ivern. Like, are they looking to steal away a camp early on and force him to start on the wrong side? Right now, G2 are hovering around the river, but after forcing the flash, have not done anything else. On your screen, though, that's Ben's Malzahar. 2 games against G2 Esports. 1, 2, and 22 assists. He was everywhere.
It has been such a strong pick for him, despite it not really being considered one of the strongest meta picks right now. He makes it work, and he's playing, you know, to his own strengths. And this is actually pretty interesting. Are they just going to straight up start with a red buff on Caitlyn in the bot lane? This is actually crazy.
Definitely seems so. When you have Malzahar, you can use the Void Links.
Oh my god.
To take these early ones. Remember when I said that WE really wants to win the bot lane 2v2?
I think it's safe to say.
That's why they can start with the red buff. And your jungler now, Condi, is going to take Trick's red buff. Such a smart start from WE.
I actually can't even remember the last time if I've ever seen anything like this. You know, having that start, the early level 2 as well. Mithy has got to be careful. He's going to take so much damage.
Yeah, he's going to throw down the Dazzle. Sven gets a decent volley trade onto Mystic, but Mithy is burned through, down to 30% HP and already starting those cookies.
Yeah, Mystic already level 2 because, of course, he picked up that buff and then entered the lane. Very easy for him to hit that next level. G2 needs to do the same, but it's hard right now.
And one of the things, oh, Mystic getting tagged there, but one of the things people often underestimate about the red buff is actually the HP regen that you do get from it, because you do get so much. It's not just about the added true damage and that little slow.
All right, Trick around the mid lane. Remember, guys, Victor's early laning is very strong. He's already dealing some damage to Lucian. Trick on the game.
Forced onto Xie, he's going to dash away. The undertow will not find a target. Trick takes a tower shot. Condi comes in for support, but that's flash and ignite down on Xie.
And that's going to give heavy lane advantage over to Perks, especially the fact that the Ignite was then used on Trick there. You know, no way for Condi to follow up because he has no flash, and you should see lane domination go over to Perks.
Yeah, definitely going to help Perks out. He established some sort of command over laning phase throughout the majority of the group stages. But playing into Xia's Lucian is going to be a very different beast. Remember, Xia got those solo kills onto SKT, got some help from Condi last week.
Got a lot of help.
It was beautiful to behold.
It was fantastic to watch when he actually got hit. Trick is looking for another gank. Bot lane now.
There's no ward on this, and they could catch... Oh, Minty messed up the flash!
He did indeed. The exhaust is slowing down Mystic. Summoner heal comes down. Mystic's running for his life. Trick's not going to be able to chase Mystic through the flash. Summoner teleport from 957. Completes. Body slam onto Trick. He can't get away from the tower. That's a trap. First blood to Mystic.
Oh, and Minty maybe showing some inexperience on this Terran pick. Completely messes it up. That should have been a free first blood for G2. He fails, and it goes over to WE and the Caitlyn.
Last time these two teams played each other, 957 was so quick on that teleport bot lane when G2 tried to set up a play, and it happened here again. Early on, this is actually a very good gank, but as you highlighted, Azale, Mithy messes it up here. Stun is already used, then he flashes in. Trick obviously will try and go for at least a flash, but now you can't get out, and these traps are in the way as well. Great setup from 957 and the rest of WE.
Yeah, but definitely a shame there for G2, because despite, you know, the capitalization from 957, that should have been a good play from G2. It should have worked out for them, but now everything has fallen right where WE wants it.
Yeah, early red buff to Mystic, early kill to Mystic, and the kill that was secured was onto Trick. The man that if you wanted to tilt anyone, that was the guy you want to start on.
And it's a BF sword versus a call for the buys in the bot lane. Like, that is disgusting. And that essentially means that Sven and Mithy now have lost all lane priority. The wave did bounce. It is eventually going to push out towards Mystic and Ben, where they could then freeze and really open up a huge advantage down top.
Yeah, we would already see WE win the bot lane, also with the red buff start. Now they can just win it even harder and really put pressure on tower, because that's the key thing for WE. Getting early towers down always enables Ben to roam on Malzahar, and it enables Condi to then team up with Ben and invade the enemy jungle and just apply so much map pressure. This bot lane tower is so often their focus when we look at this MSI group stage, and they're looking for it again.
All right, take a look at the wave. As it stands, G2's pushing towards Mystic and Ben. They're not hard shoving. We're going to jump to the mid lane. Both junglers hanging around. Shia, no flash available, remember. Trick just showing his presence, not really wanting to pick a fight into a minion wave with Perks. And as it stands, just alleviating some pressure.
Yeah, and now that we have seen the first two ganks from Trick, Olaf as a jungler is the opposite of Ivern. Ivern is fantastic late game. He wants to go late game. Olaf is all about the early game. That's why Trick is so active on the map, and he's kind of gambling with losing experience to try and get a kill in a lane. When your support then fails, and you actually don't get a kill and you fall behind, it just feels so bad for the Olaf, and it's going to hurt Trick a lot.
It really is, but Trick has done a good job, I feel like, with his pathing.
Yes,
I mean, forcing both summoners mid, forcing all the summoners on the AD carry bottom, and, you know, unfortunately for him, it's kind of out of his control this time around.
Yeah, the misplay did not allow G2 to secure first blood. They're still down 500 gold, down 10 CS in the bottom lane, but up around 5 or 6 CS, and Expect has got the push onto 957, who is now returning to the top lane.
So Condi right now, because of mid lane control, bot lane control, he can invade the jungle like we always see him do in the LPL. Blue buff spawns, he picks it up, hands over blue to GA, and now Perks is suddenly sitting without a blue buff in the mid lane, and small advantages suddenly snowball into multiple lanes at the same time and makes it harder for G2 to play the early game.
Good hawk shot there from Sven, going to reveal Condi. In picking up the Raptor camp as well as his red, and Shia with blue. Says to Perks, get cold. He's chunks him down 50%. He's got the Bilgewater Cutlass already picked up into the Double Doran's Rings of Perks.
We are going to have to see Shia playing very carefully, though, now that Perks is level 6. He does have double buffs, which is going to help that out. But the amount of burst that Victor can put down at 6, like, this is not an early Hex Drinker or something on Shia. He's building aggressively. He has aggressive summoners, and that's something that they could look to capitalize on.
Vic snuck his way into the bottom lane. No ward. Flash is not available for Mystic.
All right, looks like Ben and Mystic stepped a little too far forward. Dazzle this time finds the target. Mystic is going low, 100 HP, Summoner heal. That's a kill for Trick. Ben gets tagged by the Undertow, but there's no follow-up for the dive.
Very good to see Trick just go back to ganking. Yes, okay, you didn't get anything in the first gank, you didn't get anything in the second gank, but the third one now, due to no flash from Mystic and Mithy landing the stun.
Yeah, and that's the key. They have that gank system, and there's that even potential to keep coming back. as you get level 6 on Sven, which he now is, you can set up those ganks even more easily.
And he needs to keep getting kills because he's a level down. Expect looking for something top lane, but Jie is getting his second red buff. He already had a blue buff. He's going to get another blue buff, by the way, from Condi. That is feeding this Lucian.
Yeah, they actually got 4 buffed on this rotation, so getting this kill was very big, and here is the setup. They're posturing aggressively because they have that advantage, and the flash was actually up there.
It just came up, I think, at the very end.
Yeah, it looked like it was actually up before the stun hit, and he could have flashed that.
Ben, not the first time he's played overly forward in lane on this Malzahar. Actually happened a few weeks ago. Shia, by the way, picks up another blue buff. So
4th buff of this rotation.
In a row. It's ridiculous for Shia. But he's still even on CS with perks. Gonna throw in a relentless pursuit potentially. Actually decides against it. And looking at the minimap, there's a lot of support from both teams.
Yeah, and Ben, he always loves to get one of these roams off with his level 6 on Malzahar. He has flash available, so look for him to try to make a play, whether it's mid.
Oh, every single shot is connecting. Defensive flash away from Perks. We cut to the top lane. Trick connects. Oh, misses the undertow thanks to a flash. But as it stands, that's a play on both sides of the map.
And this is why it's so good for WE with the double buff Lucian, because again, you can start bullying this mid lane. A lot of damage on tower now as well.
The bot lane's coming up. They're actually just going to knock this turret down. 4-man mid. Nice rotation here from WE.
Really well played. WE, they're going to secure tower first blood. Throws up the LPL logo. And just to give you guys an update, 8 buffs have spawned in this game. G2 have secured 1 of them. So exceptional early game from Condi on this Ivern. It has allowed some kills, 1,500 gold lead, and obviously the tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, we can't blame Perks for that one. When the enemy AD carry gets double buff twice in your lane, and then the enemy jungler shows up, there's really nothing you can do. It's just really well played by WE. Condi and GA together. Trick, while he's down in experience, needs to keep trying to gank. It's the only way back in the game for him.
And I'm actually pretty impressed by Condi and his jungle control. Obviously, Trick has been prioritizing ganking, but I mean, Condi's up 2 levels, so this looks like a very practiced Ivern player. When you compare it to the Iverns we saw coming out in the series yesterday, he looks on another level.
Yeah, it's worth highlighting that Condi did not play Ivern during the regular season in the LPL, but it was a big pick in China specifically. He played it once here at this tournament, and I've obviously been practicing a bit more for this specific game here against G2, because they know Ivern is also a big pick for Trick.
Yeah, working out exceptionally well for Team WE. They've got all of the advantages, and all of the group stage play was talk around Xie and Mystic, but Condi going a little bit quiet, a little bit under the radar because of how good Casa and Peanut were and how bad Trick was. You kind of forget to talk about Condi, who's still been an exceptional performer all tournament long.
And they're even setting up Vision to try to take this next blue buff. Already, getting the wards down around there, clearing out some of the jungle plants, and there's potential for them to just continue rolling this.
And his bot lane tower here should just always be under pressure because Perks will get pushed to his tier 2 tower mid, so GA can always roam first, just walk into the jungle, not spotted by any wards, and then the bot lane from G2 needs to play passive. And this should just mean WE can kind of snowball towards these outer turrets, bottom side, and then top side after.
That said, I mean, Trick is moving down. If the Caitlyn does stick around here, if Mystic stays around, you have the Ash Arrow and the follow-up from that Taric stun.
But just remember, Lucian will always be there first. So when you fight, it might start 3v3, it becomes 4v3 very quickly.
Both teleports available. 957 was quicker on the trigger earlier. And Expect has been trading with him, but not really picking up a big advantage. Now, this looks like every G2 game that I've seen at MSI 2017, with the exception of one Flash Wolves game. Falling behind early, behind in gold, but they do have a more well-rounded composition as we head into this mid-game, where they can make plays.
Yeah, and I think this early game has been less focused around G2 making a ton of mistakes and more focused around WE just outplaying them through the mid lane.
And I think really exceptional early game planning. From the first red buff going over to the Caitlyn, while the red buff from G2 is being stolen, to the multiple double buffs being given over. All this speaks of planning and preparation, as well as fantastic execution from WE.
It's just so interesting with Condi as a player, because he came in as like a flashy jungler, sick mechanics, made the big plays a few years ago in the LPL, and then he would always steal the Barons, that's why he was called the son of Baron. But then this split now, he's become like a much smarter player, and he's like winning a lot through just very good pathing and understanding where the enemy jungle is and where he can steal something.
And I think becoming that complete player is how you really secure your legacy. People talk about, Faker when he moved over to playing Karma and Lulu mid and things like that. That really kind of secured him as this all-around player, and Condi's attempting to do that here for his team.
All right, Son of Baron, that's what Condi's called in the LPL. Can it be Son of Clouddrake? Goes in, where's the smite? Secured by G2.
957 is here.
957's already arrived to the party, but G2 are coming in. That's a good ultimate from Miffy, slowing down the kills. The good barrel from 957. They've caught out Mystic. Equalizer comes out from Expect in the mid lane. He's going solo with Shia. Ben has died in the river. Perks takes him out with the laser. 3 for 1 to G2.
Such a good fight here for G2. The Tarek ultimate, so clutch coming in from Mithy, saving Sven, allowing them the time to survive for Perks to get in there and clean up the fight.
Yeah, that looks so scary at first with the Gragas coming in so early to join the fight, but you're right, Azale. Mithy redeeming himself after that first mistake.
And that is the power of the Tarek. If you cannot burst someone down before that ultimate comes crashing in, you get so much free time to turn around the fight. And Condi wants to go for the steal. It actually wasn't that great of a smite here from Trick, but they are able to secure it and the fight breaks out.
Yeah, Trick gets it here. So 957 comes in. G2 are completely split up at this point, and it looks really bad for Sven, but the ulti from Mithy saves him. And now Olaf is getting onto Mystic. Takes him down, and Perks at this point are able to also take out Ben.
Yeah, Ben even had to expend his ultimate with no one assisting the damage onto Perks just to stop him from entering the fight. So it was trying to mitigate the disaster that was occurring. But these kills, especially the one going over to Perks, is going to be huge.
And just like that, G2 even up the gold. They get the first dragon of the game, and they get themselves 3 kills onto the board. I think if I saw that correctly, Shia just stole yet another buff from G2. That red buff taken away from them at some point. Maybe G2 will get their hands on that blue Sentinel or the red Rambleback, but it doesn't feel like it's going to be for a long time to come.
Oh, Lucian got his play the Rune King now. Obviously, next one is...
Man, Mystic gets red
Mystic gets one as well. Like Condi, he's just gifting buffs to both his carries at this point.
It's like Santa, the Santa of the jungle, going around.
That's it. Son of Baron, never mind.
Right.
Santa of the jungle. I like that one.
Delivering sweeties to his teammates. Condi's got double buffs. Shia's got double buffs. Everyone's got double buffs for Team WE, but they've set their sights on the outer turret bottom.
There's no teleport from 957 now. Expect has his TP. He walked down to that dragon fight before, and Expect is moving back in lane to get out of that Gragas ulti so he can potentially join a fight.
Yeah, that is why you see WE backing off here. They have to show respect that if 957 cannot interrupt that teleport, they cannot safely go for that dive.
And of course, that means no dive happens, no additional fights or combat around the tower. Condi's just going to go straight in with Daisy. With the range from Mystic, Ash Arrow tags him down. Dazzle, 90 caliber nets, not enough range. She has joined the fight. He's roamed first. Trick, Cosmic Radiance, buys a few seconds. He's running for his life.
Expect is behind, coming for the flank.
Almost gets taken out. The left ray. Perks gets a kill. Now the exhaust onto Shia. Expect gets
They're going to get more.
Shia's down. Triple kills on Perks at G2.
We just talked about that teleport from Expect. Yes, he needed a bit of time before he could join, but he joined, and he took down WE to get the win. It's Victor from the mid lane.
And that deep ward from the G2 bot lane, so critical there, giving the way in for Expect. WE thought they would be safe going for the siege and not the dive, but G2 proves them wrong.
And we have to criticize the aggressive play. When we look at that TP, it's one of the most common things for professional teams to communicate. Timings on teleport. And yet, WE felt confident to play aggressive on the bottom side.
It even felt like WE knew about that teleport from the initial setup, not going for the dive.
100%.
And unfortunately, it bites them in the back. So G2 now turn it around. They're up 1,500 gold. 4-0-2 on Perks. Wave clear machine, late game team fight power, and one of the primary carries for G2 Esports.
And I mean, the biggest thing here about the kills going over to Perks is these are 2 AD carries. Neither of them have any magic resist yet. Victor can one combo AD carries pretty reliably when you do get ahead, and that's a frightening prospect for both the Lucian and this Caitlyn.
Especially if you plug in a Lich Bait later on as well for a bit of extra burst damage coming from him. WE though will get his bot out. It's what they've been working on for basically 17 minutes, from getting red buff level 1 over to Mystic. They've been trying to pressure that bot side, but they've lost a lot of kills in the process.
And you've got to say, G2 has really mitigated the mistake in bot lane, giving over that first blood to the Caitlyn very well. And they're actually very close here as far as farm and gold on these AD carries when you take everything into consideration.
Trick had to use his ulti here defensively to get out. Let's see the replay. This is just a greedy play from WE without teleport. You can see the Gragas on your minimap are trying to stop Expect, but he can't follow on the tower. And as soon as the TP comes in, then it doesn't matter that the Olaf dies.
It was actually so smart from Expect too. He didn't even just go to the bush. He walked so far back so that even when Gragas checks, he could not interrupt it. And getting that TP off was critical to G2 and their chances in this game. So great play from Expect.
Exceptionally well played. G2's communication and team fight there allows them to stay close. And of course, Miffy, this Taric pick for the second time. A big skirmish breaks out in the early game, and that ultimate, it completely thwarts everything WE's putting together. Trick survived a few seconds longer, needed the ultimate from Xie, and that meant it allowed Perks and Expect to collapse on him.
Yeah, and it was so critical that Trick was able to survive from that ultimate. He was down to between 5 and 10% HP when the ultimate did land, but keeping him alive there as a threat adds such another dimension to the fight.
And talking about dimensions to the fight, yes, some dimension to G2. I want to remind everybody about those gold graphs the analyst desk was talking about. G2 all throughout the group stages were falling behind early, were struggling, had to play for the late game, needed their opponents to bounce back.
I get a fight here, Trevor, before we look at those graphs, because Drake has been started. Grabs up now. You can see how far this team will fall behind. Only one good game.
TP in for 957. Expect has walked down for the fight, though.
All right, Expect's around. 957 completes the TP. He's got no real support. Glass Cone sends Trick and Miffy, and there's no damage really to chase him down. Sven playing that one safe. He's backed away.
Teleport did grant river control to WE. You can see how now they put up these traps from Mystics near the entrance, and that forces G2 to walk back all the way to mid lane. And they're now a bit behind on the play. WE, though, no teleport.
Yeah, the lanes are also going to be pushing towards them. 957 has gone bot to shove in there. Mid lane was pushing, so G2 is going to try to pressure this mid lane turret and make WE react to them.
Yeah, it's actually really good for G2 now if they just don't fight. If they can get a full reset and WE has to go back with Gragas with no teleport, then suddenly Expect will have the advantage. 957 hoping for something. Perks getting caught.
Perks is already dead. That's a flash over the wall. Cosmic Radiance not going to be in range yet. Comes down finally from Miffy, buying some time. Trick is running rampage. Condi flashes to safety. Mystic gets another on the board. Xie dashes forward in the relentless pursuit. Here comes 957. He gets a kill onto Expect. They knock Sven forward into the lane, but that allows him to escape 3 easy kills for 1.
Yeah, and just as we said, G2 did not want to fight, and of course WE were looking for the engage, knowing they just used that teleport. They're going straight towards Baron.
Yeah, they're going to try to force this Baron out. 957 on the side here. Can zone Sven and Miffy out. They are aware of this. We'll see if they pull the trigger.
15 seconds on Expect with TP available. Daisy and the Gragas to try here near the Baron. Sven needs to get around the corner though.
All right, Ash Arrow is available for Sven. He needs to find a priority target. Daisy's not tanking up Baron just yet.
Looking gone.
Turns his attention. Ben is now coming in. Expect will finish the teleport. It's going to be too late. Condi and Team WE secure the first Baron of the game.
And this is what I love about WE. How aggressive they are at forcing fights. It's Ben with the Malzahar. Again, WE, they know we need to fight now or we're going to lose out on the map. So because G2 are walking in this path right here without the river control we talked about earlier, well, Ben has a chance now to engage.
Yeah, you've got to say, though, some miscommunication here. Trick running out of the Taric ultimate. Had he actually been inside that, I think they kill off Condi. I think they have a chance to perhaps turn around the fight as the rest of the team comes in. So definitely some mistakes being made there. And WE now back in firm control of this game.
Yeah, consolation prize of the Cloud Drake. And Trick steps on that Caitlyn trap earlier in that bottom lane skirmish. Stepped out of the Cosmic Radiance from Miffy. He's 2-3-3 on Olaf. Gonna start finding the time where it's gonna be difficult to kill more and more people. Condi's already got 2 items under his belt, and it's gonna be tough to stick to that back line with the amount of damage that Xie and Mystic can be put down. He's got no armor yet either.
And that's why it's so much about Perks on this Victor, who has most of their gold, who has the Luden's Echo, to try to burst down these AD carries. But if he gets caught out, they stand very little chance in the fight.
Yeah, definitely glad, Trevor, you just highlighted the Spirit Visage right now. I really think that's a wrong item to have if you're Trick. You're not afraid of Iron. Malzahar is not going to ulti you. And Gragas, again, is trying to kill your carries. You're just dealing with Xie and Mystic. That is definitely a misbuy. I think his in-game performance we should not criticize. It's been better than what we've seen in the past week. But the item choice is wrong.
Yeah, questionable item choice. Look at the drop down in the top. 14 out of 17 buffs secured by Team WE. G2 may as well have not had buffs this game. Exceptionally well played, and that's what's allowed WE this very large advantage. Okay, they've got Baron. We know Lucian can play on a side lane. 957 will have teleport shortly, so how do WE use this Baron in their team comp for the next few minutes?
And I think they can just straight up start sieging. I mean, you have Caitlyn, you have Ivern. You can walk forward, start chipping down these turrets, but they're controlling the blue side jungle of G2, and they're going to move back and forth between the lanes, try to pressure both the turrets.
WE this tournament, whenever they had an advantage.
Ash Arrow coming in.
On GA.
It's on to Xie. The equalizer cuts off the retreat pod. Cosmic Radiance buys some time, and Perks is knocked to safety. The Radiance goes down. That's 2 kills for G2. Myth is the only victim so far until Expect drops thereafter. A flash forward for Mystic. He's looking for Trick and Sven, but they're able to escape. Daisy gets eaten alive as G2 back away. 2 for 2.
It is 2 for 2. WE do get the turret. At least G2 has slowed down that Baron push, but the key thing is you took down Xie, but it took so long that Mystic is free firing this entire time, and the Caitlyn was untouched.
We have to see again why G2 could not burst down the Lucian faster. Not even sure Sven came in position to really deal damage, seeing as he was completely full HP after the fight.
And Perks, Perks was out on the left side. He had to flash forward to even get in range. So, when that blockade came down, the redemption came down, and the shielding, he was able to retreat and get distance away.
All right, WE, they've taken 5 towers already. The last outer turret remaining. Trick is looking for Mystics, finds a little snap trap, and unfortunately will be unable to catch Mystic. He used that 90 caliber net very effectively. 5,000 gold lead at 25 minutes, and here's the replay.
Arrow comes in, so yeah, right now it's Trick, and then it's Expect going for the Lucian. And as you highlighted, Azael here, Sven can't get in, Perks can't really get in to the Lucian at least. He will take down Ben. Sven has gotten just a few autos off in the entire fight, and that's the price you pay when you buy the long-range Ashe ulti to start the fight. 2 for 2 though against the Baron Block team. It's not the worst in the world.
No, it is something, but you definitely are worried about the fact that your jungler has almost no armor at this point. He's losing control of the jungle. The gold lead is starting to expand, and they're starting to choke G2 out of the game a little bit.
Yeah, this next Dragon's going to be coming up. It is another Cloud Drake. We've been very lucky with them thus far.
They're like clouds.
Despite having 2 of them to their name, they're going to need that speed boost to swap between lanes. Taking a look at the items really quickly. 2, 3 items being completed. Hourglass for Expect, no armor yet for Trick, as we mentioned, and 3 items for Mystic. He's got that rapid fire cannon and another red buff as well.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that he's a full item up over Sven is massive at this point in the game. He's an entire rapid fire cannon above his opponent, and this 3 item spike for Caitlyn is really where she can start to take over.
It's all about just staying alive now if your WE's carries. Again, shielding wise, it's just Ivern. But then you have, of course, zoning of a Malza ulti, Gragas ulti, trying to protect these guys. G2 are trying to just rush that backline every time, but to keep highlighting, Trick can't really stay alive, and Perks gonna
Perks gets jumped on. Mithy's ultimate won't land in time to save him, but they've got the kill into Xie. Expects jumps onto the backline. Mystic and Xie are down. There's no damage for Team WE. They're retreating. Mithy's in a duel with Daisy as 957 is looking down. Trick and Expect. Xie is trying to get out, and he's already down. In fact, 957's re-engaged with the body slam. There's a little bit of support for G2. Here comes Sven, still late to the party. Trick gets Ben, and G2 survive.
And now it's about how much can G2 get. Sven was actually pushing up the mini wave, so they're going to at least get 1 turret, but can they get a couple? Can they close the gold lead here?
Xie dashed forward in that fight. He saw Perks in the eyes. He wanted to get that kill so badly. He actually ended up under tower and got bursted down instantly. Didn't even get to use his flash. And then G2 could suddenly turn around. That's so important to highlight. When 180 carry is gone, then WE are just sitting with 1 damage dealer. And it's much easier for G2 to fight. Look at this here. Xie dashes in, arrow in the face, and now everything is on him. And he's gone. That means Trick can now chase Mystic down.
Yeah, and as soon as you take down that second threat, no damage left in the team, and exceptionally close to getting that Taric ultimate off onto Perks. He actually used his W first. Had he just self-ulted and stood on Perks, it may have actually landed. So there's a few things here, from Mithy that are showing me he's not fully comfortable on the champion. Maybe he doesn't have full mastery over this Taric just yet.
Not just yet, but the few plays that have landed.
I can almost guarantee you he's not been practicing a lot of Taric lately. This was more of a, hey, this might actually be really good here. We should pick it.
And it's one of those things, right? Like you think you have to leash before you can actually ult them, but you can just drop the ult on your own head and stand on your allies. And saving that one global perhaps would have saved Perk's life and turned that into an even bigger play. But it is nitpicky, and perhaps it wouldn't have come anyway.
Well, it's almost 30 minutes into the game. G2, every time they look like they're about to be strangled out, they find a lifeline. Set up the Ash Arrow, connects onto Chie. He's going to use the QSS, I believe. Or it was Mikhail's. Now Mithy's going to take a lot of damage from the Culling. Redemption's already used. Tricks going forward. Look at that speed! Cosmic Radiance allows him to take down Ben. G2 taking a lot of damage, but they haven't got the carries from WE. Chie uses the relentless pursuit forward. Expect is the target. He goes down. The tank for WE is killed as 957 gets shut down in the river. Mystic and Chie, they double up.
Over the wall.
The shield. Dazzle doesn't find a target. Chie goes in, gets Sven, killed by a Siphon Power. Mystic with red buff though, gets revenge onto Trick. That red buff is doing work. There's a flash available. Mystic can flash forward if he wants to. Mithy's gonna flash for flash. Gravity field comes down. Siphon field. Look at the damage down. Perks looking for a death ray. Now Perks is chasing him back.
Oh, Perks has used the death ray to try and get Condi, so he didn't have it available after that stun from Mithy.
A number of mistakes in that fight from G2. I mean, Sven actually stepped on a trap in the midst of that final fight, letting him to die, and Perks expending his ultimate on a solo Gragas, who has quite a bit of MR here. Not really the correct choice, you have to say, on this double AD carry team.
Mistakes, outplays. At this point, it doesn't even matter because the fights are just so back and forth. It's so fun to watch, honestly. Engage comes on early. Trick is not all in it yet, but then he sees an opening after 957 uses ulti.
Yeah, and I mean, the expended ultimate on the Greg's not really getting a lot done, but it's still a good fight from G2. Their backline, though, pretty separate from the tanks here, allowing Chie and Mystic to move forward, take down, expect, and then if you track this skirmish over the wall, it's actually a trap that Sven does step on here, allowing the headshot to come in, allowing them to go over the wall. He steps on that trap, gets taken out.
Yeah, Chie also dashing in for the kill, and Mystic plays it so well. You highlight the trap, and Mystic then after able to kind of chase down and get a kill more. 2,000 gold lead at this point doesn't really matter a whole lot, but one fight, where you get an ace and then suddenly you have an inhib and you might win the game.
While Baron is open and available, it's 28 kills in 30 minutes. It feels like G2 and Team WE are subscribing a little bit to the Marines style of mid-game, which is extremely entertaining. But now it means whoever makes a mistake in those fights is going to be punished hard. There is armor on Trick as well, Frozen Heart. That is going to be so valuable against Chie and Mystic.
Yeah, and I actually really like that buy-in. They're going to straight start up the Baron. 957 needs the TP now. This Baron's going down so fast. Here it comes.
957's out on the flank. Ben's passive needs to get popped before any CC can land. Mithy takes a lot of damage from the culling. There's Ben's passive. One's going to eat the arrow alive. Cosmic Radiance buys some time as G2 decide to retreat. Mystic and Chie trying to chase them down.
And WE can just start up the Baron now because that is the Taric ultimate down. That is a lot of ultimates there for G2. They're going for it.
It gets knocked up into the air. Chaos Storm is available for Perks. Redemption's going to do a lot of healing, but there's no equalizer for Expect. He's sitting on the front line with Hourglass available. Baron's going low. Redemption's coming down, but look at the silence onto G2. Chaos Storm takes down Ben. Baron secured by Condi, but 957 forced to flash over the wall. Mystic is slowed, and his damage is reduced by the exhaust. Now Condi's the target. WE get taken down onto the Baron.
Well, they get the Baron. That's at least very important for them, but they couldn't actually fight after. Both teams were kind of like, we can't really sit in the Baron pit and then take a fight, so either you go for Baron and then you risk dying, or you just run away. G2 ran away, WE all in for Baron.
And this was such a well-played fight by Perks, catching multiple members in that ultimate, really swinging the tide of the fight. Unfortunately for G2, the waves are not in their control, but back to the fight here. Track Perks, he's the Ben member, takes down Ben, pushes Chie immediately out of the fight, allowing his team to flood in and really take them down. Excellent from Perks.
Nothing Mystic can do without his flash either after the fight here. Perks will get a top tower. I think earlier in the fight when the arrow came down from Sven, Ben had a signal Mikhail's play on himself, where he actually cast it on himself. He got hit by arrow, and then he used it to get out of it. So he didn't die before that, just a small little thing.
Once again, we see the damage graph. Once again, we see perks off the charts. Those death rates are doing so much work.
I mean, he did over 5,000 damage in that team fight. Xie did 57. He did about 100 times as much damage there. You know, Xie got taken out so fast from that ultimate.
Yeah, and now, early on, we didn't see, you know, Hexdrinker getting rushed. It was highlighted, didn't get a second item, third item, fourth item. Like, we play against Rumble and Victor. At this point right now, like, the amount of magic damage on G2 is pretty damn insane.
I find it shocking either that neither of these guys, especially the Lucian, who's a shorter range AD carry who has to be kind of mixing it up, you know, getting up forward in these fights, has not picked up any MR. Because with the Lich Bane now, the Void Staff, the loot, all these items coming in for perks, he can surely one-round either of these AD carries if he gets them in position.
And that's what Perkz has done. What feels like 17 times this game. His team has secured 19 kills. Perkz is involved in 17 of them. Look at the setup from Team WE. They've got that Brushmaker forward, but Expect wants to flank.
Yeah, and if they move too far forward, you're going to see the Equalizer and the Ash Arrow come out, and we can see them win these fights.
Double Mikhail from WE here to try and stop someone from dying if they get engaged on. Minty has flash as well for a follow-up stun.
All right, Culling is just going to zone G2 away. G2 have not pulled the trigger yet. Mystic. Oh, dancing on a knife's edge, but WE get the tower. Chaos Storm is wasted.
Mystic actually stepped forward because the trigger seed, sorry, the snare hit from Ivern. And suddenly he was in the front line. That's why Perkz dropped down his ulti. Mystic, though, smartly just stepped away after the tower had already gone down. And it feels like it's Perkz versus Mystic at the moment. The fed Caitlyn on one side getting protected, and the extremely fed Victor on the other side looking for that one shot.
Oh, this is a very exciting twist of events here. Team WE and G2 basically even at 35 minutes. The team that was heralded as the Elder Dragon team from the LPL, and G2, who only have really won games in the late game. By other teams making mistakes this tournament, it's going to be very exciting to see who can now outplay and maneuver on the map.
Yeah, and I mean, it's all going to come down to play at this point. The gold leads are essentially irrelevant. Both teams have powerful compositions. They have their win conditions. And the one thing I do like pointing out here from Sven is the fact they got the Exchangers Culling. I think that is such an effective buy against this team, you know, with not only the Redemption, but double AD carries, having lifesteal on themselves. You have the Gragas passive. There's a lot of value to be taken from that, and so many players do neglect it.
Sven's going to get in range to get some autos down because it's been the Perkz show in most of these team fights. Of course, the moment he does, that'll be exceptionally valuable. All right, Baron is a little while away. Taking a look at some of the other key items, of course, multiple redemptions on both sides. Guardian Angel picked up by 957, who's been... He's looked for flanks, but he's been not as effective at disrupting because Olaf just runs straight through him every single time.
It's certainly true, but having that GA, the extra life to give, may allow him the confidence to go deep for a play to try to knock someone like Perkz in, because if they take out Perkz, the fight will fall apart.
GA flashed that arrow despite the guy right next to him sitting with the Mikhails.
What does that mean, Deficio?
No trust, I guess?
Or, I mean, just not used to playing with the item, right? A lot of this stuff comes down to instinct. It comes down to reaction. You're not thinking through the play. And, you know, communication, sometimes it can be lost there.
It'll be very important if G2 can find him again, right? That's the key. Is a couple of minutes when that window is open. She is working towards his Infinity Edge. And Ardent Sensor picked up by Condi. 2 targets to buff up. I mean, we just continue to scale to this late game. And is this where you start to worry about the single damage source? Not really, because there's not a traditional tank on G2. It feels like it's less impactful than in other games where you see just AD as your primary source.
Yeah, so much about these fights are going to be based on like G2's start. Like if they get onto one of the carries and force this guy out of the fight, kill him, get him low enough so he can't continue to hit anyone, well then the one damage source will be an issue. But if you have one of these fights where Trick dives in too far, no one can follow from G2, and Trick goes down early, and the double AD carry is still alive, well then suddenly WE here can win these fights. So it's like hard engage versus kite in many ways.
Take a look at WE clearing out Vision and the Baron. The first game that they lost to SKT, WE were up, they had a lead, but a Baron steal to a ward that was not spotted in the pit was their downfall. So I'm looking at Vision at the moment. It feels like a lot more wards from WE. They've had a little more time on G2's side of the map, so G2 have to contest that as we get close to this Baron score.
I mean, someone else who has had a lot of time has been Sven. He was massively behind in the early game. Now, the only differential between these AD carries is the QSS, right? Well, and while that is an advantage, Sven is going to be putting out a significant amount of DPS in these fights, and this is a very powerful three-threat team here from G2 with mixed damage, with a lot of safety, you know, from Mithy and this Taric ultimate, and I think they're getting to a very, very strong point in their composition.
They still would like more armor on Trick. He obviously got it very late. Also, his CDR boots, while they're good on Olaf, like Ninja Tapping here against the double AD carry, is really, really good. But it will be a luxury item for him later if he sells the boots and gets the Ninja Tapping.
Talking about those items, Knight's Vow picked up by Trick, Warden's Mail for Mithy as well. He's continuing to scale on the armor front too.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see, is Trick actually going to give this Knight's Vow over to Perks? That's who I actually would expect it on, and it is going to be over on the Perks because a lot of people think it should be an AD carry item, but it's just as powerful on these high DPS mid lane mages. Now, WE posturing around Baron, they have the trap line set up, could be a tough approach for G2.
Rash arrows available for Sven.
They're on the Baron.
All ultimates are up, they need to get past those traps. 957's already used the ultimate. Trick is running in with the Ragnarok and the Ragnarol. Mystic is the target. The Radiance will buy a couple seconds of time, but G2 are turning their attention to 957. Shia gets a full channel on the Kalik. Mithy's forced to flash to safety. 957 re-engages. His GA gets popped, but Expect takes a gigantic chunk of health from that headshot. 957 goes down, but WE, they got the Baron.
They're going to go mid lane. They have the wave prep that was already pushed in by Perks. They're going to try to get something back here, but it's only the one kill for the Baron now. The turret will do something to help.
And here we just saw one of these fights where the hard engage from G2 did not get an early kill, but WE can't really re-engage properly. They just want to kite all the time. So when G2 stopped running at them, well, then Ben was left alone. Sorry, 957 was left alone. Once he came back up, a good stun from Perks secured a kill for G2.
And getting that GA down is honestly very, very big here for G2 because they're not going to have to deal with that in the next fight. So while this was a good one for WE, if they can't crack the base, the golden means almost nothing.
And GA's damage at this point is really not that scary for G2 to deal with. There is no last whisper from him either. He finally listened to Azael and picked up a Hexdrinker 40 minutes into the game. And it's really just about Mystic's damage because the Olaf and the Taric are not too scared of this Lucian.
Well, when Mystic gets some headshots down, Expect lost about 20% of his HP to a single headshot. It is terrifying. Elder Dragon is coming up. Okay, WE have got Baron buff, and the crowd here in Brazil are putting those Thunder Sticks together like we haven't heard before. What a treat to open this best of 5.
Yeah, it has been an incredibly exciting game, and with the Elder Dragon coming up, both teams having 2 dragons to their name, they both have a legitimate threat to go for this, and G2 is trying to force it with their cooldowns being faster, and no flash on Mystic.
He's also late to the party, gentlemen. Running through the jungle now. Elder Dragon's taking a very long time to go down. Only at 50% HP. Mystic's going to move forward. Here comes Dave.
This fight will be so important here.
All right, Trick versus Condi. Who's going to secure it and burst it? Ash Arrow goes down. Tags onto Mystic.
G2 gets it.
They get the damage buff. Mithy's already dead, though. He's managed to channel the ultimate. The Radiance buys a few seconds longer. Mystic and Shia. That's a dash forward from Mystic and a dash away from Shia. Elder to G2, a kill to WE, and now WE on the aggressive.
Yeah, they're trying to get an inhib at least with the 5 members alive. Mithy stepped on a trap, trying to stun Condi and make sure he couldn't smite it, but let's see if WE can actually get something in the base of G2.
It'll be a very difficult situation for G2. That wave clear from Perks mitigated thanks to Baron. Condi takes a couple extra shots. Undertows from Trick going wide. Not a huge amount of engage either on the side of G2. Spins arrows on cooldown.
But no ultis from G2. That's key. No ulti from Victor. Nothing from Rumble. So G2 are not too scary at the moment outside of that Elder Dragon. That's what WE were pushing for. But now they realize.
Oh, 957 goes all the way in thanks to Hydra. He's down! He auto-attacked on the trigger.
He clicked the trigger seat. He goes in, and G2 are on the chase. They're looking for Shia. We'll see if they can catch him. Trick has to hit the axe.
The undertow connects onto Shia. Trick puts the hammer down. Shia survives thanks to
He goes.
He's unstoppable. Mystic is down. Shia's running for his life. Ben buys a few seconds of time, but it does not matter. Expect joins the fight, throws down the equalizer, and that's looking for the kill onto Condi.
And G2 are going to be pushing down mid lane. They're going to have minions. There is a big wave top, but they're looking to perhaps end the game here with these
of minions.
GA is cutting the wave.
Minions. He's just killing minions right now. He wants to stop G2 from ending the game. Massive wave top lane from WE, by the way, in the base of G2. They have one minion here with them.
They have the tank for the minion to keep the backdoor bonus off. That's what they're doing. They're looking to end. GA is trying to take it down.
Take a look at this. Condi's respawn. Brought Daisy to the fight as well. Chaos Storm and that's zoning him away. G2 need to focus the Nexus and they take down Team WE 1-0.
What a game one of this series. The crowd are completely nuts in here.
Everybody is on their feet in the crowd. That trigger seed.
Oh my God.
Condi, he flew all the way in.
9-5-7 goes down, as you highlighted, due to that trigger seed. And then against an elder buff team. And so far into the game, G2 able to run it down and win the game.
I mean, WE had been unable to crack the base for so long. They felt like that was the time they had to do it. With the Baron buff on them and the 5v4 advantage, they stepped just a little bit too far. G2 defended that turret so well.
Exceptional play from Team WE in the early game. G2, however, they did not buckle under the pressure. They won multiple fights in the mid game. I completely messed up. It's actually the root caller that allowed him to dash in.
People
on the
don't
high, had to throw it in there. But I mean,
I said trigger
36 kills, 43 minutes. What was it? 4 Barons or 3 Barons? It felt like. It was chaos, but G2 were not that far behind. That is improvement, and maybe that means you have to reevaluate the strengths here.
And just what in the performance from Perkz. I mean, you cannot overlook this. 12, 2, and 9 on the Victor. I mean, this is the guy who had to set up, put the threat on these 80 carries, zone them out of the fights, and get those kills, and he was able to do it every time they needed it.
Well, to break down that back and forth, let's send it over to the analyst desk with the root caller.
Woo! Thank you, Quick Shot. We are in for a series, boys. How are we feeling?
Awesome. I mean, G2 did such a good job of punishing WE's mistakes. They made so many really, really good counter moves.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, back and forth throughout the entirety of the game, keeping the gold lead within a couple thousand either way at any given moment. And, of course, if we look at it, we're going to just jump into gameplay right away. Because of how many kills went both ways, all the action revolving around the bot lane in that early game, looking for kills onto Mystic and onto Sven. Of course, WE got the better end of this trade.
At the very start of it, it looked like business as usual for Team WE. Apply pressure in the bottom lane, allow Mystic to get an advantage, and then turn around a 2 versus 3 gank with the teleport that came into Big 3v3.
I mean, we always talk about, oh yeah, never gank a losing lane, but you just have to be cautious at least when ganking a losing lane. I mean, you're running into a Malzahar so good, you know, at dealing damage when people are charging you, plus accounting for the teleport. Like, there's so many things that were wrong with that gank and the execution. Also, don't miss your flash stun.
Don't miss your flash stun, as well as not ganking the Malzahar.
To be fair, that's a hard flash stun to hit because he's expecting a reaction flash, so you want to wait as long as possible to be able to get it off, and it's a hard timing. That being said, though, if you're going to go gank a losing lane like that, you have to execute.
I mean, we saw there just on your screens that the CSD at 10 there was +9 for Mystic, so not quite at that 13 mark at 10 minutes, but let's remember that he moved to the mid lane to take down a mid turret pre-10 minutes, and in order to do that, had to sacrifice some CS. So although he's not hitting that mark, still making lots of moves with that early kill that went over to Mystic. But again, this wasn't an entirely WE game. You mentioned that G2 found plenty of mistakes that they could punish. Let's go ahead and look forward, though, to a WE engaged G2 rather TPing in behind this one.
This was around 16 minutes, and this was like, all right, G2 have come to play. Notice that Victor starts roaming down early. The engage begins, but the teleport behind is perfect. And this is when Gragas' teleport, you'll notice, is not available. They make a right reactive play. The equalizer is perfect in them.
Yeah, and Perkz is level 11 for this roam, so his ultimate packs a bigger punch. Victor is a spectacular pick against double marksman, especially against Lucian, because Lucian can never close the range without risking getting one shot. So when Perkz gets that triple kill, from that moment forward, G2 has a way to win.
And this is where you start to worry for WE, because there was very little thought put into that play. We just mentioned the advantages that they had. They just snowballed off of bottom lane. They took the first turret. Then they go for this with a teleport disadvantage, not accounting for the Taric ultimate either. This is built to buy time for the teleport to come in, and G2 strike perfectly.
But the optimism here is that G2 are putting a lot of thought into their early game. Again, Trick was making moves. We saw, of course, one that didn't work, one that did work. He was a lot more active in general. They drafted a lot more for early, and kind of the amusing thing is that it was Sven, actually, who needed to be maybe the early game lifter on the Ashe, and it was actually Perkz in a new role. He was on the late game carry, which was the Victor.
Yeah, definitely late game hyper carry, but also I had a bunch of problems with itemization from both sides in this game. You're against double marksman, rushing a Spirit Visage on the Olaf. Not good. And then it waited until you were at 4 items for Victor before building your first null magic mantle. I mean, that's part of the reason G2 was able to get so far ahead. Very bad itemization out of the WE AD carries. Late game, they're going to get outscaled anyway, so they're maybe trying to snowball it with damage, but definitely a lot to point out there. And it just felt like Kobe, when he said they weren't thinking about their items either, it felt like.
Yeah, to Kobe's point, 3 kills go over to Victor in that single replay. While you're dead, you might as well pick up a no magic mantle. You're there at the shop, but let's again realize that that was only midway through the game. Still many fights going both ways for the team, so we're going to take a look at another WE replay. This is 3 kills in the mid lane plus the first Baron.
This is Team W trying to get aggressive right here and actually successfully killing Perkz, but then they close a lot of close distance onto the Rumble.
Exactly. That's what makes, this game from Perkz even more impressive. This was WE multiple times. There were Flash Malzahar ulting him, and he was still able to, get back up in most of the other fights and be able to take down those AD carries that you are talking about.
But in multiple fights here, we actually saw W make some pretty big mistakes. 957, for example, some of his engages on Gragas left a lot to be desired. And if you actually think back, again, the scouting report being flipped in a way, we didn't see a lot of late game WE, and we finally see them in fairly even territory in late game fights and leaving a lot to be desired in their execution.
Yeah, you talk about miscoordination in the way that they execute on the fights. Our final fight, the Acer replay here for G2's victory, the turn under their own inhib turret and the chase down the mid lane to end it all.
And we see it opening up here. 957 again takes the Q, goes in and dies instantly. The front line is gone. Doesn't matter if you have 2 fed AD carries when your front line is running in all directions.
Yeah, there are a couple things that, signal that they really hadn't been that used to playing with this Ivern. He definitely did not want to take that Q on purpose. But also, Ivern, he bought the Mikhails, then he sold the Mikhails later, wasn't really, confident in his use of the item, doubling up on a lot of lockets, the redemption placements. There are a lot of things here. As with the execution from Team WE definitely was not clean.
Yeah, and I do want to focus on G2 still drafting a good late game team composition. Double AD, having the Taric, having the Victor. They had ways to kill the carries as well as defend against the carries. And Team WE, I feel like if they played cleaner, were killing the turrets and could have been able to move on, but they made a ton of mistakes.
Yeah, late game. Perkz eclipsing 1.1k damage per minute in this game. That is insanity. But hey, we talked about his performance all tournament long, and if they were going to come away with a victory today, him and Sven, along with Trick, having to step up a bit. Now, I want to look forward to game 2 real briefly with the last couple seconds we have here on the desk. G2 going to flip to blue side. Papa Smithy, what are your thoughts here for WE in terms of cleaning it up, right? Because we still saw mechanical genius out of people like Mystic around those fights. So clearly, these players have not gotten individually worse. It's just around the execution.
I think returning to basics also with the draft is a big thing for them. They've looked so comfortable on the utility AD carry and the Ashe themselves. We talked about the utility side have been working for them. I think this ban phase forced them in a direction they had to go. They felt like they had to go first pick Ivan. They didn't want to leave that up for Trick, especially with Trick's struggles. And then everything from there fell apart for some decision making. So I think just, getting rid of the first game, getting it out of your minds, and going back to basics is what WE will focus on.
Don't ban Lee Sin from Trick.
Exactly. No. That was our first reaction. We're like, whoa, you're going to first pick Ivern, ban Lee Sin. Just reverse those. I think you'll have a lot more success.
All righty. Well, G2 start the series with a win, but it's on Team WE to bounce back in Game 2. MSI 2017 continues right after this.
Zale, that's the message she is sending. It's Team WE taking on G2 Esports. Trick's not going to be able to chase Mystic through the flash. Summon a teleport from 957. Completes. Body slam onto Trick. He can't get away from the tower. That's a trap. First block to Mystic. Equalizer comes out from Expect in the mid lane. He's going solo with Shia. Ben has died in the river. Perkz takes him out with the laser. 3 for 1 to G2.
Whoa, nice. Good job. Nice.
Almost gets taken out. The left ray. Perkz gets a kill. Now the exhaust onto Shia. Expect gets the other one. Shia's down. Triple kills to Perkz and G2. Trick is running rampage. Condi flashes to safety. Mystic gets another on the board. Shia dashes forward in the relentless pursuit. Here comes 957. He gets a kill into Expect. Still doesn't find a target. Shia goes in. Gets fed. Killed by a Siphon Tower. Mystic with a red buff though. Gets revenge. onto Trick, and Baron secured by Condi, but 957 forced to flash over the wall. Mystic is slowed, and his damage is reduced by the exhaust. Now Condi's the target. WE get taken down onto the Baron. Puts the hammer down. She has survived thanks to Condi. He goes. He's unstoppable. E2 beats up both into Nexus, and they take down Team WE 1-0.
Nice.
And welcome back to game 2 of the semi-final fight between Team WE taking on G2 Esports. Now G2 have a 1-0 up. They have chosen blue side. Blue side has been very, very successful during MSI, including play-ins and now the group stage.
Just lost.
It did indeed, but now I want to talk about picks and bans. I think a little bit of a surprising draft in terms of some of the priority for the teams going into game 1. And the Taric came out. We can criticize some play, but it was very effective. And Mithy is playing more melee supports that Ben definitely is not.
Yeah, and I think that the Taric as a pick was fantastic, especially in this draft. And I think that the plays were very largely, you know, on the good side. I think he did very well because he's extremely comfortable when playing these melee supports.
Yeah, 100%. It's the style he wants to play, and that's why there's a small mismatch, I feel like, in the bottom lane in terms of how the teams are drafting. One team wants the melee supports, the other team wants lane bullies and just win the bot lane, which is, of course, Team WE. Now, G2 Esports didn't get Ivan last time, but I think they were actually pretty happy with the WE playing Ivan and then taking it to late game.
Yeah, it definitely worked out in favor of G2. There's Mithy's champion pool we talked about. And of course, last time they banned 3 support champions in phase 1. It was Lulu, Karma, Zyra. They're mixing it up, taking Fizz away this time.
And I mean, the big thing to focus on here for Mithy is the melee supports. This is his 5th game that he had just played on melee supports in this tournament alone. You know, even drawing the Tahm Kench ban, you know, not something you see against a lot of other players. And I think the fact that they got this melee support, they took the utility AD carry, and despite red buff being given over level 1, and the first blood being gifted over to Caitlyn, they still stayed relevant and they were huge in the late game.
So WE here trying to challenge G2 to first pick the Karma instead of things like Graves or Ashe, other good first picks we've seen in this tournament. But Karma is just the safest choice, even if your support would prefer to play melee supports.
Yeah, I mean, the Karma is so powerful, and the fact that Ivern is off the table, Condi I don't think wants to go for that sort of a champion again. We'll see if he goes for something more aggressive.
Well, Lee Sin is open for him. It's been his best pick. Graves the second best. So he has all his junglers available when it comes to like the standard Condi picks.
The really interesting thing to me about this choice, normally I would say Lee Sin 100%, but because Trick has been so much weaker on the Lee Sin, you know, maybe you take that Graves, maybe you force him off onto it, but he's not going to go for it.
And it really seemed like G2 Esports were setting up for, you know, a first pick Ashe, because they banned that Caitlyn last, but then when they saw the Lulu ban from Team WE, a good adaptation, then suddenly Karma became too high priority, because it was basically Lulu Karma and Ashe Caitlyn kind of being, you know, swapped around, and when you ban the Caitlyn, you could first pick Ashe and then still get 1 or 2 supports. Let's see if Mystic surprises us. It should just be Ashe. This is a good pick.
And of course, denying Karma from Xie, something that he's exceptionally comfortable on, has played a whole lot. So the Ashe is locked in there once again for Mystic. If they get their hands on Malzahar, it's the same bottom lane that Team WE used to win both of their group stage matches.
Yeah, now let's remember that Olaf is a fantastic pick against Ashe. Trick already played it once. Once you get out of the laning phase, Ashe in a team fight against Olaf, like, you can't really do anything in those mid-game fights because you can't slow him down and kite him, so he will just get to the Ashe.
Yeah, and especially in combination with the Karma, you get the even additional speed ups, and you can just run this guy down. You definitely need to see WE with perhaps, you know, more diverse damage profile to be able to make the Olaf more punishable.
Now you can go for your preferred AD carry if you're Sven. There's actually quite a lot open. I don't think you necessarily have to lock one down, but Varus is the go-to choice for most of them when Ashe and, of course, Caitlyn have been removed. So, safe draft so far from G2.
All right, how does Ben reply? Has not played a melee support this tournament yet. Has been primarily focusing on those range pokes. No Karma this time round.
And Malzahar is open, so we could see him just go right back to it again if they elect to choose their support right now.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, I think this makes more sense. Rumble top, and then you can ban out any bad matchup for you, but honestly, Fizz is already gone, so you're pretty safe.
Well, game 1, we didn't see the Galio feature at all for either of these teams. Actually, Ben has run that. Technically speaking, it is a melee support. Let's see how the bans play out and whether or not it's going to factor in. Gragas already taken off the table. Remember, Expect used that to fantastic effect against TSM last week.
And if Expect is comfortable playing that Galio, you know, if it comes to that, especially if it's AP solo laners in both mid and top, then you can very comfortably itemize early towards that MR. You can get through lane no problem. You have such powerful wave clear. Also does work pretty well with the Olaf who wants to go backline.
I agree, actually. I think Galio would make a lot of sense. Shen is not good against Rumble, so that should not be the choice for G2. Nautilus is another one. If you really want to play a tank, then worst case, like, Nautilus is kind of, you know, the last you pick for the football team every time, but he's a thing and he works.
I mean, Nautilus is strong, but I do think he has a harder time against the Rumble than someone like the Galio does, and his wave clear is also a lot less safe. but we'll see if they want to go that way.
Now we have to remember last game we had all the mid laners open like Syndra and LeBlanc, and it was the blind Lucian that came in from GA because they had the Ivan already. Lucian is now removed by G2, so we're still looking at Syndra as a pick with a lot of value, but then of course Echo is one of the potential counter picks to it, but we haven't seen in this tournament due to the rise of things like Tom Kench that kind of shuts down that play as well.
And I think that if you are going to go for something like the Echo, setting yourself up into a 1-3-1 composition can be very, very effective. And we're not really seeing anything leading us to think that you want to run 1-3-1 with either of these comps just yet.
It's very interesting that Team WE right now have been drafting some picks that could struggle a lot in team fights against things like Olaf, like Thresh as well. Like, he will not add any value for his AD carry.
You can't play, you can't do anything really to help your AD carry except the Lantern Shield.
Yeah, so
or
this
just pulling him out.
This is just purely laning phase once again from WE, but it's a strong 2v2 lane from G2, and there's the Galio Azale you talked about.
And of course, it is going to be a slight pivot because game one was not purely laning phase for Team WE. G2's weakest phase all week, all tournament long has been early, so Team WE, they're going to potentially commit to this. Galio locked in into the Rumble. Ben, by the way, he's played 4 games of Thresh this year, none in MSI, he's won 3 of them.
I think another nice thing about this pick in particular here is if you want to go for something like Syndra, even if Echo gets locked in, Echo is another AP person that you are going to be able to very easily wave clear against with the Galio. You have AP solo lanes in both top and mid. Then the Galio can stack MR. You have the Olaf challenging the Ashe, just diving backline. And if the Ashe is getting taken out, there's not enough physical damage to really get through that Galio.
Well, if WE wants to play with a physical damage dealer in mid, then Zed.
Like Jace or Zed, they could elect to go for that. But Shea has to show that he's comfortable in playing that sort of a matchup.
He used to be good on Assassins, at least. Definitely still plays some of them, so it is open. This is obviously the one we normally see from him blind to Taliyah, when he's like, okay, I just need a pick where I can save lane and then roam to my side lanes, but it's not a good matchup against Syndra. This is actually a draft from G2 Esports where the lanes are very safe and their team fighting is extremely strong.
Yeah, I actually really like the way that G2 has come out of this draft. I think that the team fighting in particular is so strong with that Olaf plus the Galio to dive onto Mystic. Like, there's not really any peeling here for the Ashe. The Ashe is kind of essentially left alone with that dive buddy, and I do love a game like this, itemizing heavily towards MR on both Trick and Expect, and then focusing the Ashe. If you could take him out of the fight, the AP threats can't get through.
One thing I do like though, Shea can just put a wall down. Olaf can't run through a wall, so that's the only hard CC that could be very detrimental, and Shea's Taliyah has been super impactful.
And of course WE here saying, you know what, we understand that some of these late game fights can be tricky, but our early to mid game with the Rumble, with Lee Sin, and of course Taliyah's roaming is extremely powerful. Like, the party in the bottom lane, it's going to be WE showing up first, and they will try and take down G2 on that tower.
And the amount of pick potential they have across the board is pretty outstanding. From all 4 really, from the Taliyah to the Lee Sin, the Thresh, and the Ashe, there's so many ways to find these picks on G2 if they are spread out, if they don't have vision.
Oh, vision, and how do they react to Team WE? Early game, Team WE showed up last week. Very, very good early game. They've got all of the tools, which Invitational and Azale have broken down. We're loading up into game 2. Now, all the expectation, the majority of the expectation was a 3-1 in favor of WE. Let's see if G2 can surprise a lot of people and take WE to match points.
Yeah, and I think that the mental game is so important in these best of 5s. We heard from Condi earlier that he thought the first match is the most important, is the one that decides it. And you know, being in these situations, if you lose the second, you're up against it. That really can weigh on you. You start to get nervous.
All right, both teams are grouping as 5. WE are looking for the same kind of roam G2 showed last game, where if someone is hiding here in that little brush, you can then catch them, like we saw the hook fly there from Ben, and then you get a first blood or a flash. Bottom lane, G2 are hoping that someone from WE is showing up to kind of sit there in the brush and have a good head start level 1.
And I do love these plays, especially with the Olaf. Anytime you have an Olaf, if you can tag someone with that early undertow, it essentially means they have to use a summoner to get away, at the very least.
And of course, taking a look at Perkz' stats, he was really the hard carry in that previous game, enabled by a lot of the members of G2. And exceptional CSD all lane, very good damage percentage. A lot of that thanks to Trick not dealing any damage, of course.
Sure.
Got to weigh that into account.
I mean, also to make Perks' performance even better here, coming into the tournament, a lot of people were highlighting how strong the mid lane field looked. Like Faker, Mabel, Bjergsen, Perks, GA as well. Like a lot of strong mid laners, and Perks has been able to perform at the absolute highest level against some of the best players.
Consistently as well. Across the entirety of the group stage, G2 managed to advance thanks in large part to Perks and Sven. Now, Perks is going to be going toe-to-toe with Shia on Talia. He's 3-0 in the group stage, 11, 6, and 21. But what I really like about how Shia plays this pick is just how effectively Team WE use that Weaver's Wall ultimate, block off objectives, and it feels like a single wall secures an objective.
And that has really been, this is actually pretty important here. So Olaf, many Olaf players will not use their potions because they deal more damage as they get lower. Condi gonna come try to invade, take away the red buff, and he likely will get it.
All right, Condi secures that red buff. Trick, for the second time against Team WE, loses his red to the opposing jungler.
Really good invade from Condi. Also knowing Olaf, it gets really low on his first clear, and he's running, of course, Ghost and not Flash. So if you actually get tagged by red buff Lee Sin, you're not really getting away.
Oh, they're just going for the blue buff as well now. They're trying to 4-buff on this first rotation, and it looks like Trick just has to back off for now.
All right, but will there be a bit of a fight? Undertow goes down. Trick is ghosting up. In fact, here comes Perks. Condi is only level 2. Darksphere comes down. Force of Will not going to be able to save it. But here comes Expect. First blood to Perks. They lose Sven in the bottom lane. Somehow Mystic dies as well.
Well, both AD carries are down. The supports are fighting.
Supportal combat! Mithy's got an army of minions, but Ben is too far away. Ben realizes he doesn't want to fight into that and backs out.
So a lot of things just happen right now. Invade from Condi and GA to stop the blue buff, but GA then stepped away. He went back to the mid lane. He couldn't afford losing minions. And that's when Condi was left alone in the jungle.
Yeah, and the shoe is on the other foot now as they'll bust Duke over to Perks, but back in the bot lane, Hook starting it out, and Ben actually focusing Mithy for quite some time there. A lot of damage traded over onto Mystic, and perhaps some misfire from Ben actually going so much damage onto Mithy.
And both supports end up flashing after and killing the AD carries in the end.
One of the big stories here, though, from the bot lane is that the way the waves stacked, if you look at this, it was pushing so heavily towards WE that Mystic will get a lot more farm back off of this since Mithy was not able to push in and actually bounce that wave.
We have to also look mid again because Condi is looking for more. No flash, and of course Trick got his revenge. Very important for him.
No flash onto Condi. Of course, the kill to Perks means he's got double buffs in the mid lane, which is extremely important to a favorable matchup as well. And no support summoner spells on either side of the bottom lane.
And it's also one of those things where you just came out of the game where Perks was smashing you for 40 minutes. And just the mental factor that once again, he has first blood, he has the advantage. That can be very frustrating, putting him out to that lead.
Sven is level 2 and Myth is level 4 down this bottom lane. Obviously not great for Sven, but Myth is able to keep it even there. And definitely the wave setup you highlighted before here. So Perks with control mid, Trick. We talked about this in the last game. He wants to gank early on Olaf here.
Remember, no summoners, no summoners. Any CC will cost it. Ben gets slowed twice. Flay goes backwards, but he's going to get rooted by the focus resolve. Sven kills Ben.
Mystic kind of just hanging around there. We'll take a little bit of damage on the way out.
I really feel like Trick came in here after being flamed for basically a week for his group stage performance.
Deservedly
and said,
so.
Of course, he did underperform, but he said, give me Olaf. It's an old comfort pick, and I'm just going to go ham in the early game.
And that was one of the big things that a lot of analysts had talked about. He needed to find another pick. You can't just have the Nunu. You can't just have the Ivern.
Oh, you're hating on the Nunu? It's 2-1, baby.
I'm hating on it. And I think you were too, Mark.
Yeah,
so, I mean, this is big for G2. If you have your jungler performing, it's so massive. That was the way into this series for them.
And of course, for Trick, Graves, Elise, still picks that he can pull out if this Olaf ends up being banned. Now, we're 5 minutes into the game. G2 have had a couple early kills, responded to Condi's invade earlier very well, and Expect gets a Justice Punch to 957's face, connects with the Idol of Durand as well. And 957 is able to escape, but there's some dive pressure if Trick decides to come up.
Well, 957 needs to stop his recall then for that to happen. I'm not sure that's gonna, of course, be an option, and that means 957 is back in base. Ben, near the mid lane, classic roam.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things here, not even about going for the dive, it's actually protecting the Galio so you can push in the wave, and because that is when you're at your most vulnerable, right up by that turret.
Oh, Perk's very confident mid lane here.
He's 6. He should be confident. Talia's gonna have to play scared.
But he had Ben, you know, down on the bottom killing a ward, and he didn't actually know where Condi would be on the map, and he still felt confident. Obviously had flash available.
Look at the itemization as well. She has already finished those Merc trades. Lost chapter for Perks, forgotten chapter rather. She has eaten a couple of those max range stuns from Scatter the Week and quickly take stock. 1,000 gold advantage to G2, 957 with a large CS advantage in the top lane, and pretty much even down the rest of the map.
And I think it was really big that Sven actually was the one to pick up that kill because it put him right back in it. Now they're looking for the play onto Perks.
All right, Perks is able to get away from the seismic shove. He sidesteps the unraveled earth. 957 continues to put pressure down. Unleashed power is available for Perks, but not going to be enough to get the kill on Shia.
So this time Perks could stay very, very far forward because he knew Trick and Mithy were just behind him. Condi still no flash as a Lantern though.
Great Lantern from Ben. Chains of Corruption not available by Sven. Trick is ghosting up and he maybe wants some revenge for those buff steals. Got support if they want to contest blue.
Expect this teleport in case a fight breaks out. There are good deep wards from G2 as well, and Talia's pushed to her tower, so G2 should be able to secure this one. Perks is on his way.
All right, he should be able to take this one out. Force of Will, Dark Sphere, easily secured in what feels like the first time in 2 games, G2 actually steal a buff from WE.
Yeah, and then they got their early buffs back from the first kill.
Yeah.
So they are the ones in the advantage here. And the kills are going where you want them. Things are definitely looking really good now for G2 in this game.
All right, Expect is picking a fight, gets the shield of Durand onto an overheating 957. Triple Doran's rings, as well as that null magic mantle. So Expect's going to be scaling up, relying on that passive, and building that MR. Like we said in Picks and Bans, against 2 AP solo laners, that's a great champion to play into it.
And an Ashe that will use most of her team fighting trying to run away from an Olaf. So she's not going to get too many autos off if the fight goes right for G2.
And that is one of the biggest things to point out, because you can itemize more heavily towards MR because the Ashe has to run. The Ashe has so much threat on her with this Galio and Olaf composition, and if you can isolate that one target, take them down, there's no way you can punch through the Spirit Visage Galio, the Spirit Visage on the Olaf, and that's why the Ashe is such a key target.
Early game, it's always important to kind of track river vision. I think that's been a weakness of G2, where WE has done a much better job kind of getting control of the early map, so they had more vision to play around. Funny enough then, G2 has actually gotten much better at mid to late game, where WE think it's much worse at vision, but that's for later in this one. It's important they can keep tracks of Condi though, because when WE are behind, Condi often can't invade, and that kind of shuts down his playstyle a little bit. Then he starts looking for ganks instead. That's where we need to see some big Lee Sin plays.
Well, for G2 at least, they seem to have interpreted WE's playstyle relatively well and answered it for the first 9 minutes. Condi is set up relatively close by, as is Trick for a potential 2.
Yeah, if 957 steps too far forward, you can look for Expect to get that taunt on him, knock him up, but they can probably run him down. We'll see.
All right, look at the recalls. Condi and Trick looking to complete. Trick has cancelled his. Condi has not. This is a 2-on-1 in the best case scenario. Undertow, Justice Punch. Where's the shield? Durand says you shall not pass, and the winds of war are in Trick's favor.
And that's such a good kill for Trick. Very smart going up top, but 957, if you don't flash that initial slow, you have no business using your summoner and wasting your ultimate. It wasn't even on the wave, so they're going to lose a turret too.
Yeah, but they're not done yet. Unleashed power as well as a stun onto Shia, and Mertreds gets him out of that very quickly. The flash death sentence from Ben goes wide.
Oh, he's laughing at them. He literally just saw that and he just took one step to the right. He was like, yeah, you're not going to hit me.
Such a big swing in the game for G2, and 957 has not been on point this game. Whiffs the equalizer mid, wastes the equalizer, and summoner top. Sven now.
Oh, last second flash, very nicely done. There's still support from WE in the river. The Condi's going to back away. Summoner spell secured.
Sven would say you can't get hit by an arrow like that because you have no mouse. Luckily for him, he did have one and a keyboard. But here when 957 sees the charge up and the axe, flash this knockoff, and then you actually have a chance of staying alive, or at least you force G2 to use flashes to kill you at the very best. pretty sure Expect would just taunt flash after him anyway.
Yeah.
But at least you trade some summoners.
At least it's a trade of summoners, and I mean, really what you want from your Rumble on the play like that, if you're accepting your death, if you're going to drop the equalizer, drop it where the wave is coming up so they can't get that turret. That simple play would have denied the first turret and the big advantage that's now going over to G2.
Panic play, panic flash, and it costs so much more than just a kill. It's a 2,500 gold lead at 11 minutes. G2 have not been in this position many times at MSI. They're going to get an Infernal Drake as well. That's going to give them some mid to late game insurance. A very good start to game 2 in this best of 5.
Yeah, they've been in this position once against the Flash Wolves, and they managed to get like a 20,000 gold advantage before they finish the game in like 30 minutes. WE is a much better team though than Flash Wolves at this tournament, and I'm expecting them to now try and play some solid defense, because there's still a lot of pick potential with their lineup, but their playstyle has been interrupted because none of their lanes right now are winning hard enough for them to play around them.
And there is a lot of pick potential, but one of the problems is there's a lot of shove in both mid and top. You can push these waves, you can match that push, which means it's harder for W to roam, to make these plays, to get these catches. And if G2 can get to the grouping phase, well, you have Olaf and Galio standing in the front, and then they don't really care if they get hit.
I want to add one thing about the Thresh we didn't mention in Champ Select regarding, peeling against Olaf. Yes, you can't slow him down, but Lantern could be key for Ben. If he's able to stand far enough away from Mystic, use that Lantern then to get Mystic to safety, or GA could also use the Lantern. One of the two.
And then it comes down to how the rest of the team perform. Can 957, Xie and Condi do anything to stop G2 rampaging? All right, there's going to be a little bit of a scuffle here in the river. Ben gets tagged by the Undertow. Perk setting up for a Scatter the Weak stun.
Galio coming in.
Down the ulti onto Condi. A heroic entrance into a Justice Punch. Ben is sent back to the fountain. That was just clean.
Ben is sitting without flash, and he's still looking for that play in the river with the missing bot lane. Then you get punished.
It did look like Perks was forced to flash, though, in mid lane from, I'm assuming, the flash of Condi, trying to look for that kick, an arrow coming down on Perks.
All right, Expect is the man that eats it, though. Still sitting on 1,500 HP, defensive punch away. Teleport from 957 as well. So while G2 don't get the tower, they maintain pressure. Look at the bottom lane. Stern is shoving it in.
It's just panic right now from WE. I like if we both want to jump in and say exactly the same point, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, good. Panic.
Great minds think alike, but I mean, this is so well played from G2. They're getting a lot done, and as you said, Ben posturing very far forward without that summoner, and Trick, I believe, actually runs forward, knocks him back in with that blast cone. So nice little play from Trick. Good thinking.
So few people had G2 performing at this level against WE, who had such a phenomenal second half of the group stage. Starting to show up when it matters, when it counts, and when they have a little bit more time to prepare instead of the VO1. So it's all in favor of G2.
Definitely also WE just gambling a little bit, especially in this draft. I feel like the Thresh coming in, trying to say, okay, maybe we can play around bot side, but they end up in that really tough to play matchup mid, and then with Condi's invade, where he loses double buff to Perks, and things kind of fall behind, because they had a plan in mind, win bot lane, win top lane, and then, win bot lane through, of course, top lane TPing, Talia roaming down, use that to open up the map, and then play a pick comp. But when Condi then gives over double buff to Perks, it kind of ruins the day for GA.
Yeah, it definitely does, and it's also why I was so happy to see Expect not going towards the Shen, but going towards something who can better match the wave clear, who can then match the roams and make it so that if Rumble TP's away, he's going to get punished.
Unfortunately, Rumble is the man that has been punished this game. Still got a sizable CS advantage, almost completed at Leandri's. I'm looking down through the rest of the items. Abyssal Scepter, Blade of the Rune King, Xian Mystic respectively. Morella Nomicon and Blade of the Rune King. So those first item spikes have been hit. And you have to feel where 957 gets his teleport available, maybe they can set up plays, but it's been a fairly extended laning phase, despite how many kills G2 have got.
Yeah, and obviously the TP is timed. They saw it at that mid tower. They know exactly when it's going to be ready. So right now, Trick is actually confident he can gank. I like the ward here from WE, just around the corner to find him, because there's TP advantage for Expect as well to join a potential fight. So this bot lane tower should be an easy target for G2, due to 957 not being able to join.
Very, very low down indeed. Looking at the support though, Condi's sitting close to the mid lane. Expect actually was setting up for a potential roam, but he's backed away.
Also, no flash here on Perks, and Rumble is coming down. They're going to look for the play.
Perks is going to try get one back into Xia. Gets the unleashed power. Equalizer comes down, but for no assist Trick is actually ghosted into support, and looking at the river, G2 will help defend the tower.
Yeah, that was one of the plays we wanted to see here from Condi. And I want to go back to that point made earlier about G2 not having river vision, really. Despite being so far ahead, Condi could sneak in completely unnoticed. Despite G2 being so far ahead in gold. And that's why Perkz now, you can see it here, look at the minimap, he has no vision. He has no idea where the enemy jungler is, he has no flash. Well, then you're going to die. And that should have been prevented by having better wards down.
Yeah, no vision really on the top side. And you can see that the priority for G2 has been around the Dragon area. And they did get themselves that Infernal. They still have strong vision in the bot side. And that is going to get them this turret and perhaps set them up for the next Ocean Drake.
And of course, with the vision in the river, they could potentially just swing around to mid lane town, which is going very, very low. Instead, Trick and Sven shove out the bottom lane, push this vision deeper into the right-hand quadrant of Team WE. Teleport will be available very soon for 957, likely soon enough to actually contest any potential dragon fights.
Otherwise, mid tower is going to be the next target. If you're G2 Esports, you can keep pushing bot, like past the dead tier 1 tower, and then you can roam first through the river to join the mid lane. And if you have things like Varus and Syndra, like you can catch Taliyah pretty easily and at least force her play. Oh, that was an arrow.
Optimistic arrow from Mystic. One of the few times you see it missing, really. You know, Mystic has had very good accuracy.
That was a very hard one to hit, though,
yes.
From him.
Maybe a little optimistic.
Exactly. I had this weird thought when I was watching group.
Get off the cast, freak.
I feel like Mystic actually fires them at slightly stranger angles than a lot of the other Ashe players, and we'll see whether or not he can find the shots. Despite G2 having all of the tempo advantage, they lose some mid lane pressure. WE shoved the wave in, and now they're clearing out the vision that G2 sent.
And they're the ones that are starting up this dragon, but I think G2 will be happy to take this fight. We'll see if they can get here in time. Galio does have ult.
Ragnarok comes down. Condi's already secured the dragon. Heroic entrance knocks up 2. The hero punch does not. Justice punch rather. Sven flashes forward aggressively. Being burned alive. Exhausted to 957. Buys time. Here comes Trick with the undertow. With the hammer down. Shia gets caught up. Throws down the cleanse and the flash. G2 lose dragon, but they get 2 kills.
Get 2 kills and looking for more, Zale.
Yeah, they can get mid lane turret for sure here. I mean, mid lane turret is exceptionally low. They're going to take the blue buff. They're going to push up bot and take the mid turret. So this is really good for G2. While the Ocean Dragon is effective, it's not worth that trade at all.
Definitely not. WE here losing out a lot. And I'm glad we early on got to see the combo of Olaf running in with Ghost and then follow up from a Galio every time. So Trick feels extremely safe. And again, a guy that was criticized so much, the fact he had a good game 1, now he has a very good game 2, it's so important for his confidence.
That damage reduction just keeps Olaf in the thick of it for so long.
Yeah, it really does. And you can see Mystic is just getting chased out of the fight. They know he's the key member, so Perkz with the flash ult essentially means your tank line can now not die because they have a lot of MR, and the only solo lane damage is magic damage.
And G2 are not afraid of it. They simply run over Team WE. All right, what is that? 6,000 gold lead as we get close to 20 minutes. Next dragon will be Infernal. We've already seen a fight over Ocean, and WE setting up a potential dive. Shia with that Weaver's Wall coming in from the river. He can close off any potential defense if needed. But G2, they're going to get caught up. Miffy eats a seismic shove and gets dropped down. Remember that vision we criticized G2 for? He walks straight into it, and G2 lose the tower.
Yeah, I mean, in that one, though, he saw them around there. That was pretty silly of Mithy to actually walk back out after they had spotted the Lee Sin, spotted the Taliyah. You know, multiple members were down there. They are going to lose a turret off of it, but are pushing topside and do have TP advantage.
Even with the 5k advantage, you can't disrespect the pick potential on WE's side. Like, that's why they have the Thresh. Taliyah as well, when you line them up so easy for her to knock them back into all her damage, her burst is just fantastic.
And that's the way that G2 could throw the game, right? That's the way that WE want to try to get back in. Keep getting picks, keep delaying G2 from pushing forward and extending that lead.
I mean, it should be so easy now for a team with a 5k goal lead to take over the map in terms of just vision and then spot the enemy when they're looking for picks. Perkz right now is still sitting on 2 Doran's rings, like sell one, get control ward. Same thing for expect top lane. Just control the entire map, and then you will win team fights.
All right, team fight being set up inside the red buff, despite connecting. some damage. Condi's able to secure the red buff. It's denied from Mystic at least. And it looks like G2 are setting up onto this inner middle turret.
Yeah, and W has to be careful because there's no TP from Rumble, and G2 is pushing heavily on this turret.
All right, Expect has used that heroic entrance. Trick is holding on to his Ragnarok. Remember, CC...
Rumble's now here, they're grouped up!
Condi's taking a lot of damage and shut down. Death Sentence onto Trick. He finally uses the Ragnarok. A 3-man stun from Perks by some time. Force of Will gets another kill. So far, it's a 1 for 2.
That was such a risky setup, but G2, because they're 5k gold ahead, still managed to kill 2 guys on the side of WE. Mystic went down in the end. Great Rumble ulti from 957. And Tower stays alive, but it's a few hits and it's gone.
I really did like the setup from WE though. The Talia wall funnels them into this small jungle corridor, sets up beautifully for the equalizer, but as you said, you can have those disadvantages in fights when you're that far ahead in gold.
And that was actually the perfect time for WE to fight with the 5 guys together, like Flashes being down on the side of G2 already, and it still ends up in a 2-for-1 for the European team.
And here was, they were looking to set up for a dive with 957 not able to join, but you can just retreat back to the turret. Here it is, zoning them in, kick on 2-man from Condi, equalizer layered beautifully, but look at Mystic, he cannot even enter the fight. He's not been there this whole time. Xie was setting up that wall, so he's not getting any damage, and then that Scatter of the Weak stuns 3 men and really turns around the fight.
Yeah, that Ashar also bought some time with Perks that ate it, and he just picked up the cannon minion, which is about to lob in.
Well, he did lob it after in the face of Mystic and killed him.
But allowed WE to get a couple extra autos down. What I'm very excited about in this game, gentlemen, Team WE, when they won the LPL finals, they fell behind several thousand gold, multiple games to RNG. They won games in a similar fashion to how G2 won games last week. And now W have to do exactly the same thing, this far behind, but they get their second tower.
I mean, what they have to be careful about here is this mid lane turret is already going down. Rumble is still up top with no TP. They could look to pressure, you know, even the inhibitor turret or perhaps the other tier 2, and they're giving up a pretty rough trade here.
Well, we have to remember this wave bot lane from G2 is still pretty far away from tower, so it's not like a quick, smooth rotation into a wave that's already at the tier 2 and they can kill it fast. Infernal Drake, 50 seconds. Baron is alive. There are many objectives for G2 to force a fight around. As long as they don't slow down, then they're still doing fine.
Yeah, very good setup. G2, while they can't pressure the tower, look at the vision setup.
They can now, though, because now the wave has been slowly pushing forward.
And, of course, there's a dragon to peel away to if G2 can pick whichever objective they want.
Yeah, the vision control in the blue side jungle of WE is so immense for G2. Right now, it'll be very tough for them to be able to actually push in. Expect has his TP ready, and there's lots of flanking wards available. This is a very scary area for WE.
Yeah, we just saw the vision for Team WE. Absolute darkness into that quadrant, so they don't engage and don't run that risk. They're relying on the hawk shot so much at this stage. Death Sentence finds Miffy. Ash Arrow finds Sven. He's just going to wait it out.
Going to come in.
Ragnarok going down. Perks gets kicked back, but heroic entrance will land. Expect splits up Team WE. Nobody's gone down just yet. Trick, however, will. It's a jungler for a support. Expect on the front line. Looking for some CC. Wins a war, will tag onto Condi, and it's a 1-for-1 trade. G2, a little split up there.
And it felt like they were trying to force that way too hard. Having your Syndra flanking, to me, seemed very risky there. And losing your jungler now makes it harder to take the Infernal, so they're going to try to push for the turrets, but Condi is behind them, and they may be looking to fight.
Let's see, G2 here might get caught in the 4v4. 957 with TP back in base. No deep wards for him to use, though, because remember, this was the area G2 controlled just before. And everyone ends up just backing away. But WE, again, are defending. They're holding on. They've been getting a few towers. They're going even in team fights.
And delaying the Infernal take for G2, and taking that second one, getting that snowballing dragon is so big. And I always like to point out how it's even bigger with a champion like Syndra, who is attempting to essentially one-combo you. Getting that extra AP, if you can put it over the edge to just one-shot an AD carry, is so massive.
Especially when you look at the itemization, rooted to Echo and Morellonomicon.
Yep.
Thanks to the vision, thanks to the gigantic lead that G2 have accrued, they will be able to pick this dragon up uncontested. WE, however, they are setting up vision around Baron, so the next sort of obvious objective, quote-unquote, and, you know, just trying to get some semblance of control back on the map to defend for longer.
Obviously, yeah, they know if they can just try and stall near the Baron, it buys them a lot of time to try and catch up a little bit. It's always the goal now. Teams are rarely saying, oh, let's rush the Baron. You know, they're more like, okay, let's try and stall the enemy team. Let's try and kill their vision. Let's try and maybe stop them from stunning it because we have a jungler that can steal it. Expect is getting caught right now.
Got a lot of HP. Look at that shield coming up. Flashes the Ash Arrow, but gets kicked backwards by Condi. Expect finally goes down. 5 members of Team WE get the kill.
That setup again now where G2 on one side, they can't see anything. Overextending a bit and getting caught. Like, again, WE are playing some fantastic defense right now.
They really are, and G2 have to be very careful here. They're worried about the threat of the Baron because of this beautiful pick setup from WE. They have no vision, and if WE can get the picks, can get the kills to take the Baron here, they'd be right back in it. G2.
Their sentence onto Miffy, that kills him. Lantern back out to safety. WE needed to find picks to stall the game, and they've done it over and over and over. And all of a sudden, that lead is starting to look less impressive.
Punishing the amount of holes on the map from G2 Esports. Still such a lack of control wards being placed.
I mean, you pointed out earlier, Davicio, double Dorans on both the solo laners here for G2 have still not sold them 26 minutes into the game to open up slots for those pink wards. I mean, the same can be said for Sven. He's sitting on his Doran's blade. All your carries have no room for these control wards.
Yeah, and while it's very good you pick one side that you kind of put all your wards in and you play around, then normally what you have on the other side is a few old defensive control wards that prevents when the enemy team goes to that side that they just walk into an area where there's no vision and you don't actually know where they are. Are they rushing Baron? Are they ganking my top laner? All these things just basically surprised G2 and it cost them 2 kills, but they're still in the lead. They're trying to set up around Baron now. WE though with a few more items under their belt.
And with 957 in the bot lane, G2 has some choices. They could look for a catch on Ben if they've spotted him out, but you can try to start up the Baron, force out a teleport, and retreat, then use that global advantage that they will have. But right now, topside is pushing heavily, and it looks like they want to try to force their advantage there.
Yeah, look at that zoning taunt from Expect. There is several wards.
957 TPing in.
Team WE are going to fire. Expect eats the Axe Arrow. 957 is coming up from the river, and Perks will be very late to this one. Expect gets knocked backward by the seismic shot. Another decent equalizer, but G2 are able to sidestep. Perks is coming in into 957. Hourglass buys some time. The front line is down. Condi cannot kill Sven, and Sven is putting down the autos. Trick gets caught and knocked backwards. Perks holds on to the unleashed power, but shoots it after being exhausted. That's a good stun. Multi-man. Sven is on a rampage. Mystic forced to flash defensively, and G2 somehow make that a 1-for-1.
I think the engage here from WE was fine, but it really relied on some massive outplays on their side. Ben's hooks have been great in some of these fights here. He actually managed to keep Expect in the Rumble ulti. It was a hard fight to execute, but they got a 1-for-1 again.
And honestly, you have to think that's some hubris from G2, pushing up so far with their mid laner not there against this team that has so many ways to pick you. And G2 does feel like they're playing a little bit sloppy in the later stages.
They're definitely not respecting the engage options, but the fight in itself is not bad for G2 either to take, because they know Perks is near enough to join. Like, so far it's good, but then look at this here. After all the damage, then it's Ben's hook on Expect and keeps him near the team so they can kill him. Now it's a 4v5 suddenly. Condi as well getting some great damage on Sven.
There just wasn't the backline follow-up to actually take down Sven. And Perks has so much damage on the side, but you know, blowing that ultimate into the exhaust, that could have perhaps been another kill. He makes up for it with a great stun here, though, allowing them to pick up a couple kills.
We've seen this a few times. Perks will use ulti early to get multiple balls down on the ground, so when he fires his Scatter of the Weak, he hits 2 or 3 guys with the stun.
And once again, Perks is showing up. Previous game on the Victor, huge performance. Look at the damage in that last team fight. Mystic, of course, took a lot of Expect's HP as well as the follow-up fight. That eventually just got poked out by that stun at the end.
And Mystic is really known for his team fighting. This guy is such a strong Ashe player, but just really such a strong team fighter in general in the late game. And you know, he certainly is a way back into this game for WE. You can't ever count them out with a world-class AD carry like this.
And Mystic was one of the reasons that Team WE won so handily against G2 during the group stages. Both games on Ashe. His Ashe arrows then kept finding G2 members. Sven on Cogmore, if you remember, ate the same arrow what felt like twice in 5 minutes. This time, however, WE from behind in a deficit They catch Perks out. This one's good, but look at the taunt from Expect. Goes back in with a Justice Punch. The box is put down. Sven is not there. This is 5-on-4. Team WE are punishing. Redemption gets some damage done. Perks is kicked backwards. He's in trouble. The heroic entrance gets a damage reduction. Condi, though, is the first victim. Weaver's Wall splits off any exit. Sven is still not here. G2 have won a 5-on-4 fight, and now she is running for his life. Gets tagged by the slow, and a lot of damage from those reckless swings. Sven is finally in the fight. Chain of Corruption is flashed away from the flanking Syndra. This time it works. Manages to get a double kill with that force of will. Flash forward from Sven. Mystic is the target. Shia is the ace.
G2 get the ace. They have the minions mid, and they are going to push. They will crack the base of WE here.
And it's another fight where Perks is the main carry. It looked pretty dangerous at first, but when he finds that flank in the second engage, takes down WE. Sven joins, running all the way from base when the fight started.
The wave is also pushing in bot here. They can go for 2 inhibs. We'll see if they want to stick around or if they back off, because Baron is up and they may want to reset.
It's been such a hard mid to early late game for G2 because WE here have been finding good fights. They've been able to keep them even, punishing lag of vision. But a fight like this here, where the engage is good because it's a 4v5 and it's on the guy with no cleanse, so Perks is out of the fight and Sven is back in base. Good hook again from Ben, but now the turnaround.
And I think there's so much credit to G2's frontline for playing this so well, not fully committing, delaying so long without Sven being there. Surviving this whole time in a 5v4 was very impressive. Just now, this Trick popped the ghost, enabling them to chase down extra members, turn this fight around, and really capitalize as their AD carry finally comes in.
Trick is okay sacrificing himself because he knows Perks is falling. I'm coming from the side. I'm coming, I'm gonna kill them. And he did show up.
This is just massive for Perks. I mean, this guy is so huge now with the death cap on top of everything, double Infernal. If anyone gets comboed by him, they will go down. It means Mystic and Xie have to play so ridiculously safe in the fights.
So, a year ago, 2016, WE would win games, down 10k gold, because they had a jungler who would always steal the enemy Baron. He would steal the Baron, they would stall the game, they would win a late game fight. Condi's in this game right now. Trick is not always 100% spot on with the smite. So G2 needs the full deep vision and just make sure there's no chance of a steal. Then they should win this game.
Trick has already missed a couple of smites this series
He's
already.
hit a few as well, to be fair.
No, of course, yes, but Condi, one of the main carries, one of the main reasons WE advanced with the second seed into the playoff bracket. Let's see if we can do it again. G2, though, they have to start. A little bit of pressure. Expect gets caught by a death sentence. You heard that just on the flank.
And Mystic is actually lying in this bush. He's looking for an angle on an arrow. We'll see if he can get anyone. Let's back off.
Flanking Ash.
Chain of Corruption is going to spread. 956. Takes the Lantern to safety as I, too, hit my cough button.
Yeah, what do you say, Trent?
I pulled the Deficio. G2 Esports,
Trigger seed?
10,000 gold in the lead. They've got super minions in the middle lane. And maybe it's early. Maybe closing out the second game. At what point is the redemption story complete?
When they close out the second game. Like, it's definitely not over, like it should be. But again, WE have been able to defend and punish some mistakes from G2. And again, they have this jungler who's done this before, stealing these Barons and get them back in the game.
Now, G2 doesn't have to rush this. The bot wave is going to push for them. Mid wave will shove in because of the inhibitor being down. They can play it patient, allow the waves to get in position and someone to respond, then look to set up a play. All the cards are in their hand. They just have to really play this out properly and make sure you don't give Condi that chance at a 50-50.
Take a look what Expect can do. This time gets caught up by the death sentence, decides to re-engage.
No flash on Ben.
Instantly gets popped. Perks is dominating. Trick will get the damage reduction from the heroic entrance, and Mystic is caught by the Chain of Corruption. 2 kills to the Kings of Europe.
And that is so big. Now they can go back to the Baron. It's a 5v3. Condi still has the threat of stealing, but they're going to start it up and they're going to zone with the extra members.
Yeah, this is exactly the setup we talked about. Don't risk a Baron steal, so you need to get deep vision. Look for a fight first so you can then zone them off after. Condi, he's sneaking around. Perks.
He was seen now by the minions. They know he's there.
All right, no stun this time round. Condi's trying to get in, taunted out. Can't find a Sonic Wave. Not going to. Secured by G2, and Condi goes down.
Very well played by G2. They execute the fight properly. They catch out the support with no flash, and then they nail the ultimate onto Mystic.
Oh, you just feel the tension, though, as Condi gets in and can almost fire the Q.
Crawling his way to the Baron pit, everyone trying to pull him back.
I mean, he was so close to being ranged with that Q, and that could have been a stolen Baron, but this is key. Take that free kill on Ben. He has no flash, and then this is the combo we talked about so many times. Olaf onto the Ashe. The Ashe cannot get the damage out. Galio diving in. You cannot fight back.
I think we've seen so many fights now where everything we talked about in Champs like basically just happened in favor of G2. You know, the fact that Mystic are not getting enough damage off because you're getting chased down. Talia in team fights, it's difficult again to get enough DPS on these big tanks in the front. You can't really hit the back line if you are WE other than this Rumble ulti.
And especially when you're playing around the same area for so long, when they're fighting for jungle control, the work ground actually can be a bit of a hindrance for Talia because you don't have that open ground to actually work with and get the maximum damage out from your Qs.
G2 Esports in such a great position. 2 GAs for this next siege. Baron back for another 2 minutes. And look at the vision on the bottom half of the map. Expect cut off by the Weaver's wall, but Trick is applying damage to that inhibitor in the mid lane. Expect gets a decent taunt into 957.
And the Equalizer got nothing done.
Yeah, it's simply not enough. Goes golden by the hourglass. Finn almost takes him out with a piercing arrow. 957 running for his life. Inhibitor in the mid lane is falling. Inhibitor in the bottom lane is falling. G2 are setting up their final siege.
Got 2 inhibs here, didn't manage to get a kill in 957, but he did have to flash away and use the hourglass. Perks looking for something.
Condi gets caught out. He's got a GA available and it gets popped. Heroic entrance from Expect by some time.
Expect in the back.
Punch into the shield of Duran. Now 957 is the target. Remember, he used the hourglass. Sven uses the QSS to back away to safety. Nexus turret number 1 and 2 is down. G2 on the verge of match point. G2 take down WE 2-0.
They're playing so well. The early game advantage and how they got the fights in the late game all went in favor of G2.
Sven stands up, cool as a cucumber.
It's another day at the office in Brazil.
And you asked the question, Trevor, when do they have that redemption? 2-0 up in the semifinals, I don't think you're satisfied. I think you are no longer happy until you are in that finals, until you are one of the top 2 teams at this tournament.
So now people can start believing in G2 Esports. This tournament, they just wanted to see G2 actually show up and do something. They have definitely done something right now, being 2-0.
And one of the things I really love about this series in particular for G2 and building confidence in this team is that while Perks and Sven have both played incredibly well, the top lane and jungler, you know, Expect and Trick have been huge. The Olaf has been so big. This Galio-Olaf combo was critical to their team fighting, and when you're kind of, I don't know, underrated or underperforming or whatever you want to call them, members are able to perform at this level, it gives you so much confidence for the series.
It is Trick playing today, not Brother Trick. G2 have already brought the series to match point. Dash, break it down for us.
Thank you very much, Trevor. If you wanted G2 to show up, they are showing up today. Predictions out the window. G2 up 2-0 in the series here with just one more win needed to meet SKT in the finals. My question to you is, how do you explain this, though? Where was this G2, and why have they arrived today?
There's a lot of it to unpack. I think they did tremendous prep during the break, and I think it does start in the draft, even though there's a lot else going on there. I think Team WE is getting heavily outdrafted, and I disagree with a lot of their decisions. Doing the 2 shield bans and then giving away Karma in the first pick, and then early prioritizing Rumble, something that 957 has played 4 games, won once on, in a 171-game career. And then you see that he clearly hadn't practiced it very well because he had terrible plays within the game. Beyond that, though, tons of credit to G2.
And it's a pretty surreal because it was kind of, well, these champions are winning for us draft. You got Lee Sin 3-0 this tournament, Talia 3-0 this tournament, 4-1 on the Ashe. The Rumble's the only part that doesn't really make sense in the first round because, I mean, this season's been all about, well, everyone has to be able to play Rumble because Rumble's been a power pick, a pushing top laner in a tank standard lane meta. If you're not a Rumble main, the equalizers, which we will see increasingly this game, aren't there. They aren't getting the same sort of value that we saw from the likes of Huni and others. And the end result was the pick kind of flew in the face of what they were trying to do with the rest of their draft.
Miscues and Champs Life from WE, some great stuff out of G2. I want to now move into the game itself. Beginning of the day, we put a spotlight on the junglers. Condi versus Trick, saying that Condi's got all the tools. We've seen it so far in groups. Will Trick be able to step up? Well, hey, some early jungle pathing here from Condi gives advantages over to Trick.
And not only, you know, the early wards and the vision here from Trick and his improved individual play, but like putting in the time and bringing out the extra champion as well. People were continually pointing at his champion pool, and he was being targeted at multiple phases in the game. Huge props to him stepping up.
Yeah, exactly. We're looking at, okay, we see you on the Ivern. The Lee Sin's not there. Graves is always an option, but the Nunu only kind of, you know, working half the time. We need one more pick out here in 2 games, finding a lot of success in it this time around.
And Olaf's just so different from what he was playing. Again, the Ivern and Nunu were kind of his go-tos. He was playing through the lanes in a way that he wasn't in other matches. As we're going to see a replay, we had some titanic fights this fight.
Yeah, and this was one that if Team W was going to try and make a comeback fight, it would be here. But the equalizer's off point, and really Team WE could never get through the front line. You can see Trick still running at full health about 15 seconds after this fight started, and that just buys time for Sven to run all the way from base to eventually make it for the end of this fight.
And it's not like at any point during the game we never saw, you know, what WE were trying to do with this comp and how this comp can be pulled off, where the mid lane, you know, they're able to funnel them into a really small corridor for the equalizer, or the top lane where they're able to jump on the carries. They were just so far behind in gold at those points. It's a drop in the bucket.
Now, we got ahead of ourselves. We watched that final replay of the game. That was our Acer replay there, getting ahead of the Trick jungle, the jungle pathing that you wanted to take a look at. All his visitation to the lanes. We saw intelligent ganks into the top lane, taking advantage of 957 on that rumble. So in general, it just looks like cleanliness out of G2. I mean, it's something that when we look at all these teams and go, hey, they're the #1 team in their region, you would expect, right? Just as we said with TSM, for example, who finished 5th in this tournament, that with a lead, they should know how to close it out. Well, G2 is displaying that. If you do give them a lead, they do know how to work with it.
And again, playing through lanes is a very different approach. On the Nunu, on the Ivern, it's a lot about the jungle battle. It's a lot about getting in the head of the enemy jungler. Of course, as Nunu, you're not coming in snowballing people and expecting kills. He played through lanes. He was camping lanes for a while. And the fact that he was being called to lanes is just a different style. So it's more of him accentuating good laning trades, accentuating good laning spacing to actually get lanes ahead rather than trying to make the plays in the enemy jungle and trying to be the battle ward that was failing in the group stage.
So I feel like Trick, being a frontliner in team fights, is where he's found the place for him to excel, and Olaf has good jungle routes that he's been able to take advantage of. I also feel like Team WE is playing with a whole bunch of panic, and G2 have very cool, calm, collected heads. The same way that they managed to make 3 comebacks in the group stage, they are still playing with that sense of calm and purpose, both in the draft and within the game, and I think that's the big difference.
All right, so game point here, match point for G2. On the flip side, WE's got to put together 3 wins. They've elected to go back to blue side. Also, this just in, Zero will be subbing in for Ben in that bot lane, so a little bit of a roster switch up. But on that blue side, Kobe, how do they mount the comeback?
I want to see more comfortable champions for them, right? Every single game that we've seen, or the first 2 games that we've seen here so far, there's been something that just seems out of place that they're, you know, not really fully practiced on. Maybe they practice a lot during the break and prepping, you know, new things to show here, but they have to go back to the basics because the new stuff's not working out.
Yeah, they're doing all these bans with taking Carmen, Lulu, and Ivern mostly out of the picture. They need to make sure they get at least one of those. They need to put 957 on something he is comfortable with and won with before. And I think you have to ban Olaf. Trick has looked pretty bad on almost all of his picks. Even Graves, he's had bad games on and can't play a front line. And it is the tank line of G2 that I think is shining here. So ban Olaf, make Trick uncomfortable.
Now, Papa Smithy, G2's played 6 best-of-5s in their history as an organization. They've won all of them in 3-1 series. So are they going to break that trend here and get the 3-0, or will WE finally get it together and strike back?
Well, you remember, I was the one that flip-flopped on the G2 series. And started off with the right prediction and then flip-flopped. And 3-1 is still looking like the likelihood. I don't know if they can stay in 3 games. I think Kobe's right in that identity-wise, a lot of these drafts from WE have been some power in large places, some comfort in large places, but not really a team comp where you have, say, Olaf and then a Galio riding on him. It's been very much just power picks, pushing picks, but not an overall comp. So I just want to see them compositionally draft an identity in their last game. Because if they go out drafting in this matter 3 games in a row, they're going to wonder how this tournament got away from them.
And what are they going to do about perks? Perks was the one guy that we were shouting out for G2 at the beginning of the day, and my goodness, he is absolutely destroying.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the 1.1k damage per minute in game 1 on the Victor. This time around in that final fight, getting that sweet ghost flank on for Syndra. I mean, this guy's out of control all of a
Perks
sudden.
has been taking over a lot of these games, as well as having the tank line to work with, right? When you have that front line, you need your back line to be doing the work, and Perks is consistently getting head and laning phase and finding the right flanks in all the team fights.
All right, well, it's looking good for G2 right now, so on the verge of a clean sweep. We're going to step away for a quick break. Don't touch that browser. You're watching the 2017 Midseason Invitational.
Condi is only level 2. Darksphere comes down. Force of will not going to be able to save it. But here comes Expect. First blood to Perks. They lose Sven in the bottom lane. Somehow Mystic dies as well.
Nice.
Just as much rather Sven flashes forward aggressively. Being burned alive. Exhausted to 957. Buys time. Here comes Trick with the undertow. With the hammer down. Ragnarok, remember, CC.
Rumble's now here. They're grouped up.
Condi's taking a lot of damage and shut down. Jet saves it onto Trick. He finally uses the Ragnarok. A 3-man stun from Perks by some time. From the flanking Syndra. This time it works. Manages to get a double kill with that force of will. Flash forward from Sven. Mystic is the target. Shia is the ace. G2 take down WE 2-0.
Nice.
Esports, where the LPL squad are against the wall and need a win to stay alive. Now, I have a few pieces of information to throw at you guys. Team W have side selection. They chose blue side. They have also elected to sub Ben out, bring Zero in, and I have one extra tidbit for you. G2 Esports have never won a best of 5, 3-0. So, with all of that information, let's talk about some picks and bans. Let's talk about Zero coming in, and what are you looking forward to, Zale?
I mean, with Zero, one of the things I'm kind of looking forward to is seeing if he can bring a different champion pool, something a little bit different, because he did play Zyra, if I recall correctly, in the group stage, and Zyra has been getting banned out. We'll see if that's left open for him, if he can change something up and have a little bit more impact.
He's also known for his Braum, unless I'm mistaken, from the LPL.
He's not the melee support kind of guy. He's another version of Mithy in some ways. But when he was subbed in, obviously he didn't play Zyra, so we didn't get to see any of that. I think it's just a reaction. You need something to change after that last game.
Yeah, give you a little bit of confidence back. I think one thing that I would like to see change is WE, I think they should ban out the Olaf. I think that Trick has actually been very effective on it. We'll see if they're willing to give it over to him again. I mean, Kennen 3 times in a row. Kennen is something that, while it is a very powerful top lane pick, I mean, the difference between Trick in group stage and Trick here has been massive, and I think a lot of it is the champion.
They do ban away the Olaf, as you just talked about. Funny enough, they decided to ban it over the Lee Sin they banned in game 1, which was a bit of an oopsie from their side. They did first pick Iron when they played on blue side game 1, and they ran the Iron comp with the double AD carries, Caitlyn and Lucian. Didn't manage to win some of the late game fights, and that's why G2 bounced back and won the game. Same bans for G2. Last time they just removed Zyra as well. I don't think they have to do it in this game.
All right, let's find out what they decide to do. It'll be an Ivan removed from Team WE. They actually locked in Ivan first pick in game 1 of the series, and actually there will be no pivot here for G2 Esports, going back to their game 1 strategy.
They played safe.
Didn't net them a win, but that obviously was because Team WE played that double AD comp and allowed G2 some time to scale.
And I think it's smart from G2. Stick with what's working until WE proves that it's broken, right? You have a couple games to give now in this best of 5, so I think you keep sticking with what's always been good for them.
So I mean, I personally just prefer the Lee Sin ban, just because I think Condi still has their ability to take over the game. I don't think Zyra bot lane is going to be that hard for G2 to deal with, but obviously again they want to just try and eliminate some of the bot lane problems.
And to me, one of the biggest reasons that they're actually leaving the Lee open is if you ban the Lee there, they pick the Graves, what does Trick play, right? And I think that is something that he has not really proven. Yes, he can play Elise, yes, he can play other champions, but he has not looked good on them for me. So I think that they're prioritizing comfort for Trick over keeping Condi off of that Lee Sin.
We have to see then if Trick wants that Graves. Caitlyn has been very contested, and so has Ashe. You get your Graves right there. It definitely does make sense. Now the question is, can Trick on a Graves then keep Condi down?
Yeah.
Because I think Condi has been probably the only win condition early game for WE. Mystic then takes over late game, and it's about not getting snowballed on.
And it's such a different style of jungler playing this Graves, which is much more passive, it's farming out. He has had so much pressure on the Olaf in the early game, forcing out summoners, pulling off ganks, even in these early skirmishes, and I think that that is something that they may be lacking this time around, but Caitlyn for Sven is very powerful.
It is taken above the Ashe, though, that we have seen in the other games being most contested AD carry. Now this is a classic for Mystic. Nami bot lane as well to pair it up, so we get a very strong 2v2. And now when WE runs these late game scaling carries, they don't actually need to build a lot of protection around them. They run 1-3-1 comps with Mystic just sitting in the mid lane on his Karkmar here, just kind of scaling up.
And I remember Frostguren talking on the analyst desk about how in the LPL, they like to have an assassin in the mid lane, like to have that additional damage.
And they ran it with Kled in the top lane, almost no protection, but it was hilarious because you had so much pressure on the back line that kind of protected it.
I like this 2v2 from G2 though. There is so much kill pressure for them with Kate and Thresh. It's so easy to hook a Nami into a trap and then she just dies. And the AD carry won't really help her early on in that laning phase. So I think this is actually a good pick from Mithy, but you always got to execute the Thresh to almost near perfection at the international level.
Yeah, you really do. And it does also offer that gank assist that's so powerful. You can bring in that Graves, flash play with the Lantern. You can set up these picks very well, and it's so strong into this lane, not only because of the Nami, but it's like you hit either people with a hook, and there's so much kill potential.
Ideally, actually, you just hit Nami.
Yeah, hit either.
Well,
yeah.
Hit both
I agree.
is fine. Obviously, whatever, just hit the net. Hit one of them, just kill them, doesn't matter.
Well, taking a look at phase 2 bans here, guys. Lucian and Fiora taking off the table.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of discussion around maybe Fiora into Galio is something that we've talked about. Expect has had so many Fiora bans thrown at him this tournament. Galio's still available. LeBlanc taken off the table. Last ban here, Syndra from Team WE.
And with the fist still open, it kind of makes it a little bit difficult to pick the Rumble here if you are G2. You can still do it and definitely survive it. But Galio is still such a good pick. Like, there's so few things that will really destroy the Galio, so I think this is a very safe choice for G2.
The one thing is you don't have the delivery system yet, and that does lead me to believe perhaps they're going to try to draft that, from Perks. Obviously, you can use the Galio just defensively, try to keep the Graves and the Caitlyn safe and things like this, but I think it's so much stronger when you have the delivery system because it gives you the utility. You can use it multiple ways, and you can use it to start fights that way.
How does WE finish their draft? They've got a couple picks left to go. A few options available to them. I mean, Rumble into Galio is the matchup we just seen, and it went very well for Expect.
Well, obviously Rumble did win the farm war, but 957 didn't really manage to have much impact in the game. Had one very good ulti near the mid lane, and that's about it. Jace being locked in right now will not be a flex pick because they have to show the other solo laner at the same time. Expecting to go top lane, and then we're looking at again like Talia blind, maybe like last game.
They're obviously, I mean, is the possibility still like Fizz is open, so you still could have a double flex and kind of confuse them in a way like that. But if you lock Shen, it's very clear where everything is going. And this is, I mean, yes, there is mixed damage from the Kog'Maw, but you can itemize armor so easily against this team.
I also don't like Jay's blind pick. I like him as a flex choice where you can still swap him top because Jace's laning phase is not very strong and he opens up for a lot of champions that wants to just get past the first few levels and then they really look good, and that's an Ahri.
I really don't like this pick ban very much from WE because not only, is the Ahri to the Jace perhaps going to be pretty tough, you pick Shen into the Galio, so you're giving up the full lane pressure top. This is not someone who can push in. This is not someone who really takes advantage of a Galio. Like, you can have a pushing edge at 2 items if you go Titanic Spirit Visage, but before that, you're going to get shoved in, and I just, I have a lot of questions about this one.
And normally when you see Shen, it's like paired with a really strong bot lane that like wants to really push the team on the tower. You force a dive with Shen ulti. Now it's paired to work with the Jace. So it is a 1-3-1 comp from WE here, as we so often see when they draft like some of these late game carries. And it's like a Shen ulti onto a Jace in a side lane that can then try and kill Perks. But Ahri with triple dashes can so often get out of that situation.
And it's giving them the way in for the Galio, right? And that is one of the things that the draft was missing. So I do love that last pick even more. You can dash in. We've seen even combos with Zhonya, so you can go super aggressive. The Galio comes in. It's a nice, easy setup. And I think that they have a very strong composition. That said, I mean, for WE, they do have the carry potential from this Kog'Maw. You have the Nami and the Shen who are going to offer some protection, and you have side lane pressure.
And if you look at the team composition here, not the one we were somewhat expecting. Maybe with a little bit more damage in the top and mid lane, as is more traditional for LPL. But for Perks, only the second time this year that he's run that Ahri. And I'm looking forward to the drive-by Galio delivery system, using that ultimate and leaving a Galio in his way.
And it's also very similar to the problem that they encountered last game. We talked about, okay, you're a relatively one-dimensional comp. You focus the AD carry. The Ahri flies in. The Galio drops his ultimate. The Kog'Maw can do nothing but run now. And then where is the damage from the rest of the team? Who is going to kill off, this Galio who's going to have an immense amount of armor?
It's just such a risky draft because WE, there's no plan B. If they ever fall behind in this game, they don't have proper wave clear, they can't win team fights then. The AD carry wants multiple items before he can kind of solo carry fights, and then he's against a Galio with damage reduction that's right in front of him. They only have one way, and that's forward with this comp here. If they fall behind, they're just completely doomed.
Well, G2 will be looking to prevent that. All of the the expectations coming into this matchup, how Condi was going to completely outshine Trick, has not proven true. These stats here for Condi were from the group stage. It does not include the 2 previous games, and while he's had good performances, Trick has had answers.
He really has, and the question now is, does Trick have the answer on the Graves? Can he match him? Pressure for pressure in the early game with Condi on Lee Sin and Trick on the Graves. Obviously, you got him his comfort pick. Trick can still perform and be exceptionally powerful, but a lot of it is up to his team to avoid the Lee Sin ganks, and they can't expect Trick to match him early.
Looking bot lane, Mithy running, offensive summoner as well. Want to go back to our little thing there with the bot lane. The reason I like focusing the Nami when you run this is Nami is the one who offers the CC, and you have enough damage to kill both of them, obviously, so technically you could kill both, but when you go for Mystic, Zero has a chance of actually interrupting the damage from Sven with like a well-timed bubble. When you hook with Mithy into a trap, it's very easy to burst the Nami so low before she can even shoot a trap in the first place to actually prevent her from not dying right after the trap is landed.
Oh, look at the early trading here. Race to level 2 is on the cards. Mithy started that play. Can he use the Relic Shield to help out Sven? Now Sven and Mithy should clear this wave out first. Second wave starts to conga line its way down. Zero went for that ebb and flow. Got himself a couple of bounces, and we'll see who's going to get this early lane advantage.
And I mean, the other thing that you talked a lot about, Martin, was Thresh can be extremely powerful, but it's execution-based,
yes,
right?
100%.
Because if you miss that hook, well, Nami is going to poke you out so badly, and you can start to get dominated because Nami's lane is exceptionally strong. You just have to be careful about getting hooked, and if you don't get that all in, it can be devastating. But Trick coming down, they have the gank assist, look for the flash play.
Mithy doesn't even need the flash. Throws out the play, flashes away from. That's 2 summoner spells blown. Rinse and repeat next time.
Exactly.
And that was so well done by Mithy. Both flashes forced for just the ignite.
Oh, it's so good for G2's bottom lane right now. No flashes on the side of WE. The trap did not connect in time on the Nami.
And of course, for Sven and Mithy now, they've got an advantage in terms of the 2v2 with Nami and Kog'Maw needing to play more defensive. This should unlock Sven to play a little bit more of this harass game, and Mithy quite literally to go fishing. Because it's a fish.
Yeah.
Thanks. I didn't get the acknowledgement there.
I mean, that
hooked in the trap.
Gets himself a pug this time round. Snap trap will catch Mystic, and Piltover Peacemaker goes just short.
Yeah, and he was supposed to go to Nami, as Martin was saying earlier, so they must not have been listening to the cast, but we'll give them the benefit.
Now you can just do whatever you want.
Of course,
they didn't get the kill.
That's true,
They were poking.
Yes.
Advanced poking.
Yes.
WE playing in a knife stage now in the bottom lane. Take a glance mid. Shia with the Flash Cleanse, playing into Flash Exhaust from Perkz on the Ahri. Kind of feel that early levels, obviously Jace going to have some advantage until Perkz eventually gets some kill pressure.
Yeah, again, this is why Ahri is good here and why the Jace blind pick is so risky, because Jace, pre-level 6, is not strong enough in the lane to just like kill you and dominate the lane. Like, you actually allow Perkz to farm up to 6. Yes, you might get down like 5 CS, but that doesn't really matter in the long run, and then you can start playing very aggressive against Xie.
Yeah, the one thing you can say, if Lee Sin can get involved in the mid lane, you can itemize very well for the 1v1 with things like a Hex Drinker, and you can start to then really get aggressive and jump in melee form on Perkz. So we'll see if they can try to snowball Xie, put him in a side lane where he may be tough to answer.
And remember, Xie also running the cleanse.
Oh, Charm goes down, cleanse becomes very important. Hypercharge goes out, and Shock Blast onto Exhaust. I think Perkz a little late.
Yeah, very late Exhaust right there. The fact he actually got the Charm off and then Xie used cleanse on that was very good, because then you can Exhaust right after. But Perkz delayed it, so Xie wins this trade. As we talk about, Ahri needs that level 6 first. Perkz is slowly getting there, but that was a bad trade from him. Bot lane fight.
Remember, there's no flashes available. Mystic tries to put some damage to the biokick.
Condi's here.
Zero's able to flash to safety. Condi's now the target. Sven continues to chase him down. Condi's going to at least ward hop to safety. The minion rather, and that's 1-0 G2.
And Condi might have been able to trade a kill back, but missed his Q onto Mithy, and that's so good for G2, especially because Sven is the beneficiary, and they can push this turret with the Graves.
All right, Trick is going to dash away to safety, takes a tower shot for his troubles. Death Sentence goes a little wide. Condi not going to juke into it, but a lot of damage under the tower.
All right, so return gang from Trick. He already forced the 2 flashes. We know the lane is good for G2 to keep setting up these plays. WE take the trade because they know Condi's coming and they didn't see Trick. And as soon as you get onto both these guys, well, you can just pick whoever's in the front and kill that guy.
And you have to feel like WE is posturing too aggressively without flash. I mean, the fact that Mithy can just walk up and flay your AD carry when he's sitting with no summoners, like, you have to play more defensive than that.
I think they were basically just, sitting there saying, let's bait, because Condi is on his way down. Like, he was pinging, he was running, but they didn't see Trick sneak into the brush.
They end up getting punished for it. Perkz lands another good skill shot, but has been traded back on Shia and Perks, relatively the same HP. Looking at the minimap, by the way, 957 teleported to the top lane, while Expect did not. So TP advantage to G2 Esports for the next few minutes.
And yeah, the Shen ultimate is going to equalize that, so he feels more comfortable TPing for that farm. And you know, one of the big spikes now, I think, is going to be Condi hits 6, Shen is 6, look to make a play with the Lee Sin ultimate, with the flash up, and that Stand United. That's where WE is going to try to battle back.
Yeah, this is now where G2's bot lane needs to be careful and not just take the bait. You know, you land that hook, you want to go for it, Shen ulti comes in, and then suddenly it backfires.
And their summoners were much later, so they're the ones without flash, but they're looking for Perks.
All right, Perks is able to sidestep the Sonic Wave. It fell just short and holds on to his summoner spell.
Jay has to be careful. He has no cleanse right now on Perks. Can actually try and all in him if he has enough mana. Now bot lane again, remember, the Shen ulti, it's something teams will always just communicate all the time. Be like, it's ready, don't go for any stupid fight.
And this time around, Sven and Mithy do not have those flashes available to them. Perks is pushing very, very far forward. The charm connects on Ashia. There's no cleanse. Sparrow Rush goes forward. The hammer down, not going to pick up the kill. And Perks solo Shia.
And no Shen ulti.
Yeah, and why did Shia flash forward? I don't know if he was expecting the Shen ultimate to come in and try to turn that around, but now Condi goes in.
The charm connects, and that saves Perks' life.
Some big plays in the mid lane.
I mean, even if 957 could get interrupted by Expect, you should ulti for the shield,
yes,
right? Like,
exactly.
you don't have to actually come through. And if Shia flashes away, you get that Shen ultimate, you have to think he would survive.
And that's where sometimes a player can look like really stupid for flashing forward, but we don't know if there's communication problems. You know, we don't know if she was calling for that, and then it didn't happen. Bot lane fight, though.
Down 0, despite being caught by the death sentence, will survive to fight another day. Got himself that Aqua Prison down onto G2 and manages to force them away. The support from both junglers here.
Yeah, and Condi is backing off, but still, you know, G2 should know the kind of play that they're looking to pull off, and that's why it's even more important for Expect now to have the push and to shove them out.
Wow, death sentence through the Aqua Prison, will not follow it.
Yeah, he's baiting so hard. He wants Mithy to just fly in there. Shen ulti comes down. Condi's already in the bottom lane, but G2, they're communicating. They're saying, don't fall for the bait. We're already winning the game. Just play it safe.
Yeah, they're 1,000 gold up, 2 kills to 0. And in terms of this team composition here, G2 did not want to fall behind. They've had great proactive plays. It does look like another fight's going to break out. Stand United still available. Zero's going to get chunked down, 100 HP. Stand United will be channeled, but Expect ready with the teleport. Zero arrives, and here comes Trick 2.
And Trick is in, and Expect actually canceled, so he's pushing up. So 957 is losing a lot of this. He TP'd back to lane, uses Stand United bot lane, and this is great for G2.
I mean, again, it's just perfect played in the bottom lane. They get the hook, they win the fight, and then they don't overchase. As soon as they see the Shen ulti, they back away, and good cancel, as you just highlighted, as AL from Expect. Right now, they're winning everywhere.
All right, Shia to the skies. The hammer, not going to be enough damage onto Perks, but it feels like Perks is surviving. He's down 10 CS, got a kill to his name, a solo kill to his name, no less, and G2 at 10 minutes. Going to be pretty comfortable. Whoa, big shot, though, from Shia.
Yeah, and Perks has no potions. He should show the respect in base, and he will do that, especially when you have Graves who can actually pick up that farm and can scale pretty well. It's not as big of a loss.
All right, game is slowed down ever so slightly. It is a Cloud Drake up and available. Nobody's made moves for it. We've talked a lot about Mystic and how he's going to be one of the primary carries here on this Cogmore. Despite the Ashe being up and available, he's played exceptionally well. One of the superstars on Team WE. And of course, Mystic, we need to keep his eyes working on that Blade of the Rune King. -5 CS, despite actually not having those summoner spells. And you can see some of his stats from earlier in the group stage.
But it's not been a 2v2 lane he could really dominate like we normally see from this bottom lane when they pick like the Caitlyn or the Ashe early and then pair it with the ranged support. Except that it is a hard lane for him to play, and Shen ulti being down is pretty huge for G2 in terms of the 2v2 fighting.
And we can't forget it was made even harder by the fact that Trick did come down there, forced those summoners early, and you know, while he has not gotten a lot of kills or anything like that, he has still had presence and been able to match Condi. So that has been turning out very well for G2. Even on this more late game jungler, more farming jungler, he's been able to match.
This is now we need to take a step back. G2, the heavy underdogs in this matchup, on the verge of 3-0ing WE. Is going to be a pick being set up. No flash available to Shia. Going to use that cleanse. Spirit Rush comes up, but there's so much damage. Condi jumps into the fight, though. Perk's forced to flash away. That's a kickback onto Trick. Shia survives with his life. Orb of Deception doesn't get anyone, and Condi saves his mid laner.
Condi, the hero right here. Super, super big play from him. Would have been horrible if Shia had actually died, and his mid tower taking so much damage.
If Shia sticks around, though, Expect has flash, could look for a dive here. They're going to go for it.
Expect goes forward with the punch. Shield of Durant catches Zero as he's locked up by the Aqua Prison, but he's not dealt damage, so there's no tower aggro yet. Winds of War goes out, and G2 get tower first blood.
Yeah, and the tables have just turned. Game 1, we saw this exact play from WE where they got a play in the mid lane. Their bot lane roamed in, they took down early tower. Now it's G2 doing exactly that because they're winning bottom lane. They have kill pressure mid, and they're making these rotations, and that's an early first tower. The first game, I can't remember where G2 actually got an early first mid tower. They always get side turns, but not the mid one.
And it was a really nice roam down from Expect, not blowing his TP, saving his ultimate, simply walks down, loses a couple creeps, but forces WE to back off and respect that potential dive.
Ooh, just a few seconds on that one, MVP Ward.
Condi's going to spot it in a second. Oh, maybe he's looking further up the lane. Nope, there we go. Spots the debris, forced to back away. G2 plus 2,000 gold. And I'm going to go back to that point a moment ago. G2 with huge underdogs. Team WE, I think there's going to be a lot of people that can debate the picks and bans across the 2 games because you guys were raising some question marks, and G2 seem to have just really good answers for what the LPL representatives are putting down.
Yeah, and I think if you want to talk about underdogs within this game, it's going to be very hard to win from this position, it feels like, for WE, because their composition is very one-dimensional. As you said, they can only really go forward. They have very single kind of type of damage. Yes, there's some mix from the COG, but Expect is going to be this massive front line. Yep. You have powerful carries, 3 sources of big damage from G2, and it feels like the game is in their favor.
It's definitely in G2's favor right now. They have the tools to always start fights and match that split push we talked about in Champs League with the 1-3-1. Trick, once he's red buff right now, has been very active. Game 3 as well. And Perks getting all in.
Once again being jumped down onto. The charm was held on. Trick is pretty low from that red buff. Stand United by some time. Damage reduction from the heroic entrance. 957 and Condi. They double team to kill Trick. Now Expect is caught in between a rock and a hard place. Condi's trying to cut off the retreat. Flash over the wall. Expect goes down. 2 kills, WE.
And that's a very good play from WE. Knowing the Shen ulti was ready this time here for Condi. Trick, while he had a lot of burst, can't take them down 1v2, and of course Expect not able to join in time. And it's these plays that we are hoping to see from Condi and the rest of WE to get back in the game.
Yeah, now that Shia has pushed Perks out of lane, they get the mid pressure, and they may just kill this turret off. This is really, really good for WE, finding plays through Condi.
Looking at the mini-map, Miffy's making his way up from the river. The tower goes down, but there's no ultimate from Perks, so no real possibility to engage. And Expect uses that TP to defend the top lane wave. WE with their first counter-strike of Game 3, and they make it count.
Exactly, and important for Shen. Because Shen as a champion is just weaker than Galio right now, but his ulti is the key thing. So when you can finally get a fight like this, where Trick is actually forced to kind of take it because he has no flash, as we just see the jump in once again into the burst.
Yeah,
I'm really not sure what to say.
Well, I mean, it was a nice play from Condi, right? As soon as you hit that Q, he had the confidence to go forward, having the Shen backup, and, you know, Expect did ult over, but by the time he got in range, it was too late, and he was essentially just delivering himself to be killed.
All right, 957 looking for another hero
Good
play.
sidestep.
He sidestepped so many moments. 957 in the LPL finals managed to hold off 2 members on that Shen, and it allowed WE to get a Baron that then went on to win the game. Let's see if we can pull some more hero plays today.
Yeah, and this is fine for WE because they're already cross-mapping with Jace down the bottom lane, and they got a Dragon on the way. So this is actually a good trade for WE.
It is. The one thing I'll say, oh, nice. I didn't know that worked like that.
Expect's going to catch Condi out, but the support here for WE. Expect needs to just use that Q to wave clear. Aqua Prison locks him down. Mystic gets his first kill of the game.
Bit unlucky pathing right there from Expect. He was actually already walking around the tower, and then his champion walked the other way to the left of the tower, so he actually got in range of that bubble from Zero. Ends up going down.
That was a pretty strange interaction between Lee Sin Kick and Galio.
Yeah,
It looked like he got kicked back, but the delayed swing forward actually moved him back forward, and I expect getting caught out does go down.
Yeah, it definitely caused my brain to blue screen for a moment as I was trying to piece that together. Unfortunately for Expect, that makes the trade even better for WE. They got a blue buff, a dragon, a tower, a kill, and it's a kill into Mystic's Cosmo.
And I do feel like one of the things for G2 is anytime Jace goes to a side lane now, I feel like it should be Expect answering, not actually Perkz. I think that you can match that up very, very well. He's building armor. He's not going to get poked out. You have very safe wave clear from under the turret as the Galio, and you also have the ability to roam away with your ultimate, with your teleport. So I like that lane assignment a lot more.
Especially when you look at the itemization, as you mentioned. And I see Trick, he's got the Ninja Tab by this time round. Got himself a Ruby Crystal. I'd like to maybe not see a Spirit Visage on his Graves this time round. Against, obviously, the very heavy physical damage threats in WE.
To make it even worse now for G2, you know, not only have they now lost 3 kills and lost a lot of gold, they had that perfect setup with their bot lane just able to constantly force fights. That's kind of gone now because laning phase is over, everything is open up. And this is where the Shen can shine. Like if you find these 1v1s, then you turn them into 2v1s with the Shen. That's how you can keep getting kills with your WE.
And 957 is almost at that big 2 items. When you hit your Titanic plus your Spirit Visage, that's when you can really start to have control of the waves against the Galio. You can push so fast and really ignore most of that magic damage coming in.
Yeah, Perkz needs to just kind of surrender the mid lane because of the Shen ulti onto GA, so you can see GA can push and then roam. And again, that always gives more map pressure in favor of WE, because the side lanes from G2 are constantly saying, we can't actually fight now because there might be multiple people coming at the same time. And Perkz has to try and push it back out.
Oh, another gigantic accelerated shock blast. Perkz is trying to run away, gets the heroic entrance, not going to be enough yet. The shock blast falls short. Perkz survives with his life. Now Expect gets taunted up by the Shadow Dash. There is support for G2 coming down. Trick manages to sidestep. Condi's landed a Sonic Wave onto what I think was Mithy. And luckily, by the skin of Perkz' teeth, he survives.
Yeah, that was so incredibly close to taking him down, and Shea really is trying to assert his dominance at this point and take over the mid lane.
All right, Mithy's looking for Mystic. Death Sentence sidestep by Zero. The tower is the focus, and there's a lot of WE support. Trick is caught in behind. He's jumping onto Mystic, gets exhausted down. Teleport from Expect, going to be into the midst of the WE squad. Mithy gets taken down by Condi, and Sven is able to escape. Now Shea jumps into a fight with Trick. Expect gets one back into Mystic. The
Perkz almost here.
But the Acapian surprise gets some damage down. There's no Spirit Rush. Perkz needed it defensively. It's a 1-for-2 WE.
Yeah, WE again, they know they need to keep forcing fights with this comp here because they finally managed to get a few picks. They even out the game, and they need to keep pushing it. They don't want to allow Sven to just sit and farm up on this Cadian, and Perkz as well to get 2 fully complete items before anything happens. So this is a very good force once again from WE.
It really is, but I do think if G2's bot lane played the initial part of the fight a little bit better, that could have been turned around more. You know, you need to see someone like Mithy flashing early before you can get kicked in, dropping the Lantern, allowing your AD carry time to get out. As soon as you see these guys, I think you have to early flash and drop Lantern to give Sven more room to get further away. Then you give him the extra hits of your flash, and he can flash again after that. So it's like, it would have been a lot more safe.
Well, we have to jump out of that replay very quickly. Perkz this time round is missing some of those charms. 957 taunts him up, and Perkz gets kicked backwards by that Dragon's Rage. 957 gets the kill. Trick and Sven actually take down Condi. It's a 1-for-1. If he's backing away, got that Lantern available, and Mystic also running up through the river.
Some of those fights that went in favor of G2 earlier in the game are now suddenly going in favor of WE due to a lot of missed skill shots from Perkz right now. And once again, it's allowing this WE comp to actually function and look for more plays.
And I mean, you can have the better comp, you can have every advantage coming out of draft, but you still have to execute. And right now, WE is the ones that are executing, and they're making their draft work.
And of course, for WE, a lot of pressure on their back. They're down 0-2 in the series. You know, the heavily publicized story of G2 is redemption. One that I think we've not hit maybe as hard for the WE side is the rebirth to the international scene. This is a team that once was phenomenal in China many years ago, and now they're here to prove that they belong at the top. It's a return to glory of sorts.
Yes, exactly. I like the return to glory for these guys, and making the final will obviously be huge for them. Challenge SKT, a team they went 1-on-1 against in the group stage.
It's also been about the build-up for this team. You know, the new WE. with Mystic coming in and Xie coming in a couple years back at IEM. They were last place in LPL. They're able to bring in them in, and really it's been an upward trajectory ever since. And this has been kind of the peak that they have reached since then, getting all the way to this international tournament, one series away from the finals.
We have 2 items on Perks and Sven, pretty huge for G2, and they're looking for a fight.
Accelerated shock blast onto Trick. Look at all those knockbacks, knockups, and knockdowns. Trick is already dead. Miffy's now forced to run away. Sven uses the 90 caliber net and expect he's doing a great job at buying time. Perks connects with a charm and allows Sven to get the kill onto Condi before Sven gets shut down by the living artillery and the damage from 957.
What an insane engage right now from WE. They're comboed together to get the kill. They don't have a jungler, but they're going for Baron. Perks is the only man alive on G2.
And I think this is there for sure. Perks has no ultimate, no way to contest this safely whatsoever. And WE find the fight again and grab another early Baron.
One-dimensional team comp that when it works, it is beautiful. Shock Blast and Aqua Prison to thwart Perks away. WE with Baron and a 4,000 gold lead.
Yeah, again, you just have to give them so much credit for how they're starting this fight. Nice poke first, and Condi goes in, kicks Trick into Misty, and they get further knocked up by, of course, Inami ulti, and at this point now, with also a good bubble on Perks, there's just no damage from G2.
Yeah, and it's about those individual plays within the fight, from Zero, from Condi. So well done, and really putting them on the back foot.
Yeah, and it should be almost impossible to hit a bubble on an Ahri. With their
Perks kicked in again.
Perks is already dead. Miffy's the next target. No flash available to him. Is kicked backwards. Condi follows the Sonic Wave to secure. Sven and Trick will be the targets. Again, no flash for Trick. Very big chunk onto Sven. The tower will slow down WE, but not a lot. Caitlyn snap trap. Will at least buy a couple more seconds, and the prison is sidestepped. Sven continues to get chased. He gets a 1 onto Xia, but it's a double kill for Mystic.
Once WE got an advantage in this game, they just went forward, forward, forward all the time, constantly looking for fights, and they're outplaying G2 in these skirmishes.
And they are getting so strong. I mean, that was a level 15 Jace, chasing down a level 11 Caitlyn, running him down, diving past multiple turrets, and they kill him in the base.
Yeah, and Jace, they got killed in lane. WE were down 2,000 gold. They couldn't really do anything. Every lane was doing well on the side of G2. But then it all started with a Condi play against Trick with the Shen-ult. Now this is obviously G2 trying to get a Dragon as a trade for the Baron, but they're overstaying, and that's why they're dying.
And it was such a smooth Warthog kick there from Condi, so ridiculously fast. The ultimate was actually available there for Perks. Didn't even get to activate it before he got kicked in, so a really nice play there from Condi, and it's been so much about the Lee Sin and the Shen working well together and finding these plays.
And I 100% agree with your point in Champ Select about leaving Lee Sin open so you can trade it for the Graves, get the comfort pick for Trick as well. But when Condi is showing up on this champion, then you have to question G2's mindset a little bit and say, game 4, do we want to still give Lee Sin to him? The trade was good.
Doubt starts creeping in.
Now you start thinking me like, maybe we shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, but the same thing that you guys said in Picks and Bans, until WE show that they have a counter or an answer to those 3 support bans, G2 have a little bit of breathing room. It's 25 minutes into the game. They're down 5,000 gold, and Baron's still up for a minute. But as G2 have said many times this tournament already, they will keep fighting until the last minute. And if a pick can catch out Xia or Mystic, that is the damage source gone, but look at that gold swing.
And I also feel like if you could just stabilize as G2, they have a more well-rounded team composition, a more diverse damage profile. They still have ways back in, but WE has their foot on the gas pedal, and they are looking to snowball this advantage.
It's going to be impossible to stabilize with Xia connecting shock blasts like that. Look at the damage on the Perks and Sven. 30 to 50% of their HP. Clearing out the wave, and Xia basically shooting fish in a barrel at the moment. G2, they're going to lose their last outer turret just down to inhibs. That's going to be a hell of an impressive Baron power play.
Yeah, especially if you actually add in the gold that they got off the team fight prior to Baron. Yeah. The gold swing has been enormous in the last few minutes here for WE, and so much of the credit to Condi. 13 out of 14 kill participation here. He has been everywhere. He's been pulling off really hard mechanical plays and making them look easy.
I think if you look at the kill participation for the whole team is the next step, right? You know, 9 out of 14, 10, 8, 11. the whole team really has stuck together, played around those combinations, which is what they needed to do, and 4,600 gold power play.
As I said before, it all started with Condi finding Trick in that jungle, taking the fight, get Shen ulti, 1 kill, turns that into a mid lane play from GA as well, that results in a mid tower, and suddenly that lower gold deficit you had, it was even out. But they never felt far enough behind to obviously not be able to play the game.
I am going to just stop for a second and rewind all the way back to us coming out of that ad break. If you are a European fan, if you want an LCS team to win, this was not the game that was going to happen. G2 have never won a best of 5 3-0. They have to drop a game in every best of 5.
I thought he was going to talk about the Queen Wave.
Oh, yeah. Doomed from the start is what Trevor said.
In this game, yes. In this game, yes. G2 will have side selection in the next game, and they'll have to find an answer to picks and bans. WE are going to get a lot of momentum on their side. Whoa, Sonic Wave almost catching Sven.
Yeah, I don't think it's an answer to pick and ban phase. Like, this was a perfectly fine pick and ban phase from G2. It was in-game.
I agree.
They got outplayed by WE, and that's what they got to obviously talk about, how to avoid some of those skirmishes again. And Perkz going in, missing another charm.
And not going to find 0. Look at the damage onto Sven. That is a lot. He hasn't built up a lot of lifesteal, if any. 957 captures a taunt onto Perkz. Living Artillery gets a lot of damage down Sven, and Trick zoned away. Living Artillery drops Sven below 100 HP. WE now onto the mid lane inhibitor turret, but there's no minions to speak of.
But G2 is chunked out. There's no ultimate on Ahri. There's not a lot of a way to fight back, and WE is going to siege this aggressively and look to crack the base.
And Sticks gonna hold on to that Bio Arcane Barrage. Fires it down. 2-man knock-up on the Aqua Prison, and 957 continues to play the split push game. Using that Titanic Hydra, he's got a GA as well, so can look for a tower dive if he wants to. GA steps into a trap, takes a lot of damage from Sven.
And that is Mikhail's end cleanse down, so if they get caught by any more CC, it would be very big for G2.
20 seconds on Perkz ulti right now. G2 will need it for a fight.
Oh, look at that damage again. Accelerated shock blast, chunking down Trick and Sven. But Perkz has not found an important charm in the last few minutes of defense.
And they bought time for Expect to reset, get his health back. Top Wave is pushing in, but G2 has weathered the storm and they survived for now, but Perkz kicked in!
Oh, Perkz is in so much trouble. Heroic entrance. That's gonna send Expect flying to the front line. Tidal Wave splits up G2 and Expect hits a good defensive flash. Now in a 5-on-4. Team WE can set their sights on any inhibitor turrets.
Again, G2 trying to just wave clear, see if they can defend the tower. Hook on the Condi.
It's not going to be enough.
Oh, what a play.
From 957, the play pulls it short. 957's got a GA, remember. It's going to get popped on the steps of the tower.
That was so massive from Mindy. That play may have just saved their inhibitor.
May have just saved the game, Azael. G2 under so much pressure at 30 minutes. They're down nearly 10,000 gold, but they hold on.
And I mean, you talked about it, Martin. It's the plays that decide the game. And that play from Mithy was so big to keep them in this game and keep their hopes alive, because the gold lead is not under control just yet, but they are onto the Baron.
All right, double bubble there for G2. Condi's going to kick away. Trick, set that up. Seen that before.
I love that. I love that.
It looks even better now.
Yeah, it looks so good. When you fly out, you're the man kicking the jungler away, and then you're back in to smite the Baron.
The son of Baron sends his regards, Trick. Baron number 2 to Team WE.
Condi has just done everything this game, from the catch onto Perkz. He takes the Baron, secures it by kicking Trick out, and he's just been playing such a beautiful game.
There's a statement that every best of 5 has to occur when we shoutcast, guys. We have games like this. You know it's going past 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a series on our hands.
Not yet.
That's supposed to be the winning call, Trevor.
Yeah, you kind of have to save that for when you actually have.
Now he's got nothing for the end.
Well,
you can do the winning call now.
I'll think of another one.
Yeah, you got it.
I've never done a winning call.
Yeah, and I don't think you should. Azael, if we're going to promote anyone, it'll be you.
I think that's
Mountain
unfair.
Dragon goes to Team WE. That's their 3rd of the game. G2, no objectives outside of those outer turrets, and once again have to fend off the split push threat. Look at this, 1-3-1 set up for WE.
And it's just a perfect setup, because the first Baron is often what you use to get a massive goal lead, because you get all the outer turrets down. Then you wait for the second Baron, and that's what you use to kind of close out the game. Then I'll have that second Baron, they're looking at the inhibitors.
And you saw how hard it was for G2 to clear those waves and hold on without the Baron. Now WE is back there shoving in top, and they are looking for a pick that could end the game.
Craft Line's going to buy a few extra seconds. Perkz gets decent damage onto Condi with that Orb of Deception. tagged by the Sonic Wave. Condi, no flash available to him, and Mithy caught up by the knockup of the Aqua Prison. Minion Wave slowly going down.
Zero has been so on point this game. Comes in on the sub, hitting bubble after bubble. Really near perfect play on the Nami, and I've been so impressed.
I'm so glad you bring that up. Zero, of course, that one game played in the group stage last week was against SKT. And while he was not necessarily the reason they won, he was involved. He took part and played that Zyra to perfection, playing his Nami even better as G2 now have to defend once more.
They're trying to wave there and have a lot of it, you know, Galio, Graves. Almost every member actually offers some sort of wave on the side of G2, but still these towers taking some damage every time.
And WE is using their poke so well. Condi goes in!
It does. Perks manages to dash away to safety. The Charm will not find a target, but the tower is being hammered away on. Mystic and the rest of WE take down the tower. The inhibitor's next.
And just a zoning engage, honestly, here from Condi. He goes in, everyone is focused on him, and the rest of WE are just hitting that tower. Just another beautiful play from Condi.
And so critically, Sven had to flash there. He uses his flash. That is the big carry. If you take down Caitlyn at this point in the game, you can often end the game.
Especially because Perks has not been performing on Ahri. He's actually made this pick look super lackluster in this game. Almost not hitting a single charm in a team fight. And it's basically just been all about Sven's damage.
Well, talking about damage, Mystic with the Wit's End, Hurricane, Blade of the Rune King. He's now looking for the next turret. Another shock blast connects onto G2. Look at the minimap. 957 in the bottom lane. Shia gonna usher in some minions in the mid lane, but no, he's just backing up 957. Another shock blast. Shia has got some sort of aimbot on because nothing is missing.
Yeah, he's doing it so well. At Mystic, even the follow-up Kog'Maw ultimates to poke him out even further. They've been using this composition so well.
All right, Baron's gonna wear off. Shia goes forward. No more empowered minions. This is very good for G2. All of a sudden, Perks and Expect can help.
Oh, he's in!
Sand United onto Condi, tricks the man that gets tagged. This time round, the Charm connects, but it's not enough damage. Condi's able to walk away. Comes out the redemption. G2 unable to find a kill, but they hold on to their tower.
All right, Zero's flash is gone now. 957 flash gone. They go for more.
957 gets caught out. He's in trouble. Gets interrupted by a Justice Punch. G2 get one back.
That was so big for G2, holding on there. Without their carry splash, they do survive. It looked like Mystic couldn't get forward to actually follow up on that whatsoever, so it was just the front line in, and the backline damage from WE could not join the fight.
Tower stayed alive as well. Remember, it was there during the fight. So Condi looked for another one of the big plays, but a nice play from Mithy. And then Condi is now behind the enemy lines, and no one is actually there to help him until 957 joins.
Yeah, and where's the damage from WE? You can look on the minimap, you see the Jace and the Kog'Maw outside the base the entire time. They can't walk through the turret, so despite a dive this far ahead, if your carries are not in position to follow up, it does not work. And yet another great play, another good pick from Mithy to get the shutdown, and Perks gets an injection of gold.
As well as the rest of G2, this Baron power play only plus 2,000. Less than half of the first time round. And WE will have their Guardian Angel available for the next time they want to set up a dive.
They will, but one of the big things for G2 is they now have the armor pen. They have the double Zeal item IE. This is such a strong point for Sven. He can start to shred through that front line that has been stacking armor, and a lot of pressure is on him to get the work done.
And it will be much harder for him to do it in this game because he doesn't have the Nunu and all the shields to protect him. Expect looking for an engage here.
The crowd is going wild. So much noise here in Rio. The Brazilian fans are getting behind this action-packed game. 22 kills in 35 minutes. We talked about Sven's itemization. Mystic has also got a Rage Blade picked up, so Expect cannot stand toe-to-toe. Look at that, 2 autos from Mystic is dropping his HP down.
One of the nice things, though, about his itemization, he has the Knight's Vow, so he can heal back up from the damage being done here by Sven. And since the Stand United is just now coming up, this is where G2 have to be worried. This is where they could look for that play.
The mini-map, 957 again playing in a side lane. WE have done pretty well all tournament long. They're playing multiple lanes at once, not committing to that ARAM style to try to force a tower.
Yeah, I think it's whenever WE have been ahead in gold, they've done a very good job of securing Barons and actually using 1-3-1 split push. Expect here trying to once again wave down top side, but they're just getting pressured in multiple lanes, and now this bot lane tower is so low, and Mystic just needs a few seconds on it.
All right, Mystic will take a couple autos from the tower. There's no minions there, remember, so that enhanced armor really keeping G2's hopes alive.
And the lane assignment's really tough here for G2 as they're getting poked down. They don't have all the pieces in place to hold on all sides, it looks like. They may have to choose a moment and really engage on one side or they're going to get whittled down.
Spect gets a very good amount of damage onto Shia, but there's support coming. Condi and 957. Perks and Miffy making their way up. Where's the Lantern? Available if needed. Perks holds on to the charm, I think. Didn't quite see that one go out. Didn't find a target. But it doesn't matter. G2 continue to defend.
Oh, and he goes forward. He gets killed by Mystic.
All of a sudden, 5v4. Aqua Prism not going to find a target, but WE have an advantage. There's still a Baron to play for if they want it safe.
It felt like Perks was trying to force that so hard. He felt like he wasted his ultimate up top and tried to go for a big play on Mystic, but he used his last all charge to get in. Has no way to get out. Just gives up a free kill and the Baron, which could result in the game for WE.
I mean, again, WE are so far ahead, so it feels like they already have the game, but they still need to close it out. And that is difficult against the wave clear. And of course, this late game Caitlyn, where we look just for one fight in favor of WE. And this base is just completely gone.
And I mean, I think that they're going to perhaps get that fight as they're TPing in. They're looking for it now.
Oh, Sven's going to be the target. He's going to get caught in between. Home guard comes up. It's only a matter of time. 957 runs it down. The Lantern from Miffy keeps Sven alive a few seconds longer. But here comes Mystic. He's cleaning up the way. Expect will have Perks alive in 2 seconds. But it's a 5-on-4 defense.
And they could just go back out to Elder if they want. They could try to push top and go for the end. We'll see what the choice is going to be. They're going to knock down bot to start.
Yeah, just get these towers down right now, because G2 have been defending behind these towers for such a long time. Just open up the base. And then you know your team fighting right now is strong. You're heading gold. And you should be able to close out the game. But not this time, next time.
That's 2 GAs on the side of Team WE. That's going to give them some confidence. Stand United available as well. The Mystic, frontline Pugmore. That's the way to do it, Deficio.
Wants another tower as well. That's the last one. This inhib will fall as well.
10 seconds before Sven comes alive. Look at that! Taunt! Flash! Perks is down! Team WE making it look easy. G2 Esports are routed. 3 seconds for Sven to get up. Super Minions will start making their way in. But Baron is still buffing up the regular Minions. Nexus turret goes down. Condi is zoning away the entirety of the European LCS squad. WE now onto the Nexus. Shia takes a lot of damage. He's forced away. Collateral damage won't kill him. The Nexus is the focus. And WE give us a series.
Right back in it. 2-1 the score now, but WE put on such a good game. They swap in 0. They look like a completely new team, and Condi and 957, so much credit to these guys for making things happen throughout the game. But it was, Mystic and Shia really shining in the late game too.
Yeah, we said it, this comp is just forward. They started to fall behind. They look really good for G2. We're getting kind of scared here. And then Condi made the big plays to turn it all around before it was too late. And then it was just forward from WE.
Listen to the thunder here in Rio. Team WE walking away victorious in game 3. G2, their heads hanging low. I mean, we talked about it wasn't picks and bans, it was gameplay mistakes that cost G2.
Yes, and that's why a loss like this one really will hurt you, because they were like happy with the draft for sure. Like Perks was glad to get his Ahri as well, and then he didn't play well at all, so he's probably not confident on this champion for the future games. And also the fact that you lose out to these skirmishes when you were actually winning the game and looking really good.
And I think one of the other really tough parts is it can make you doubt what was a good draft. Do you have the confidence to run it back?
True.
You maybe felt happy coming out of Champions League, but do you run it back again?
Well, luckily G2 will have side selection in the next game. So, ladies and gentlemen, Team WE have secured their first game of the series. For more on how they did that, let's hand it over to the analysts.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Team WE not ready to make the trip home just yet. They swap in 0. They get victory number 1 in their attempt to reverse sweep G2 here. Of course, they still got a lot of work to do, but they got it done with the Kog'Maw on the bot lane, the Nami to support it. What are our thoughts here in terms of the switch-ups that WE made coming into this game?
I mean, the first switch-up is on the roster side. They bring in Zero, who's on Nami, he's on a disengaged support, he's with a hyper carry. You think of Zero, and the last time he was on the world stage in any real way was Season 4 Worlds a long, long time ago now, but it was with Uzi. It was Uzi playing the hyper carry. It's mostly the Justana in those days. Well, we shouldn't be surprised that that part worked, because that is where Zero has always shined. His Thresh is good, but his disengaged support was always his comfort. And speaking of comfort, Condi on Lee Sin this game. That was a highlight reel in just a single game that you could apply to a career.
It was, but his Lee Sin in game 2 was terrible. So I think Condi just played a lot better. I kind of agree with the casters there where the draft wasn't the problem for G2. I liked G2's team composition more than I liked Team WE's team composition, but it was the play and the playmaking of Condi and the rest of Team WE that got them the victory.
I just want to make a quick note because you mentioned last time we saw Zero international stages with Uzi. He did actually play in the group stages here in the victory against SKT.
Yes.
Right, so Valte, just had to throw that in. Kobe, over to you.
And when we're on the bottom lane here, I also want to look at G2's because they start off so well. I mean, we're talking up Mystic coming into this match. We're like, this guy's a star. He's absolutely crushing laning phase. Mithy locks in the Thresh, and you're like, oh, yes, Mithy's going to go for some early
sick plays, too.
Exactly. Early on Thresh, they're able to get the first blood. You know, Trick is getting down there. He's involved. So things early were looking good for G2 as far as their playmaking, and it was really about the mid game where Condi flips the switch, Xie's playing super aggressive on that Jace, and 9-5-7 on the Shen that got them here.
All right, let's take a look at it then. That kind of mid-game switch here for Team WE. Our Acer replay from this game, a 4-for-1 into the Baron in the mid lane. Condi, some fancy feed here on Lee Sin.
Yeah, and this is comboed so well with 9-5-7. They basically just face tank the Galio, and G2 was never able to get in. I do want to call back again to the Olaf ban. That's a solo frontliner who's not providing threat to kill Mystic and Xie, and that allows them to run out the back of the fight.
Double jungle ban seems to be working here because the Olaf was the new tech they brought into this series. As you say, only a solo frontliner. The Graves, a comfort pick for him, didn't have the same impact, was kind of lost in these larger skirmishes, whereas Jace was just rampaging through in a way that you didn't expect. That was kind of the surprising part of the draft, is when they went forward, it was with reckless abandon in some of these fights.
And not a couple minutes later, we have a hilarious chase through the Dragon River all the way to the inhib here for G2. This is just kind of fun to watch, but WE putting the pedal to the metal once they got an advantage here.
Turbo Jace, Condi's right behind him, and they're going to chase him all the way into the base here. Condi going to go for the cut off, and they will be able to catch up to Trick.
Yeah. Make sure everybody runs through the acceleration gate. Everybody catches the Nami speed. They just keep going and going. And he's in front, so he may as well take the turret, he figures.
Exactly. I love that he's just willing to just flash into the second turret. He's like, we are killing them all!
I absolutely love it. I mean, the fire that these guys came out with once they had that lead, that's what they're going to need to sustain, though, now through a couple more games.
And it's really interesting, right? Because we're saying we love the fire from Xie diving in. This is how we're going to get him. He was doing the same on Lucian. We have to remember that, and we were not praising him for those moves. So they're still bringing the same attitude, and it just worked a lot better this time with better execution.
All right, but the man that kind of made it all happen here was Condi, right? I mean, this guy was a playmaker on Lee Sin. We've seen it in the past, but really turned it on this game around.
And it was just a different matchup also against the Graves, going to be on the back foot when it comes to the face checks, but some of these skirmishes were out of this world. Getting the kills so frequently before the heroic entrance could come in, and then insect mechanics, sniping of the Qs, everything was working.
Yeah, because this team composition inherently doesn't seem like it has a large amount of initiation, but they were always finding pretty much a completely clean pick at the very start of fights.
Speaking of clean,
that was
this Baron seal,
Oh
jumping over, kicking away, and securing. That was the essence of clean. Clean Lee Sin is a meme. Clean Lee Sin is what we got in this game.
And you know what's interesting? I want to go to Azael's point around drafting now as we kind of look forward to Game 4 here. Because for G2, I think a lot of us would agree that coming through this champs like to say, hey, that looks like a very comfortable draft for them, something you'd be happy to end up with for that G2 squad.
Yeah.
But sustaining a loss like that a lot of times can, you know, put that seed in your brain. You begin to question the decisions that you've made and the champs that you've pulled out within that loss.
I don't know. I don't have the same critique of the champion select, and I think that they should not be dissuaded from that. Just play to their strengths.
Yeah, G2, I feel like, has actually been pretty steady across these 3 games. They're finding the win conditions of their team composition and trying to move towards that. This game, I feel like Team WE was just executing at a much higher level for the mid-game pick. So the inconsistency of Team WE could end up being their killer here because they need to go on a 3-game run.
And what I really want to find out is that we had one style of G2 in group stages. The late game, the late game, the late game. It got them this far, but unconvincingly. We had one style in the first 2 games. They executed that. And now, again, they're going to be looked at for a new style. It'd be really interesting to see if they keep the same bands where G2 goes in the draft, because it'd be a surprise to me to see a third comp, and I feel like they need a third comp to actually take the series win.
Now G2's got that 1-game buffer. It's still do or die for Team WE, and we'll see if they can bring this to a Game 5 in just a few minutes. Meet us back here after the break.
Is going wild. So much noise here in Rio. No flashes available. Mystic tries to put some damage to the biohack.
Condi's here.
Zero's able to flash to safety. Condi's now the target. Sven continues to chase him down. Condi's going to at least warthog to safety. Trick is pretty low from that red buff. Stands united by some time. Damage reduction from the heroic entrance. Backs knocked up to knocked down. Trick is already dead. Miffy's now forced to run away. Sven uses the 90 caliber nets and expect he's doing a great job at buying time. Perks connects with a charm and allows Sven to get the kill onto Condi before Sven gets shut down.
Survive for now, but Perks kicked in.
Oh, Perks is in so much trouble.
Oh my god. 렌터.
All right, double bubble there for G2. Condi's going to kick away Trick. Set that up. See that before.
I love that.
It looks even better now. It doesn't matter. G2 continue to defend.
Oh, and he goes forward. He gets killed by Mystic.
Sorry.
The Nexus is the focus, and WE give us a series.
最关键一点是，首先是选手他们在 B5上能达到第几盘，然后体力够不够，然后其次是 BB 上，还有一些套路，还有这些阵容上有没有新套新阵容，这些也是很关键的一个点。
Welcome back to the Jeunesse Arena, where G2 Esports are just one win away from joining SK Telecom T1 in the MSI Finals. We just heard Shia talking about how you got to adapt. I started the previous game with some interesting tidbits. I'm going to do the same. G2 have chosen blue side. There are no substitutions. 0 will start. And remember I said G2 have never won a series 3-0? Well, in the last 2 years of Team WE's existence, they have never reverse swept. Coincidence?
A lot of facts right there.
I think not, but let's touch on this. G2 blue side, it wasn't the draft that cost them that previous game, but do they change anything? Maybe we'll start with Zale.
I mean, I think a lot of it just comes down to what can you actually get? Like, what options do WE present to you? Because I think given the same draft, like, I think it's pretty advantageous for G2. And I actually thought that they were in a very good position in that game. It just came down to WE playing better.
Yeah, I mean, people will quickly forget that it was a 2K gold advantage for G2 and they were winning like multiple lanes. But then Condi, of course, showed up. And that's where you got to give a lot of credit to WE. They had a draft that was very good when they were ahead. When they started falling behind, they made some big plays, got back in this game, and then actually used that advantage to take over the game completely.
And I think one of the impressive things about this game for WE is, you know, pretty much everyone performed very, very well. Like, their whole team actually contributed a lot.
Yep.
I do think a lot of credit to Condi and 957 for getting them back in, but Xie was hitting shock blast after shock blast after shock blast. I thought Zero was fantastic with his bubbles and his positioning, and
100%.
Like their whole team played exceptionally well in the later stages.
Mystic was never under threat. His whole team was playing so well around him. He just got to put the damage down with that Cogmore W. All right, Team WE have taken to the stage. G2 Esports will be heading out from their lockers in a few moments or two. So I actually want you guys to put your thinking caps on and give me some predictions. Blue side for G2. When they were here in Game 2, they banned out Zyra, Fizz, and Caitlyn. And they first picked Karma. That was with their Olaf. So do you think we see a similar thing here or some pivots to Fisher?
I mean, I think if Team WE here leaves Olaf open, it would be a surprise. They can just ban Kennen, Ivan, and Olaf. Leave the Lulu up and trade Lulu for Karma. That is definitely a possibility in this meta right now. I don't think Lulu is a must pick, you know, for G2. And WE should be able to play around it.
I also think, though, you know, if WE is going to go that way, G2 can ban the other support and try to leave only the one up, is to try to get, you know, Karma or Lulu as their advantageous first pick. But a lot will come down really to, does WE change up their red side bans? Because they hadn't banned Olaf the first 2 games. You have to think they will this time.
Very serious looks there as Sven and Mithy, the last 2 players to take their seats, having a last little word with Youngbuck. Obviously, very serious chats. Actually, Ocelot, the G2 owner, flew out for this series and for this weekend. Was not here last week during the group stage, and we know that he is backstage with the team often, giving some advice, giving some tips, and we'll see what the team comes back to the table with.
Yeah, and I want to see in this pick and ban phase if G2 will keep banning Zyra. It's a pick that removed multiple times now, obviously because it is something WE plays with quite a lot down in the bottom lane to try and win 2v2 as often as possible. But if there is a pick you can kind of sacrifice, it would be the Zyra for like a Lee Sin ban, as an example. But they're still going with it. They're sticking to the first ban we saw last time, which is Zyra. Then, as Trevor highlighted, Fizz, Caitlyn coming in after.
All right, see if there's any pivots from Team WE when they were on red side in Game 2.
There it is. Olaf already off the table.
Ivan Lulu. I mean, Trick, we've seen he kind of only shows up when singular champions here at MSI. He had a pretty good game on Graves last week, a decent game previously, but it simply wasn't enough.
And I mean, one question here is, does he actually go back to the Nunu, right? Like, do you go for the Graves, or do you try to put yourself in the position where, hey, maybe if we got to that full Caitlyn build, you have the Blood Bowl, you have that Nunu, maybe you can actually make something happen.
I mean, he probably wants a first pick Iron in a game like this, and if WE leaves it open to maybe trade it for Lee Sin, that is definitely a possibility. But banning Ivan also is just a safe choice. We talked about, you know, Olaf, Kennen, and Iron getting removed. I like the fact they actually leave the last choice to be between like Ivan and Lulu, possibly to see if G2 bans like the Karma right now, so they don't get that free Lulu pick and you don't get anything in return.
You have to feel the Karma pick for Team WE is a little bit more pivotal as a possibility. G2 actually picked Karma first when they were blue side earlier. Shia, definitely very good on that champion.
Yeah, and this is pretty interesting. I mean, it's very likely it's just going to be the, okay, so it is going to be just the Karma.
Yeah.
You know, WE could have actually left up Lulu and Karma and taken a trade. They could have taken, you know, a Lulu Lee Sin or something like that on their first round. So I am a little bit surprised that they did end up banning out that Lulu.
I think they just feel like Lulu is just better than Karma. So like, you know what, we'll give you one, because we want to get the Ashe most likely for Mystic, as we've seen so often, and the Lee Sin. Unless they want to run again with this, you know, more late game scaling AD carry we saw before, but Lee Sin should be the lock-in for WE, because it was such a good performance from Condi. And Yes, you give over Graves to Trick, but I think after the last game, they're probably okay with that.
Does Trick pivot? Does he pivot? Does he go to the Nunu?
My guess is this game he does not. I think if you lose again in Graves versus Lee Sin, then I'm expecting him to maybe try to make something happen, because the start was good for G2. The composition was good for G2, but it did fall apart due to play. And one guy that really underperformed in comparison to the first two games wasn't just Trick, it was Perks. I mean, if Perks is having 100%. The kind of game that he had in Game 1 and Game 2, I think that's a pretty easy Game 3 sweep. And, you know, Perks is someone that you can count on to make something happen.
And even if I think Ashe is the better AD carry here, I think this actually makes sense for Mystic. It is the comfort pick for him. It's something WE plays around extremely well, despite not drafting like protect the AD carry comps. And if you feel like G2 will take the game late anyway, you will get to like a 3-item spike where Mystic suddenly can carry the game. So they're really aiming for comfort on the side of WE.
Similar could be said for G2. Syndra locked in fairly early, blind. We know it's a safe pick. AD carry has to be the likely option, or you could just see it banned away in this phase 2.
Now, this is actually the first time that G2 this whole series has first round selected a mid laner, so definitely some confidence there. But Xie could lock in the Fizz right now. He could go Fizz or Echo into it, and I think that's what's going to happen here. So we're going to have to see how Trick can actually perform in this matchup.
Yeah, it's always so tricky when you play against Fizz in the mid lane, because early on you feel super powerful as a Syndra, you're kind of pushing him in, you're winning the lane, but then level 6 is where you're constantly afraid of the ulti, because then a jungler will follow up and you get CC'd and you just die. So you play constantly under pressure, especially as G2, because they are so bad at warding around mid lane.
Yeah, and you need to kind of have the help of your jungler to alleviate a lot of that pressure. I mean, we actually saw TSM versus SKT, this same matchup for Bjergsen versus Faker. So Svenskeren actually was in the back pocket of Bjergsen for so much of the early game to stop that all-in potential, but Trick is going to have to be able to do something about that.
And we can really see a shift for G2 after Perks had that bad performance on Ahri, because they have not been early picking mid laners before. Both teams have been okay with just leaving mid laners for the second phase, because so many were available anyway, but now saying we need this Syndra because we don't want to risk it getting banned away, and then Perks gets put on a second tier pick, leaves himself open to these counter picks.
Yeah, and that's really the concerning part. I mean, it's what do you prioritize? You prioritize matchup advantage or comfort on a champion, right? And in this case, G2 is certainly prioritizing comfort. They're saying that Perks is good enough that he can play around that he can avoid this, and you know, we do have to take into consideration it's still theoretically possible this could go top lane, they could do something else. Sure. Very unlikely, but it is possible.
All right, remove the Rumble right now. So Team WE did not want G2 to pick Rumble and kind of force the Fizz to then go top lane against it. And then suddenly G2 would actually, you know, get a good matchup somewhere at least with Fizz already being logged in. I like the Nami ban as well. Zero was fantastic on it, and it's a good pick against counter.
Is this where Team WE and 957 maybe wants to run the Galio with the Fizz and Lee Sin? You've got delivery, that is fantastic. You're eliminating some of these carry top laners that could give it a tough time.
I think it would be a good option. I think especially, you know, adding a beefy frontliner in front of your Kog'Maw, that's always going to be nice, and you have multiple delivery systems, as you pointed out, and I think it's definitely solid.
Sure. I mean, you want your support now because you want to save last pick for that solo lane. Kled is available, and it's been such a good pick for 957, especially as a last pick, where you know, okay, what you're up against.
The other thing that's nice about Kled in this sort of composition is that you are setting yourself up for a 1-3-1. With the Fizz and that Kled, you can get advantage in side lanes, and Syndra is not someone you want matching a side lane against a Fizz in the later stages of the game, so they will have to be very careful about that.
Now this at least is a positive now for G2, because the bot lane is normally these mega skill matchups that can really go back and forth between Team WE and G2. With the Tampkins logged in, G2 should feel very safe in the 2v2. They have a good early pushing mid lane as well in Syndra, so they have some very strong early lanes. And again, WE like to draft these winning lanes and then play super aggressive towards invades with Condi. Can't really do that with this draft.
Now, I'm a bit interested here if we're going to see an Elise or some sort of delivery system, or like the Kazakhs even, because if you do draft Graves here, you have no real way in, and that leaves Kog'Maw in the backline without real diving threat. That can be something that is very concerning. I think that the Kazakhs makes quite some sense here. You dive back on the Kog'Maw, same sort of compositional idea that we have seen a couple times now.
I just don't think they have enough damage to kill Mystic right now with the Tampkins next to him as well. And will make it very difficult for G2 Esports once we go far into the late game. A ton of scaling on the side of Team WE, but very good early to mid game for G2 Esports. And it's going to be a test for them now to see if they can get the same early advantage we've seen a few games now, and then not actually start losing out in these skirmishes. They have to keep that advantage and not go full late game against Team WE.
Team WE, they have the momentum on their side after winning the previous game, especially with Sheer, 957, and Condi really stepping up. And this Kled-Fizz combination looks terrifying if it gets ahead. Trick has only played Kha'Zix once this tournament, has played it 6 times this year. And now we can see how much he has practiced from last week to this week. The Olaf, clear. Kha'Zix, TBD.
Yeah, and they did pivot away from the Graves, right? They did back off that despite it being one of his most powerful picks. They did not have the confidence to go into it, and I think part of it is a compositional choice. But you have to wonder, I mean, most of the junglers who were playing Kha'Zix a lot was at the start of the year when this was an exceptionally strong pick.
Yeah, now people only really play it when you're against split pushing comps, because again, they're very split up, and you can get the isolation damage, you can get these 1v1s into quick 1v2s where you can get a quick kill. That's why he's picking Kha'Zix here, but it's not been a dominating pick for him. Even when it actually were used back in Europe, it's not really one where we normally say, ooh, this is a pick and trick where he would go 10-0.
No, definitely not. But the Graves was, and we didn't see that happen in the previous game. I haven't seen that much this tournament. You see the team compositions on your screen. G2 Esports are 1 win away from redeeming themselves on the international stage, advancing to the MSI finals. All that stands in their way is this terrifying Team WE comp. G2 do not go late against Kled, Fizz, and Kog'Maw.
And while G2 is certainly going to have their chances, you know, we saw WE just straight up outplay, even though they were perhaps outdrafted last game. This time around, I think that WE, for the first time in the series, has the composition that I prefer. I think that they have a very strong draft. They have a lot of ways to win, you know, through split pushing, through picks, through team fighting with the Kog'Maw late game, and it's G2 that is going to have a lot of pressure on them.
Much like the comp in the last game, though, if WE starts falling behind, like there are very few backup plans. Your wave flare is not great. Your ways of starting fights is by you actually winning the split push war and then kind of roaming in towards where G2 is on the map. And setting up split push when you're behind is just so difficult because you often push really far back on the map.
Fortunately for WE, setting up that split push will be 957 with Kled riding Skarl. 3 wins, 0 losses. That phenomenal survival play in the group stage, which had us all blown away.
I mean, I did actually not expect to see this pick. I thought it was going to be banned in every single second phase by G2, but they removed the Shen instead of the Kled after that last game.
And I think it's perhaps just the worry of the Shen plus Lee Sin, how powerful it was with Condi, and also you add in the Fizz on top of that now, and Fizz plus the Shen is such a strong dive into these low mobility carries like Sven, like Perks.
And that's the tricky part for G2. They had 3 picks they really wanted to ban. Nami, and of course the Shen, and then the Kled. You can only pick 2 of them. Let's see if Kled will take over the game.
You talked about the importance of the early game here of getting ahead because of the low wave clear. I think a lot of the pressure in this game is actually on G2's bot lane to get that done because they have this range support advantage. The Karma into the Tahm Kench, you know, Kog'Maw, which is much more of a scaling champion. You need to be able to get the edges there and really step up for your team.
Yeah, just honestly the bottom side, because Perks as well should have the pressure mid early. It's up to then Trick and Perks who go down to this bottom lane, tag team, take down that bot lane from WE.
Thanks to that strength difference in terms of the tag team. You can see the map has been split. Trick securing G2's blue buff. Rather the other way around. WE's blue buff. Condi securing the blue buff on the side of Trick. Winds of War is going to pop Skarl early, but you're waiting for 957 to scale up a little bit before he can deal with Galio.
Exactly. Don't expect too many things early game from Kled. Like, tanks are really solid against them because they can just kind of go even in lane. And Kled wants 2 items before he really takes over the side lane. That's where you should have forced plays as the G2 lineup or elsewhere on the map.
I will say, though, this game, in my opinion, is going to be more about 957 perhaps pushing out in his opponent and then roaming rather than just taking down his opponent, because I don't think that you should be able to have that 1v1 kill pressure on the Galio unless he really does something wrong or gets massively behind.
Thanks to that ultimate charge in Condi and Lee Sin, a lot of opportunities available. Look at your mini-map. You can see G2 on their stronger lanes. Perks shoving in Shia. Gonna deny him at least a few CS. Sven and Miffy. They're pushing up And Mystic and Zero are going to have to be fending for themselves under the tower.
It's always very nice as a jungler if you can split the map when it's your laners getting pushed in. Because you're always afraid you get invaded and you get denied, you know, buffs and early camps. But Condi could just take top side and Trick just took bottom side, and that's really good for Condi right now.
This is actually pretty interesting here for Trick because he's done this super delayed red. I'm not sure that he will go for it, but he has set himself up with the bot lane bouncing and pushing towards him to perhaps look for some sort of a bot lane gank. He may want to base early, but is pretty low on health.
Go low to these Krags. Full clear here.
Oh, to take forever to kill his Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, I'm here again.
Definitely power farming though. Is matched by Condi. Has been equalized. Condi's actually up on the Krugs, up in the top lane, so no jungler finding an opportunity yet. But we're still very early into the game, and 957 with that first TP back to lane. Picks up his second door and played a control ward. And obviously that refillable potion.
Not always expecting a lot of action in the first 4-5 minutes. Perfectly fine for WE to just kind of sit and try and match farm more than anything, but you can already see they're a bit behind in mid. They're going to be even further behind in bot lane, and once again, as we keep talking about, it's on G2 to force the place. And when you have this advantage in push, you always have advantage in the river in terms of your wards as well. You don't want to see them slack on those control wards like last.
TV's just going to be a match. I mean, Expect now has this triple Doran, so he did get the better buy and should control the shove for now. Obviously, does have to be careful about Lee Sin, about where that vision is, but they do have eyes on Lean now, which gives especially their bot lane a lot of freedom to play aggressively.
Give some kudos here to Perks. He's plus 11 CS. Once again, favorable matchup. The lane kingdom parameters are being defined, but if you look at the minimap, Condi had the opportunity to go mid, has the opportunity to go bottom, and it seems to be spinning Mithy the targets.
And it's not spotted yet, and Tomkic has fantastic gank assist.
The ward from Sven has not been placed. It's a bit greedy from G2's bottom lane, still sitting on it. Normally, you really want to get that in the river instantly, so you don't actually risk getting ganked, because that's really the way for Condi to break open the game.
It almost looked like they just gave the respect over that he would have that ward, just assuming that he had placed it. Perhaps he backed off into fog earlier. That actually suggests that he would have, but could have perhaps gone for that gank.
Now we have to remember, Syndra needs to win this early. Level 6 Fizz is where you can start coordinating with your jungler for some absolutely insane ganks. Long range ulti from GA, Perks will get knocked up, and then Condi can join in, and the barrier might not save your life.
And I'd say that Chia has actually done fine in this early game.
Yeah,
the fact
100%.
that he still has his teleport up now, he will be able to make some of this up.
Shum the Waters comes out. That's flash for flash.
And that was exactly the play we were looking for. Good flash from Perks. He respects it. He knows when that ulti flies out, Condi's here.
That said, I mean, Condi, when he hits 6, will have his flash available. You don't even need the Fizz Fish. If you can kick that Syndra in, that can be a very easy kill, but this is some great pressure on the bot side.
Teleport spotted there by Shia. So important to note, him and 957 in this 1-3-1 comp. Going to be able to play the map. No room for error for G2.
Yeah, Perks needs to just respect that whenever Lee Sin is out of vision, if Perks does not have wards on either side, he can't play aggressive, because then Condi could sit right there. He has a ward now near the Raps camp that saw Condi. He has one also down the bottom side, so he is able to find the gank, but look for WE to just continue pressure mid.
I'm also expecting Perks to try to base before that Shark is back up, pick up something like a Negatron Cloak, give him some more survivability, play it a little bit more defensive, because he is sticking around. He hasn't based, doesn't have the flash, and you know, Condi is 6 and can return here pretty soon, so I think he's going to spend that mana in base.
Shia around 35-40 seconds on that ultimate available to him. Still down in CS, but we'll be able to farm up under the tower, and as you mentioned, Perks will finish that recall.
And it's important now to highlight that whenever Condi is spending time mid, it frees up the G2 bot lane to just hit the bot lane tower. They've already gotten it down to about 50% HP. The problem for G2's bot lane is if Perks dies in the mid lane, then suddenly there's a threat of GA and Condi roaming to bot lane, and then they have to back off as well. Sven and Mithy, that is, and suddenly you don't get pushed anywhere if you're G2.
Now, that chain of corruption onto Mystic. He's trying to get away. The flash will allow him to break the tether, but that's no flash on Mystic. Here comes Condi and Shia. So is Trick in the area. No Stand United or teleports for either team available.
And Mystic is getting poked very low here. Such good pressure from G2. If they can get this first turret, the picks would be worth it. But Condi sneaking up, has his flash and his kick available.
It's a 3-on-3 setup. Teleport for 957, significantly closer to completion. Also, both of these AD carries around 79, 72 CS, so over 2,300 gold apiece. They want to go back and shop.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that Perks went for kind of the wave clear, the push option with that lost chapter, so he needs to keep shoving in Xie, poking him out because he won't be able to survive as well. And 957 moving down has Kled ultimate, and the Fizz ult is up.
Charge is what Kled and Skull yell. Perks gets caught by a bear trap on the road. Tower damage onto Xie. He manages to use the troll pole. First blood, WE.
And we kept talking about the pressure mid lane. When you have that Fizz, you can land the ulti so easily on these targets that sit there without any dashes or anything. Really nice roam from 957. The famous Kled is off to a good start.
Definitely a really good start for WE, and a credit, probably, yeah, Q into Fish. That's really how you want to do it.
You can't dodge this.
Exactly, and he saves his Playful Trickster to tank 4957. The last turret shot comes out, he can hop away from that, ensuring that Perks cannot get a trade kill there in any way. Very, very smart stuff from WE.
Yeah, you can only really prevent that kind of gank if Expect follows Kled down and uses his ulti defensively. But that's where, again, this Kled with Tiamat can push first and then also leave first, and you can get these roams towards the mid lane.
And that's what kind of had cost Expect his TP. You know, his TP was not off of cooldown yet. 957 was. He's able to move down, and Expect cannot TP and try to save his mid laner.
Our first blood on the board for Team WE allows them a near 1,000 gold lead. Trick was able to pick up that Ocean Drake, which is something that, Zale, I've heard you say multiple times in MSI during the laning phase, is very important, very useful for this G2 squad. And of course, they've still got some strong lanes. Tower First Blood, more likely to go to G2 in this bottom lane.
And that's what they really need to cash in on now, but another all-in coming in.
All right, Perks gets caught by the Chum the Waters. Zero and Mystic arrive. Now Mithy's the target. Not going to be devoured because Zero saves Mystic. A second kill for WE.
And this is super concerning. I mean, Perks with the Fizz up, blind picks the Syndra. This is what you are signing up for. So a nice roam up from Zero and Mystic ensures another kill, and Xie maybe off to the races.
Ooh, they're ganking Sven now. Mithy's not here.
Flash into Tangle Axe. Sven is going to get locked up, devoured, gobbled, spat backwards. Mystic is going to keep shooting. Now Sven with Flash and the heal gets to safety. Expect kills Mystic. Here comes 957. Looks for the jousting into the bear trap. Look at the heroic entrance. Expect saves Sven for a few seconds longer. Zero and 957 running for their lives.
Condi has kick flash.
Looking for some targets. Mythic gets knocked up into the air. Another flash. The damage onto Condi. Takes him down. Now she is the target. He's already used Playful and Trickster. He gets devoured. Here comes Trick. Trick's not done. That's a triple. Looking for the triple.
Oh my God.
Down.
Such a good play from Trick. G2 coming down, and Condi could not hit the critical Q after his kick. That allowed G2 to turn around the fight. They get the first turret, and they have control of the game.
That just saved the entire early game for G2 Esports. They were losing in the mid lane, and it would just get worse and worse and worse. But that play in the bot lane just gave them so much gold.
It was so big, and they're getting the mid lane push. Xie TPing in, though, looking for another kill. He already has 3.
Perks is holding onto his flash, sidesteps Chum the Waters. Here comes Condi from the side as Earth flies into the air. G2 turn it round, plus 1,500 gold on the play, and they got the tower.
The one really scary part, though, for G2 is that Xie was the one who picked up these kills. And Sven, you know, hanging around here this long, he had to know the bot lane was coming back down, but did not play with a lot of respect.
Yeah, remember, Mystic has no flash. It was forced earlier in the 2v2 lane, so he died early, and now Perks will not join this fight. So it's 4v4 at this point. But a lot of members of WE are already very low, and Kled can't really team fight right now.
And such a big part of this was Condi. So he goes for the kick. He does not hit his follow-up Q. This should have been a kill on a Mithy. He just whiffs on the knock-up, and that is not something you will see Condi do very often at all. If he executes the karma right there, perhaps it's a different fight.
Big now also for Expect and Trick. Two guys who played well this series. They get all the early kills. It's 2-0-3 Galio and 2-1-2 Kha'Zix.
And I mean, you said Trick is not the guy to go 10-0, but he doesn't have to. He's off to a great start, 2-1-2, and Kha'Zix is a very powerful snowball jungler.
Especially when it needs to combo with Galio. This is the duo that can make or break the game for WE. While 957 and Xie charge all the way forward, Trick and Expect are going to have to pick the right target at the right time, and Trick is sitting with Sven up top.
Yeah, now bot lane tower went down. Remember that mid lane tower as well. Perks took it down and then dodged that gank from GA right after. So important for G2 that can keep pushing this advantage, because we talked about this in Champ Select. You don't want to risk going full late game against this comp from WE. You want to keep snowballing your lead.
You definitely don't, but WE have the tools to delay it, to get it there anyway, perhaps. You know, you have a very strong Fizz. The Fled is strong as well, and they can look to delay this game out. But 4 men moving top, they're looking for a dive. Galio roaming up 2, it could be 5 for G2.
Team WE are going to have a numbers disadvantage. Kled, 957, no teleports available to him. G2 Esports are just going to brute force the tower in a numbers advantage play.
So they get another outer turret. Next step is push further towards those tier 2 towers, set down your vision, and make sure WE cannot create that pick with the Fizz. You should be able to keep track of him on the map. As 5, G2 can survive that engage and deal with it. Split up 1v1, they will die.
Exactly, and it's really trying to exploit some of the weaknesses here in WE's comp, the lack of that wave clear. If you don't let them get out to the side lanes, if you don't let them have that control, you can consistently be pushing it up and really trying to pile on the pressure.
All right, 957 will get a reply tower back. On to Expect in this bottom lane. Expect only set something up, no real support. We look at the mini-map, a number of G2 members moving towards the Dragon Pit. Cloud has just spawned, and I'm looking at wards, not a huge amount of controls just yet.
Yes, you want this Drake right now, and then your next step is obviously you want to look at a tier 2 tower, but you don't want to risk overextending, so you might actually have to just play a little bit safe until Baron starts spawning, but you need to just keep forcing these team fights. So Skarl and this Fled can't really do a whole lot in a fight. Like, he's really good split push and roaming, as you highlighted, Azale. Compared to Galio in a team fight, like, it's a very one-sided fight in favor of Galio.
It definitely isn't. And that's why I think that they want to establish vision control, but do it slowly, methodically. If you can move up the lines of vision, even if you don't see all the wards, you can know if WE has placed new wards in those locations. You can move it up over time, and that can deny the ability to get those TP flanks and enable you to go for those 2-2 turrets.
And something that we talk a lot about in these 1-3-1 comps is you cannot allow them to start the split push. You have to attack it before it gets going. And that vision line and pushing into the right lanes is going to be crucial for G2 against 957 and Shihia, who are continuing to scale up. Look at their itemization as... Oh, flash for flash.
Oh.
Respect there from Sven.
No, it was Blast Cone from GA. He overtook the Blast Cone, and I'm not sure if the animation of him auto-tagging it was for Sven. It looked like the animation of the ulti being casted, and he just panic flashed straight away. That is something that can cost you. Again, small mistakes in a semi-final at MSI against such a strong team as WE. These things can really cost you.
And they have been ones to capitalize on these small mistakes. I mean, 2 of the games in this series, they have gotten kills around 20 minutes and transferred that into a very early Baron. And, you know, Sven is going to have to be super careful. It also kind of shuts down the ability for them to push forward in Siege, because you can't really risk a fight right now without him having flash.
Let's see what Sven decides to do, because there's no outer turrets for G2, so it's actually very risky for them to keep pushing forward into WE territory. They've got no deep vision to work around, and they don't have a great answer in a split push yet. Expect is still scaling up.
And that's the thing, it's okay for G2 to slow down the game and wait for Baron to spawn. Another Drake will come up as well that you can go for, and by simply not putting yourself in a position where WE can find a way back, then you can at least slow down the gold, like how much gold you're getting, how much gold they're getting as well. Because it's WE here who desperately needs the gold. And if you just sit and trade farm, you buy a bit of time at least. Yeah, he's getting caught.
He is indeed, but he's got support coming in from the Abyssal Voyage. Zero's going to use Devour onto Shie.
TB from 957 too.
Teleport comes out from Expect. He uses the Justice Punch forward. Team WE and G2, everybody's in the fight. Heroic Entrance comes down. Expect knocks out Kobe, gets the kill. Sven with the double. Now Perks looking for 957. Skarl buys some time before he hops away to safety. The jousting's not enough. G2 5-3.
It gets turned around. Trick laying in wait. WE thought they had caught out Perks. He sidesteps the fish, sets up the great fight, and they have the waves to get objectives off it.
Yes, and we're sitting here talking about WE just wanting to wait and scale, and they're trying to force a play without G2 having made a move on the map. Such a risky gamble, and it completely backfired.
Redemption is within grasp. for the Kings of Europe. 1.5 minutes until Baron. 5,000 gold in the lead, and here's that replay.
Yeah, you have not seen many of the G2 members force any play. So you should know they're ready for you to attack them. And it's just a very good instant reaction from G2. Expect comes in. And yeah, the no-flash Varus, well, he's not even in a fight at this point, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but he is able to clean up a couple kills as they try to walk out low HP on the bot and expect so much faster on the teleport than 957 was. By the time 957 got into the fight, it was already decided, and he just gives over another kill.
Trick was waiting in the bush.
It's great.
She had jumped in.
But I look at games like this and I'm just like, the team that wants to snowball the game is allowing the team that wants to scale to have a bit of a slow mid-game. Wait for Baron to spawn. And then the scaling team like, nah, we're gonna fight right now. We're going for this one. And it just hurts them so much.
Rift Herald here are going to be taken over from G2, and I think this is actually, you know, while it's often criticized, these Rift Herald takes, in this situation, it is dangerous to move up for that mid-tier 2, and this is actually a pretty good decision for Expect, which will help him answer any side lane pressure later in the game.
And it's the first successful Rift Herald for G2 Esports. They have lost games going for that little bad boy. But this time around, they have the map pressure.
14 games of MSI, and they get their first safe, secure one. And
that's progression right there. That's progression.
It only took 14, you know, potential attempts.
First stop, Rift Herald. Next stop, SKT.
Almost the same.
Hey, they've improved, right? They've improved. That's what they're going to be looking to keep doing. But again, it's just the fact that Expect and Trick can now deal with these side lanes. They're the two most fed members, and now Sven with kills on the board. He can start to clean up.
Bot lane.
Is setting up. Charge goes down, 957 takes so much damage. Trick seems to be everywhere, but he's been outnumbered. Sven's on a rampage. Chum the Waters takes him down. Trick's running for his life. Teleport's not available for Expect. Trick has now got support from Miffy. Defensive flashes away. Team WE, 4-man stack, and the heroic entrance is in range.
Yeah, you really have to respect the mobility on the side of WE due to that Kled ulti. No flash still from Sven, but it's once again, it's Trick hiding, and then he's sending in perks and Sven is bait.
And honestly, I think it works out pretty well here for G2. You know, they do get the summoner and kill trade there, you know, on the engage from WE. So Sven is going to have his flash up for the next fight. He's getting very strong, and despite this kill being successful, Trick is playing this so smart. He's always shadowing his damage dealers.
Again, Trick is basically saying that he's the carry right now, and it's Sven and perks that needs to bait, so he can actually get the fight he's looking for. And it's a 1-for-1, but it's exactly what WE wants to do, to try and get some kills and get some of that gold we keep talking about.
This show, it was the long con. Everybody has their eyes on Perks and Sven. How do you deal with them? All of a sudden, Trick has got some wiggle room to play a pick that is surprising even us with his performance. He's got a good read on WE, right place at the right time, and Trick is a big reason why G2 is bouncing back in this game.
It's what we talked about earlier, how Kha'Zix is really good against 1-3-1 comp, because again, he's finding these skirmishes. It's not about 5-on-5 pure team fight, it's always split up. And Trick is obviously showing why this pick is smart.
And he was the beneficiary of that fight in the bot lane, which really got him going and put him in the position that he could, you know, be so strong in these skirmishes. And when you look at last game, the way that WE won, the way that they kind of controlled the early game was 957 and Condi. They're both very far behind Expect and Trick right now. They're not going to be as big of an impact.
Now G2 got one hell of an impact already. Up a sizable amount of gold, 3.5K, 4K, looking around Baron Vision. But what great development from G2. From a shaky group stage where truthfully 4 out of the 6 teams here had mixed performances. I mean, Marines really stepping up. WE, the surprise of the group stage, that second half going 5-0. And of course, coming into this best of 5, very well prepared.
But it's definitely not over yet. This is still a composition from WE that is very tricky to play against. One little missed position and suddenly one member gets one shot and Mystic gets to his late game. So G2 now looking around the Baron. It's where they want to try and set up a play and force a team fight before we hit late game.
GA has a chance. He's going to have his chances to get those picks, to take over the game. Fizz now, you know, with these 2 items, with the portable and the Zonias, you can get much more aggressive in the team fighting. You can dive for the backline and try to take out some of the gold on people like Sven.
The only member GA really hates on the side of G2 is the Karma. Karma brings shields, redemption, will be a locket as well. And that stops Fizz from one-shotting that target when he drops in.
You also do have to be pretty careful playing around the Galio, because although you have, the Zonias and you have your playful Trickster, if you use that to get in the fight and you get taunted, you're very, very squishy. You can get knocked down pretty quick.
A lot of damage coming down. As Mystic actually gets chunked up by this Winds of War. Looking at some of the itemization really quickly. 2 Black Cleavers aside WE 957 and Condi got that picked up. Titanic Hydra for 957, so very committed to that side lane. Not going to do a lot in bigger 5v5s, but his team doesn't want him to do that. They don't want to commit to that split push strategy.
I also really like the fact that Expect has gone for Frozen Heart instead of the Iceborne Gauntlet. We were actually talking about this the other day, and I feel like too many top laners just autopilot and pick up that Iceborne. If you're not going to be able to have side lane pressure, if you're not going to be able to be pushing into the turret or dueling up against that person anyway, go for the Frozen Heart. It's more utility based. It's very strong in the team fighting against many of these members.
Yeah, exactly. You are against so many guys that relies on actually getting multiple attacks off. Even Fizz does benefit a bit from getting another auto attack with his W later. Obviously, that one is hard to slow down because he can kind of reset it, but Fizz tends to kind of sit on his target for quite a while. So small benefit against him, but it's mainly against Mystic and, of course, 957.
Yeah, every single bit helps. G2, by the way, 3 dragons on the board. We're 25 minutes into the game. It's a 5,000 gold difference. Baron, despite being up for a few minutes and some vision being set up, hasn't necessarily been the focus. And G2, with the fact that Sven has just picked up his Phantom Dancer as a full item ahead, they're going to be feeling very comfortable.
Yeah, the reason G2 can't just start it right now is because they don't have anyone who can really tank it properly. You don't want to drop low before the Baron, because then WE just runs in and forces you off it, and you just wasted a bunch of time. So you always have to give it like 5, 6, 7 minutes after Baron has spawned, and then you start looking at teams really trying to force it. And they moved the tank here now. We're 5 minutes past Baron time. They're going for it.
And this is actually really smart. Not killing off those wards, the signal that they have started. Perks is trying to zone on the side. Condi could look for the steal.
957 starts to channel a teleport into the river. He's going to arrive.
Do they
Condi,
commit?
son of Baron, wants to jump in. Baron's going very, very low. Secure! Team WE get Baron! Shia and Condi on the focus though. It's so far at 2 for 1. 957's running for his life. Flashes away. Skull gets popped and that leaves him stranded. And unfortunately for WE, they lose 3.
Yeah, they lose a couple kills here, but they get the Baron. They have a couple members up. It's how much can G2 get now before these guys respawn? Can they look to crack the base?
Well, 30 seconds on Fizz with TP. Remember, if you're G2, you also have to respect the fact that you need to also get away from the base once you actually kill it without getting jumped on.
They're going for it.
Inhibitor turret is the focus. Expect steps forward to that shield. Not going to find a target though. Mystic still flash and heal available to him. The Devour from 0 buys time.
Yeah, very smart to retreat. Don't go for the inhibitor. The Fizz is almost up past TP, and an overstay like that can cost you the game. But here's the setup again. G2 gets it very low, but the Fizz Shark, in combination with the execute from Condi and the Smite, able to come in and take that out. Trick was not expecting them, I think, to go for the finish there.
Both junglers end up using Smite, or one used Smite near 200 HP, and Trick obviously was about to click Smite, but couldn't do it in time. But it's huge for WE despite losing kills and towers, because again, you prevent G2 from getting Baron. That's just the key thing, no matter how many members you lose. Because if G2 picks up that Baron, you have no way to defend.
I really do agree, but that said, they cracked the base anyway off of that fight. So, that's mostly what you need the Baron for, to be able to break the base, to push up and really crack that first inhibitor line. So we'll see if this accomplishes a similar goal. Can they just move 5 men up middle, look for that fight, look to claim the first inhibitor of the game?
They have not felt confident moving too far forward, because they're respecting the flank, which of course is what we talk about, so we're very happy they're respecting the flank and not just running, close their eyes and just run forward. Get another Drake. 4 Drakes now for G2 Esports.
Looking at time, there will be another elemental spawn before the Elder. They're not going to delay this one. And there's one outer turret remaining in the bottom lane. G2 starting to group up around that one. Now look at this. Unleashed Power on Kondi puts a lot of damage down. Not enough to kill him, but maybe enough to zone him away from any sort of defense. Shield of Durant comes down from Expect. The minion wave buffed up by that Baron. And WE still hold on 2 members.
And Expect is just so comically tanky at this point. He has so much armor that he can just step forward with that threat. And Xie looking for the flank. He's on Sven.
Waters finds Sven. Sven's in so much trouble and killed. 957 takes him down. He's taking a lot of damage in return. His Trick is in the retreat. Expect, despite how tanky he is, will get killed if WE chase. Sonic Wave connect. That's a great stun from Perks. And they taxi to safety.
And get out, but the 80 carry went down. Sven had to use both summoners, not enough once you get hit by Fizz ulti.
And you've got to nitpick a little bit here on Sven, though. They had a ward on the side. They saw Xie coming in. You need to be able to flash that fish. That is something that should be expected of a player at this level. You know, you need to be able to pull that off. And there's the ward that does see the Fizz coming around. Oh, it had already gone out over the wall, so that is actually very, very hard to react to.
Yeah, that was a sneaky ulti by Xie, catching Sven. Then you can maybe argue, save the flash after. If you're already hit and you know you're going to die, have it for the next fight. But that was a great ulti by Xie to start it. G2 managed to get out alive, but it's slowing down the game a bit once again, which is good for WE.
Or even that G2, should have had a little bit better vision and had that corridor awarded, right, to cover for that flank, which is something that you have talked a lot about for G2, because you have to feel like that is not a fight, not a fish that Xie should have been able to just walk in and get onto your AD carry.
Definitely agree.
Xie 4-3-2 at the end of that fight. Waiting for his itemization to come back available. 957 with a GA picked up. So WE, they're 30 minutes in. Yes, they've got an exposed inhibitor, but they're continuing to scale. They're continuing to become a problem for G2 to deal with.
And that fight not only saved the tower, it again used Sven's flash, Perk's flash, it's also gone Expect's flash. So G2 are not feeling very confident right now in taking another fight because these carries can die so easily. So it's once again giving a few more minutes over to WE, and they're trying to catch up in items. Now 3 items for Mystics. I like this rage play build against Galio because you get so many auto attacks off. Next Baron is key for G2, and they're looking for mid inhib. It's risky because they have no flash.
And both the teleports are available for WE, but you can see that G2 is trying to establish vision control along the sides, check if there's any wards that could be those flanking wards, and they are trying to do their due diligence, but 957 is just constantly pushing, delaying, forcing Expect to go back to the event.
Well, Expect does have his teleport available if he's going to try and match with 957. By the way, second GA now picked up on the side of Team WE. It is Condi with that one in his inventory, and Team WE going to become more difficult to deal with in team fights. This 5v5 is significantly less G2 favored with the itemization, with the scaling, with the fact that WE continue to become more online and more powerful.
And it's always important to note, when we say that, it doesn't mean that, oh my god, G2's going to lose every single team fight. It's just how easy it is for you to execute the fight and win it. The percentages, they will just go further and further down for you and up for the other team when you start hitting these late game spikes. But they can definitely still win fights around this ban, and that's going to be the key for them.
And it's also something where Sven is opting to go for the most aggressive build. He's building the Last Whisper and looking like he's going to be building towards an IE instead of getting any sort of magic to this. There's no Hex Drinker, there's no QSS or anything like that. So if you do get hit by that fish, it's essentially a death sentence. You have to really rely on your positioning and your team to keep you safe against that. But if he does manage to, he'll be putting out so much damage in the fights that he could look to turn it around.
Sven and Perks' flashes are around 80 seconds away. Baron is spawning in 40. So G2 want to stall for a little while longer, have that summoner spell available to them if they want to set up a play. But looking across WE, they all have their flashes, and Condi, he's sniffing for some opportunities and some kicks.
And you can hear it because G2 can't really see him on the map. Trick is finding Condi though.
Good damage already. Taste their fear, and the isolated bonus working in favor of Trick's Kha'Zix.
Yeah, and this is allowing them to get the chunk to push up mid and try to challenge now for that inhibitor. There are still some flanking wards and no flashes on the carry for G2. This is going to be a pivotal moment in the game for them. We'll see if they can get it and get out free.
Well, it looks to be the case. Team WE, they haven't pulled the trigger yet. Condi's still lingering in the wait. Minions should take this one down.
That was close.
Fizz can still TP though. The fight is not over. They're coming in right now. No flash on Perks.
And G2 are split, but the teleport is cancelled. Cancelled.
It's a
957, however, did not devour from Zero by some time. Super minions successfully secured for G2.
That was so big. Really nice setup for Expect. Prepping the taunt on the ward to force it, but the stun lands.
Two-man stun. Zero forced to flash away to safety. Here comes Expect. Not going to find the taunt because he's got no flash to change the distance. Mystic is dropped low. He's stunned and devoured. G2 are very, very confident. Trick jumps forward into 957.
Condi on the side.
GA is still available to him. Look at the taunt. Connects down. Bear trap on a rope. Gonna buy some time, but Chum the Waters will knock back Miffy. Nobody else. Redemption heals up the backline for G2 and WE. They're running away.
Yeah, Zero is just saving everyone from WE right now. Mystic got hit twice by stuns, but then Zero was there. G2 did not use any flashes offensively, and that is worth highlighting.
And the critical thing here, they can retreat back, take the Scuttlecraft, establish this vision controller on Baron. Oh, another TP coming in. They're going to look to fight again.
Just to interrupt that back timing. Look at the mini-map.
That was a horrible teleport.
It's pushing really heavily in favor of Team WE. 957. That TP sucked.
I didn't want to say it. I was going to get Kobe in here to say it, but he's busy on the analyst desk.
It was a good impression. He nailed it, but I mean, that's both of the teleports down now. Expect still has his. He can have side lane advantage, and G2 is TPing right now. They're going to try to go for this fight.
Who are looking for the flank. Expect's going to come in from behind.
Trick is far behind, though.
Entrance is available to him. Going to dash forward. Gets the taunt. Perch goes golden with the hourglass. Trick jumps in. Sven is hammering away on 957. Retreat is the call. 957 and Kled get away, but Zero does not. Condi's left alone. There comes Expect. Jungler is still available. The son of Baron has already stolen a Baron. He could do it again.
And G2, though, they're going to go over to Baron, try to pressure, at least look for some sort of a turn and a pick. You need to force something now. This is a good opportunity for you. You're playing against a scaling composition, but Condi is on the side.
Yeah, they don't see Condi up here. To the top. This one will not spot Condi in the tri-push either. This one will from Trick, so they will spot him now.
Chum the Waters is so close to being available for Shia. If G2 don't rush it down, Chum the Waters could come in. Here comes Condi. He's taunted up. Chum the Waters falls short. Condi is a target.
He still has GA.
GA is going to tag the Baron. It's slowly starting to regen. Chain of corruption misses and Condi's down. Here comes GA. Leap over the wall. Baron's a focus and G2 secure it.
Beautiful setup. 957.
Oh, GA is going to be available to him. That gets a pop. Zero jumps in as well. He gets caught by a Justice Punch. Expect is looking for the taunt.
If they catch Mystic, they may have the game here. Is no flash.
Redemption comes down to help out. Trick goes forward. Mystic is down. Zero's the target. G2, they may have done it.
I think they have. The Baron buff is here. Super Minion has arrived. They are going for the end.
G2 Esports are onto the Nexus turret. They were looking to prove to the world, to prove to Europe, this is where they belong. G2 Esports take down WE, and G2 are redeemed.
What a story. These guys have been counted out in the international tournaments time and time again because of their history. They have a shaky group stage. They're going up against WE. They're 0-2 against them in the tournament, and they come back and show a form that they have never been able to do before.
G2 Esports just went from being one of the most hated teams in Europe to suddenly being the team that everyone can rally behind when it comes to international tournaments. My voice cracks at the worst time ever.
And off the back of Trick's performance.
Oh yes.
1 and 11. He was everywhere G2 needed him to be, and he delivered.
And he was huge on the Olaf in games 1 and 2.
Forced a ban.
He drove multiple bans, drawing the Ivern ban, the Olaf ban. You know, Trick really returned to form here, and this is what we talked about. This is the key to G2's success in this series. Trick would have to show a form that he has not shown in quite some time, and he was able to step up.
Exactly. Very impressive performance from him. And also G2 with the cleanest game here in the end. Got that advantage. We kept talking about, you know, you need to keep trying to force the play around that Baron, and they did. Despite Condi stealing one, they went back in there. They actually managed to set up perfectly, kill Condi, take the Baron, and then close out the game.
Saw Team WE walking off stage. For G2, this was a tournament of redemption. Team WE was a tournament of returning to glory. And unfortunately for them, despite being heavy favorites, the week of prep, the last few days, benefited G2 more.
But I still think if you're Team WE, you are overall happy with this tournament here. You wanted to come in and show what you could do on the big stage. You challenged SKT, got a 1-1 against them. You came into the semifinal, as you said, as a favorite. And for a team that's just returned to the international stage with a lot of young players, that is still acceptable.
It's something to build upon. It's something to look forward to Worlds with and take this experience and try to improve upon it. But definitely, you will be walking away somewhat disappointed. For them, they wanted to get second. That was what the Chinese fans expected of them. On this international stage, they were supposed to be second only to SKT. But Europe has bested them here today.
Yeah, and surprisingly so. You can go back and look at some of the individual plays. You can talk about picks and bans. But G2, they did everything that was asked of them to step up the series. Have champions that work. Have lanes that show up. 2 games, Perks goes off. He almost wins the game for them. 2 games, Perks does not. And for the first time at MSI, the rest of the team rally behind him. It was an impressive showing, an impressive step up to Fisho for a team that really was struggling.
100%, and again, they can just be so proud and so happy right now because they were a bit nervous coming into this tournament. They didn't want to have another failure, another tournament where people would flame them and be mad at them. But after this, no one can say a bad thing about G2 Esports.
Great performance at the end of the day. We will be getting yourselves ready for the Analyst Desk interview shortly. But yeah, G2 now, they have the unenviable task of facing SKT tomorrow.
Well, first of all,
they're in the finals. I mean, that's pretty enviable, right? I think
doesn't matter who you face.
I think there's a lot of teams out there that'll be like, whoa. I would happily get smashed by SKT tomorrow.
Sure, if you make the final, that's already a great thing.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but the only Western teams that have taken games off SKT in the past was CLG and Fnatic. Is that correct?
I do believe so.
Yes.
Will G2 be the third one to take a game off SKT? You'll have to wait till tomorrow to find out.
We'll see if they first take a series.
There we go.
That's how you hype the final. Can they take a game?
We'll have to see. You've got to start with one,
of
at
course.
least. Anyway, Shox is standing on stage. Let's head downstairs for a word of G2's victorious man in the mid lane.
Thank you very much, guys. I am joined by Perks after closing out that series. And the first thing I have to ask you, after playing that way, after securing your first best of 5 internationally, how does it feel to show the world that you can do it?
It just feels really great. Like, I'm so happy and relieved right now. I'm really happy that we actually showed up because I really felt like we were actually a really good team. And in best of ones, we were not really showing up. It was on and off, and we were not prepared like well enough that we should have been. And it just, yeah, it's great.
Talk me through the series then, because WE is a very good team. What was kind of the key elements in your strats and in the way you approached the game to kind of fight their aggression and make sure you could win?
Well, we just knew they're really getting better after facing them already and watching the replays. And like, we just took stronger champs too. Like, the winning condition is usually winning through bot lane, like having strong bot lane and then roaming bot and helping them. So we banned like this oppressive lane champs, Karma, Zyra stuff, and the bot lane then is kind of leveled down. And then we have easier time surviving early game, getting to our mid game. Also, we had pretty good early games today, and that's thanks to Trick. He was doing a lot of ganks.
I mean, I think that's a big one there. Trick really stepping up and doing well, and the entire team. Was there kind of a mental click after that TSM win? Is that what you guys like kind of built on and focused your practice on?
Yeah, for sure, because we lost like 9 out of 10 early games in the group stage. So we really practiced hard this week, and the scrim results have been pretty good. And I feel like we improved, so it's just good that it shows.
So, Perks, the big question, do you feel like you've been redeemed? Is this enough redemption for you personally?
Well, for me personally, maybe, but I would like to take at least a game of SKT. Like, SKT is undoubtedly the best team in the world by far. So if we can just show a good performance and not get 3-0 smashed, that would be really nice.
I mean, and for you personally, if you could just solo kill Faker, you just had a fantastic tournament. What's gotten into you, man? You've dominated your lane kingdom in practically every game.
It's the books.
It's the books, so finally we have to go, but is there anything you want to say to all the G2 fans and probably recently converted G2 fans that are finally believing and the ones that stuck by you all along?
Well, I would like to thank to all the fans that support us, and finally we redeem ourselves to you, and just keep supporting us, and we will like keep trying our best till the end of my career. For me, at least, I would always try my best, and I would like to thank this crowd also. They are so awesome. They pump me up so much when we go on stage, even if when we lost the game and I played pretty bad. Like, I was just really happy to go on stage again. So yeah, thank you all.
All right, well, thank you also very much, Perks. Fantastic performance by Perks and the squad. G2 heading to the finals. Analyst desk, take it away.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Perks hesitant to call it redemption for the squad, but I'll say it definitively. G2 Esports redeemed for their last year's showing at MSI here, moving on to the finals in 3-1 fashion over Team WE. And I mean, a lot in part to do with that guy there in the mid lane who was talked about in those first 2 games. He really started the team off on the right foot.
Yeah, and you can see the recognition the crowd is giving him here. They couldn't even hear the interview, but they saw him down on stage and started chanting his name. He completely showed up, and it feels good for a team that isn't usually the fan favorite in Europe to get such support here after a tremendous showing.
It always feels good for hard work to be vindicated and to see it pay off for these guys who have had criticism for so long.
I mean, they came in early, famously at this tournament. They practiced. It's just been a year of redemption for them. Of course, a year ago it was famously MSI 2016, the vacation memes. And then you think of Perks' performance as an individual at MSI, at Worlds, was definitely on a low ebb, definitely had a lot of struggles. Went to IEM Katowice, was MVP of that tournament. Bit of a question mark there. Came to this tournament, and he stepped up a lot here as well. So it's finally, putting the youthful exuberance around, newly 18, newly now 3 splits in as a player, and starting to become a complete player, which is great to see.
And they'll be moving on to face SKT tomorrow. But let's go ahead and bring it back to this Game 4 here and look at how the series closed for G2. Again, we had 0 in here for the second game, and WE went for that Kog'Maw draft once again. But a lot of action in the bot lane starts up right here at 11 minutes. We got a big fight in the bot lane. G2 grab and control the game. We'll take a look at this, see how it started. But this was, again, one of many large team fights.
And another good moment here where G2 have the right level of patience. Sven had both summoners up. He allows himself to be eaten by 0 because that draws Team WE in. They had the right placement on expected teleport. 957 had the wrong on his, and they turned this fight around.
This is, of course, a 5-man commit from WE. There's no way for Syndra to be involved, at least at the start of the fight. This is where Jie and Condi feel like they have the drop, but the Q misses. That Q did not miss in Game 3. This one misses here, and then this is definitely G2 taking full steam ahead.
Yeah, now is WE going for a risky play to begin with, but then mis-executing on that risky play. And huge punish by G2 here. Really well done.
And this is the beginnings of the Trick Kazakhs, right, which we saw underperforming earlier in the tournament, only 1 game, but definitely a lackluster performance this time around with a couple early kills, definitely able to aid in those assassinations of the backline along with Expect.
Yeah, and one of the big improvements I saw from Trick specifically was a huge increase in lane ganks and setting up counter ganks. You remove a lot of risk when you do go for those. Communication with the lanes to remove the wards that you're going through those lanes, and then setting up for the counter ganks. Those paid off so many times.
Yeah, and I think one thing that can happen in best of ones is you're playing a different jungle style every single game with all the fantastic junglers we had here at the tournament. Mystic ganked more than pretty much any other jungler in this tournament, and specifically the counter ganks. Oh yeah, sorry, Condi ganked.
All good, all good. I was like, that'd be interesting though.
Yeah, Mystic, the Kog'Maw ganks were lethal, but really, the fact that Trick was able to set up so many of those counter ganks, it felt like he got inside the head of him throughout the best of 5 series, and that's something European junglers talk about a lot when they're playing against G2, is the way he can learn throughout the series. So just another handout to him.
We asked him to step up, he did. We will also in a moment be able to hear from Expect and get his thoughts on the series from the top lane here for G2, but I want to push us forward to a couple more replays. This next one, our final Acer replay of the day. G2 in the top lane, 4 for 0. This really puts the kibosh on. I love the fancy feet there by Perks.
Yeah, and this is another one of those plays where we talk about, Team WE not accounting for all of the members of G2, going all in with imperfect information, and a huge, not only, Trick counter gank, but the entire team sets this one
And then Sven ends up cleaning it up. Remember, he had kind of just flashed with very little pressure on him before the start of this fight, and yet could play clean up on the AD carry, which is not something you'd expect. And again, they didn't have the information. It was relentless aggression from WE when it didn't really feel like they needed to be that aggressive.
All right, but I feel like we got to take a look at the final fight of the series as a whole. This one, again, starting in the mid lane, goes to the Baron, back to the mid lane. A whole lot of craziness. Perfectly encapsulates this entire series in my head.
I mean, he started off with a really deep teleport from Expect, getting into the back line. And still at this point in the fight, you're not sure who's going to win, but the fact that G2 can play front to back, they had such easy target acquisition and no pressure on the backside, meant that they took control.
Yeah, as soon as they have them on the run, able to split the team apart and then run after the first line, taking out one member at a time.
Yeah, it's the continuation of the play as well, though, because Tom Kench had really been the get-out-of-jail card for Team W, and they're finally able to focus him. They then no longer have something to save them. Channeling the taunt from Expect does not allow Condi to make it into that pit. They even just wait out the Guardian Angel because they have so much time with this Baron, and they get the safe secure.
And you can tell how secure they feel in this game, right? They pull off the Baron multiple times to be able to go for the kills. There's no need to go for any risky smites.
It's an adaptation, of course, because the first Baron was stolen in this game, so a lot cleaner executions, wards, and all the brushes. They knew exactly when Lee Sin was coming in, and they just bulldozed down the mid lane, this time with Baron, this time with 5 members, and WE had no answer.
And while the theme of best of fives is adaptation, let's talk about a player who adapted it. You already hit it a little bit, Chad. Trick going to receive player of the series for this one, mainly for exactly as we asked for. Him coming in, showing us a different champion, bringing that Olaf back in the pool, then pulling the bans later on after a couple good carry games on that Olaf.
And that's why the redemption storyline for so many of these players continues, and it's in a different form because Trick's first week was subpar. It was something that was scrutinized by everyone. Anyone, whether you're a lay analyst or someone, a team analyst, you saw Trick underperforming. We need to see something new, and he begun with the Olaf pick, which is something that we didn't see in week 1.
Yeah, very few people pulling out the Olaf aside from Peanut playing it a couple of games, and then also drawing Ivern bans and then still succeeding on the Kazakhs. That's just not sentences we thought we would be saying after the group stage and the way Trick was playing, but several clutch moments for Trick throughout the series.
Yeah, weird to say that a team's top underperformer from a group stage would become their MVP in a sense moving into the bracket stage, but he's done just that. Of course, if we look ahead, he's going to have to continue with that consistency up against the likes of Peanut, right? Another jungler who will not let you breathe for a moment on the Rift.
Oh yeah, things get much more difficult as we move forward, and these guys definitely have a big task ahead of them. We'll give them tonight, though, to celebrate, long live the Kings of Europe.
They have 19 hours of like, man, we're the greatest.
But while we do, give Trick his just due here in terms of how he performed in this series, I do think we also have to give a nod back to Perkz. Again, looking at those first 2 games specifically, even in that 3rd game, or rather 4th game, playing the counter matchup, Syndra into Fizz, many times we saw sidesteps of skill shots actually be the initiate of the fight, giving permission to G2 to turn it back around.
Yeah, I mean, while Trick may be, most improved for the team, Perkz was the rock for this team. The entire tournament, huge tournament for him, and definitely congratulations as well.
Yeah, I really loved the way, even when he was behind, he was still able to be relevant in team fights, oftentimes flanking on Syndra. Extremely close second for player of the series to me is Perkz.
Absolutely. Now, with their win, G2 Esports have earned their spot in the finals versus SK Telecom T1. That will decide who walks away the 2017 Midseason Invitational champion. Now, I know, Kobe, you want to give them the night to celebrate, but we got to talk about the series just a little bit. Oh, they already did it. Perfect. All of their series, they win 3-1.
I knew it was scripted.
It definitely is, right? I mean, let's be real, though. They did win in 3-1. I think it will also be a boon to their confidence, though, to have taken the loss, know that they can rebound, right? We always talk about how important that is, reacting to losses. They didn't let this one throw them. They come back and win game 4.
Those are seeds, by the way. Everyone calm down. Number 1 seed, number 3 seed. Relax.
Right, absolutely. All right, but let's talk about the lane matchups maybe across the board while we have time. Still trying to set up for that interview with Expect, so we do have the time. Let's start in the top lane with Expect then. Once again, you got Expect versus 957. Expect versus Huni. Very different monster.
I mean, even the bans will be interesting, because remember, there was a lot of Fiora bans against Expect this series. Not something we expected, something that he's played, but certainly not something you would necessarily respect him for. So you have to imagine there may be more Fiora bans, but they might actually have to come from the G2 side, because Flash Wars felt like they had to ban Fiora every game.
Yeah, and the insane thing about playing against SKT is you match up almost every lane, any position, and SKT is going to come out on top.
Right.
The one place where a G2 I feel like might be able to compete with SKT would be in the draft phase, right? We know SKT is incredibly versatile, but I thought Young Bucks drafts today were far better than Ohms from WE. And if they can find some type of edge, build on the momentum, right? There's that chance they could beat SKT, but I mean, no one is expecting it to be likely.
Yeah, we know it's an uphill battle, but getting set up for success from your coach is going to feel good coming out of Champions Select. Within that top lane matchup, I imagine Galio as well will be highly contested, right? On top of the carries still coming up and being potentially played, the Galio was played a lot by Huni throughout the group stages.
The Galio definitely, and as well the Rumble. There will be a big difference in Rumbles compared to the 957 Rumble that we saw and Huni's Rumble. That is legendary.
All right, with a little bit more time, let's go ahead and move down to the bot lane then. Sven and Mithy rather versus Bang and Wolf. Again, we talk about these guys probably being the best in their role on SKT, at least within this tournament, possibly worldwide. Okay, what do we feel about this matchup? Because there was a lot of attention from both teams in this series to the bot lane. So many of the games opened up with large team fights in that bot lane. Do we see it developing the same way tomorrow?
I mean, my first impression is that G2 have to force a mismatch somewhere. They have to try and target one role and get ahead. And is that going to be banning the shielding supports? That doesn't feel like it works against SKT. Is it going to be trying to expect Galio with, say, Fiora and all the other soft counters like Fizz banned away? So I feel like they can't really target the bot lane because SKT has so much flexibility in that role.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see against Flash Wolves, they clearly wanted to try and get kills early on Bang and Wolf, and that ended up backfiring. I feel like the way Sven and Mithy play the lane isn't to dominate, it is to win or to scale. And that's actually something I think they could be able to do against Bang and Wolf, and then it would become about how they play the map.
Yeah, and one of the big ways that Sven and Mithy got ahead in this one, in addition to the Thresh and being able to go for playmaking supports like that, was to have Trick with these lane ganks and constant pressure on keeping up wards in the side brush.
Also, can we acknowledge in the loss that they sustained, Mithy in two of those final team fights getting clutch flays. One to keep the Shen flash taunt out, and then the other, the flash flay to get Shen back in for the shutdown. Now, of course, didn't net the win, but just again, mechanical prowess from all these players. It's good to see them, again, kind of shirk this this kind of aura around them that they had failed internationally before, and now they're stepping up and performing individually. A lot of confidence in this squad.
Yeah, Mithy as well slumped early on in the spring split, so to come in and make a lot of big plays on the international stage like this, another big confidence builder.
All right, now for more on today's win, let's go ahead and check in with Shox, who's standing by with G2's top laner.
Thank you very much, guys. I also wanted to take a minute to talk to Expect. Obviously, also very happy after this win. And I just want to ask you, after all the criticism and after all you've been through with the team, what does it mean for you to beat WE and make it to the MSI final?
우선 승리를 축하드리고요. 그동안 이제 여러 곳의 비난과 살짝 좀 의심을 받았지만 이렇게 WT를 꺾고 결승전 진출한 소감이 어떻게 되시는지 말씀해 주세요.
일단 이겨서 되게 좋고요. 경기력도 나쁘지 않고 저희가 되게 잘한 것 같아서 저희 스스로 되게 만족하고 기분 되게 좋아요.
First of all, I'm just really glad that we won the series, and I'm also it feels good that our performance was also as what we expected. And overall, it's a really great series for us.
It was a great performance, and it seems that there's really been a change to G2 from the group stage to now. And then you personally, we've heard some of the comms where you were very active in making the calls. Do you feel like there's been a switch or a change within you and your personal play as well?
G2 팀의 경기력이 조별 예선에서 이제 4강전 올라오면서 점점 더 나아졌다는 평가를 받고 있는데 익스펙 선수도 이제 점점 커뮤니케이션에 있어서 더 적극적으로 콜을 내리고 이제 콜에 참여한다는 이런 평가를 받고 있는데 그 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단 저희가 경기력이 원래 처음에 나쁜 건 아니었어요. 연습 때도 되게 잘 됐고, 근데 이제 픽에서도 조금씩 말리고 자신 있는 거를 못 가져가고 그러다 보니까 실수도 더 잦아지고. 그러면서 저희가 이제 조금 가라앉았는데 저희 이번에 일주일 동안 연습 되게 열심히 하고 준비 많이 해서 저희 팀원들 다 이제 다 잘하고 커뮤니케이션도 다 잘하고 좋은 결과 나온 것 같아요.
So actually, starting from the beginning, we were all very confident coming to this tournament. But for the first few games, the pick and bans didn't go as we wanted them to be. So we didn't get the picks we wanted, and we made some mistakes following on. So our confidence kind of sank, and we weren't playing our own game style. But for the past week, we put a lot of time into our practice, and through that practice, we all gained back our confidence, and also our communication improved a lot. So I think that's why we've been playing a lot better.
Well, it showed you guys had fantastic games versus WE, but now the final boss in your first final and your best results so far, you're going to face the world champion SKT. What can we expect? No pun intended.
이제 마지막으로 끝판왕 SKT랑 붙게 되었습니다. 이제 작년에도 그렇고 재작년에도 그렇고 세계대회 우승한 SKT를 이제 붙는 소감에 대해서 말씀해 주세요.
일단 세계 최고의 팀인데 이제 되게 잘하는 팀이잖아요. 근데 저희가 충분히 지금 이 기세를 타서 충분히 좋은 경기력 보여주고 이길 수도 있다 생각을 해요. 저희가 이제 저희 오늘처럼 이렇게 경기 잘하고 콜 잘 맞고 하면은 충분히 내일도 가능성 있다 생각해요. 그래서 저희 더 이제 뱀픽 열심히 준비해서 좋은 픽 가지고 이제 자신감 있게 해서 내일도 좋은 경기 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
Of course, SKT is not the best team in the world, But if we just keep up with this flow and our performance, I think we actually have a chance to beat them. So if we just put a lot, if we get the pick and bans as we want to be, and if we just keep up the communication and the performance we had for this series, then we can have a good matchup against SKT.
Well, I am looking forward to it. Thank you very much, Expect. Congratulations. Thank you, Holman, as well. And now back over to you guys.
Thank you very much. Great to hear from Expect on the team's expectations going into tomorrow and the work that they did leading up to this week, saying that a lot of it was, adapting to the tournament meta. Again, something that we talk about every international tournament is the meta itself and how it evolves and can throw certain teams for a loop.
Yeah, being able to narrow in on the Galio and find a pick for Trick that he could succeed on are adaptations they made after the group stage and really made it for the bracket stage, and now we'll see if it can carry them through.
They'll have to continue to adapt tomorrow. Now, throughout the event, we've been checking in on the fandom battle to see who is leading the charge and showing their regional pride. And for the third week in a row, it's the home crowd that's holding first. With the tournament wrapping up tomorrow, that means the Brazil server has earned a bonus IP weekend as well as a special MSI icon. Now, as we crown our champion tomorrow, we'll take a look back at the best moments of MSI, and we want to hear from you. So tweet at LOL Esports and tell us your favorite plays reaching all the way back to Sao Paulo with the hashtag MSI 2017, and we'll relive them together as we close out the tournament. That's going to do it for today, though. So for myself, these guys, and everyone here bringing you MSI 2017, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow at 3 p.m. local time for the final fight.
Zale, that's the message she is sending. It's Team WE taking on G2 Esports. Equalizer comes out from Expect in the mid lane. He's going solo with Shia. Ben has died in the river. Perks takes him out with the laser. 3 for 1 to G2.
Whoa, nice. Good job. Nice.
Perks gets a kill. Now the exhaust onto Shia. Expect gets the hole. Shia's down. Triple kill to Perks and G2.
Nice. Push.
Puts the hammer down. Shia survives thanks to Cox. He goes. He's unstoppable. G2 need to focus the Nexus, and they take down Team WE 1-0.
Nice.
The Dog Sphere comes down. Force of will. Not going to be able to save it. But here comes Expect.
Nice.
The crowd is going wild. So much noise here in Rio.
They're coming to watch the Gods Zero.
Justice Punch on the spin, flashes forward aggressively, being burned alive. Exhausted to 957, buys time. Here comes Trick.
Nice.
Pushing from the flanking Syndra. This time it works. Manages to get a double kill.
And it's another fight where Perks is the main carry.
No. Nice. Nice.
G2 take down WE 2-0.
Nice.
Trick is pretty low from that red buff. Stand United buys some time. Damage reduction from the heroic entrance. Perks connects with a charm and allows Sven to get the kill onto Condi before Sven gets shut down by the living artillery and the damage from 957. All right, double bubble there for G2. Condi's going to kick away Trick. Seen that before.
I love that.
It looks even better now. It doesn't matter. G2 continue to defend.
Oh, when he goes forward, he gets killed by Mystic.
Sorry.
The Nexus is the focus, and WE give us a series. He gets devoured. Here comes Trick. Trick's knocked out. That's a triple. Looking for that triple.
Oh my God!
Down.
Such a good play.
And G2 secure it.
Beautiful setup, 957.
Oh, GA is going to be available to him. That gets a pop. Zero jumps in as well. He gets caught by a Justice Punch.
Nice.
Oh, baby. Oh, you got final. Nice.
G2 Esports are onto the Nexus turret. G2 Esports take down WE